Redemption, League of Vampires, Book 1. Written by Rye Brewer. Narrated by Debbie Salter. Chapter 1. Anissa. How much longer will I have to be Marcus's instrument of death? Marcus Carver, head of the Carver clan, and my chief tormentor. Who was I to complain? I signed up for this gig, didn't I? Not that I had much of a choice, as far as I was concerned. It was safe to say I was tiring of that role as I walked down the long, lushly carpeted halls at a brisk pace. Before me strode the 2 black-clad men sent to fetch me. I did what I could to affect an air of insolence, to prove I didn't care what Marcus wanted that was important enough to interrupt my studies. He placed a great deal of importance on my education, almost as much as he did on my other activities. I always had the feeling he didn't care about my schoolwork, only pretending to because he knew it mattered to me. His way of tormenting me. One of many. He would never forgive me for daring to question him, even as he used my skills. Marcus wasn't one to forgive and forget. The hall was so long, miles, maybe, it seemed, though that didn't make much difference to me or the pair in front of me. From the outside, to the human eye, the mansion looked like many others along the outskirts of New York City in the fancier neighborhoods. I'd seen many of them while traveling under the cover of darkness, set far back from the road behind fences and gates and emerald green lawns. An old enchantment, older than the ruling clans of our territory, made the mansion virtually undetectable in its differences from the sprawling homes around it. In fact, in comparison, the Carver clan's residence appeared much more modest than the others. But that was only on the outside, and only through the unskilled eyes of a human. I was glad to live in a time when vampires and humans lived side by side. Well, maybe not entirely side by side, not totally, and not peacefully, but we allowed each other to exist without much interference. I'd been raised on stories of humans hunting those of my kind with stakes and holy water, and garlic, and any number of other tools, many of which made no difference to an actual vampire. Lore had blown things out of proportion, but even though the myths were just that, those earlier days had been dark and dangerous for those of my kind. What did work? What did kill us? Pretty simple. Very few creatures, if any, could continue existing once their head had been removed and they had been set on fire. I didn't need to go to school to learn that. What else? A blow straight to the heart with a weapon infused with silver would do it. Removing our hearts would do it too. But back to my home. The home shared by all members of my clan appeared normal to an outsider. The inside was something far different. It was more like a small city with sections designated for each family within the clan. I could spend an entire day going from level to level, exploring the many rooms and libraries and kitchens and private apartments. A great ballroom extended along the top floor of the main wing, where we would all gather for parties and meetings. At least, we did before the fire. After that, it had been a long time since happiness had touched our clan. I told myself to stop thinking about things which didn't matter. I needed all of my faculties in full working order before meeting with Marcus. There was only one member of my clan whose wit matched mine, and it was his. Sometimes I felt like he was glad to finally have someone of his intelligence to spar with. I wondered what he wanted. I mean, I knew the gist of it. A kill, I figured. But what more specifically? That I didn't know. Not like the guards would tell me if they could. Only Marcus and I knew what I did for him. My side job, as he called it sometimes. He loved using words and terms he'd learned in the human world. He thought it made him smarter than the rest of us. As if many of us didn't venture into the human world. Though that said, most vampires didn't pay much attention to the ins and outs of human life. The guard to my right pounded one ham-sized fist against the wooden door leading to Marcus's chamber. I steeled myself, stiffening my back, trying to make myself appear taller than I really was. The fact was, my lack of height made me good at what I did. I could slip in and out of crowds. I was more agile, cat-like. It came in handy. Come. Marcus's tone was haughty, though distant because of the thickness of the door to his private quarters. I allowed myself just one eye roll before Mr. Rightguard, yeah, I don't know his name and don't want to, opened the door. He stepped back to allow my entrance into Marcus's opulent suite of rooms. Who Marcus thought he was, or was trying to be, I didn't know. Sure, he was the leader of our clan and probably the strongest of all Carver vampires. He was also completely full of himself and his greatness. One day, somebody would take him down a peg or two. I hoped I was there to see it when it happened. Be even better if I were there to make it happen. Anissa. There was pleasure in his voice, a voice that seemed to caress me as I approached. I repressed a shudder. More than once I'd wondered exactly how much enjoyment he got from the position he had me in. Over a barrel, between a rock and a hard place. He had control over me, no doubt, but he liked it. It was obvious. There used to be a time, I thought, Marcus wanted to make me his consort. There may have been a time I might have given that consideration, but that was a long, long time ago, before I figured him out. Marcus? I stood a dozen feet from the massive, ornately carved wooden chair in which he perched. Like a throne. Just another example of how stuck on himself he was. Clasping my hands behind my back, I stood at ease. He waited until we were alone to speak again. The door closed with a soft click. How are you? His nearly purple eyes assessed me. Fine, thank you. I gritted my teeth, wanting to yell at him to get it over with so I could get out of his presence. He made the hair on the back of my neck stand at full attention. I'm glad to hear it. How is your sister? His smile was less than sincere. I forced myself not to wince. She's fine as well. You should know you're the one keeping her in chains. I reminded myself to guard my mind, since Marcus was adept at gauging the emotions of those around him. Not so much reading as it was intuiting. Funny, but he'd never seemed to read mine, and I could tell he tried. Nearly everything he thought was broadcast on his lean, handsome face. Maybe I was the one who could intuit better than he, though I had no idea why I ever would. I wasn't nearly as old and powerful as he. Of course, you couldn't tell, not by looking at us with human eyes. He wasn't an old man when he was turned, but younger, in his prime. But with vampire eyes, the aura of his age glowed stronger than mine, or any of the others. He pursed his full lips, eyes narrowing beneath full golden brows. I'm glad to hear it. She's my most special guest. Not a guest, I said before biting back the rest of my words. It wouldn't do my sister any favors if I mouthed off to him. He held far too much power for me to go off on an enraged tantrum. Oh, God, no, I don't believe. Knew I so desperately wanted to carve his heart out with one of my silver-plated daggers. The glance he gave me was one of an adult cajoling a child. I clenched my jaw. I wouldn't do it. No, I wouldn't react. I tried to talk myself out of it because I knew my sister would suffer the consequences. Finally, it seemed he tired of waiting for me to react, and he spoke. No, not a guest, but much more comfortable than she was at first, wouldn't you say? And if it weren't for my generosity and your creativity, she would be just as uncomfortable as before, correct? Correct. I sighed softly, and my shoulders relaxed, mostly in defeat, because he had me there. Let's get down to business, since I'm a busy man, and you're about to be busy too. He stood, unfolding his tall body from his throne, or rather, his chair. I have a job for you. Of course, he didn't request my presence very often. When I didn't reply, what was there to say after all? He continued. As you know, the annual League meeting takes place next week. League of Vampires? I nodded. Everybody knew, even some humans. After all, they'd been the ones to demand we form a league after the Great War. Vampires existed in clans. Many of them. We'd never had one structure to rule us all, to keep watch, determine rules, make pacts, treaties. None of that. Never. But the humans had insisted, and we had complied. Had we not, The humans would have stepped in and eradicated us, as they had tried to for generations. Our fighting had disrupted their way of life, and if they couldn't trust us, they would destroy us. He cleared his throat, pulling me out of my contemplations. As leader of the clan, I am expected to attend. He swiped his hands together as if removing dust or dirt. Of course, I murmured. What you may not know is how important this league gathering is for our clan. He paced back and forth in front of a pair of tall windows which allowed muted sunlight to stream into the room. Another myth. Vampires would burst into flames when in sunlight and evaporate away as ash. No, not exactly the case. It's a bit of a mystery as to the specifics. I could be burned by it, but I didn't burst into spontaneous flames. No vampire did. In the direct sunlight, some would burn slowly and in an excruciating way until gone. My sister Sarah, she was one of the ones who burned severely. I'm talking, she might die real fast. We've never tested it to the full extreme. All we needed to verify her vulnerability was to put her pinky finger in the direct rays of the sun. The smell was horrific. The third-degree burns were awful. To this day, she was self-conscious about that pinky finger and kept it tucked in whenever possible. I'd have thought it would have healed fully without a scar. But then again, I wasn't that familiar with injuries caused by the sun. Theory has it, it's directly related to our ancestors. So, depending on which bloodline you're descended from, with it comes the immunity, or lack thereof, to the sun. Needless to say, all vampires take precautions to avoid direct sunlight. Some take more precautions than others. Marcus's forehead creased as he paced, the leather pants he wore creaking ever so slightly. Another one of his little quirks, his love of leather. He had the physical beauty all vampires possessed, and the power he'd acquired over the centuries had given him an extra bit of swagger and confidence. He had an effect on most young vampires. I knew plenty of girl vampires roughly my age who had a crush on him or had just gotten over one, as I once may have had, because they don't know him the way I do now. He paused the pacing and turned toward me with a flourish. I received the agenda for next week's meeting just this morning. Much is the same as every year, reinforcing regulations, ensuring our laws are still sound. Times change, after all. Blah, blah, blah. Sometimes even the most reasonable law needs amendment. Then one item caught my eye. He snapped his fingers. Renewal of the pact between our clan and the Bourkes. I was beginning to understand his concern, though I still wasn't sure what I had to do with any of it. The Bourkes were our biggest rival, the clan closest to ours in terms of territory holdings, size, and strength. The pact between us detailed the lands we controlled and the rules of our peaceful coexistence. After all, it had been the fire set by members of the Bourke clan that had finally forced the humans to step in and end our war. A fire that had proved devastating to the clan I'd belonged to, the same fire which had killed my mother and stepfather. There was little love lost between the Bourke and the Carver clans, but my hatred was fierce. They'd orphaned Sarah and me, forcing us to do whatever we could to survive, pushing us to the outskirts of the clan, where we'd been treated as outsiders, forcing Sarah to break the law, putting her in jeopardy, then forcing me to make the deal which made me Marcus's slayer. Or, as I hate to be reminded, Marcus's bitch. For the pact to be renewed, Marcus explained, the heads of both clans must report to the League. If either of us doesn't appear, the pact automatically goes in favor of the leader who does. The petition to take over the other clan territory will go through. If I'm not there, I lose all this. A hand waved to indicate our surroundings. If their clan doesn't appear. A wicked gleam lit his eyes on fire. We get what's theirs. Greed was evident in his tone. I see. And this involves me how? I had a feeling I knew all too well, but I wanted him to clarify for me without his need for incessant talking, which really got to be a bit much after long. He smiled, white teeth gleaming, canines just slightly longer than those of a human. There was no happiness in his smile. If I'd had a beating heart and warm blood, it would have gone cold from his expression. Jonah Bourke cannot make it to the League of Vampires meeting. I nodded, accepting my task. Got it. He didn't need to elaborate. I knew what he wanted. I'd been performing such tasks for what seemed an eternity, but was probably closer to 2.5 years, ever since the day I'd thrown myself on his mercy. I might not like Jonah Bourke, but I respect him, Marcus explained. He's a strong leader. His clan looks to him for everything. Without him, his clan will dissolve into pandemonium. We'll take over the territory they currently claim, not to mention taking over the clan. I have no doubt we'll get back what they took from us, so many of our members cut down by their cruelty. His eyes flicked up and down over me. Your parents, if I remember correctly. You know they killed my parents, I muttered through clenched teeth. He didn't need to overstate his case. They did not even leave us with bodies to bury. I only bring it up to remind you what's at stake here. I want what's best for the clan. He stepped closer to me, and I felt colder than normal. His hands rested lightly on my shoulders. I knew those hands could tighten into steel claws at a moment's notice if I made him angry. I'd seen him do terrible things to those who had dared go against him. It was how he maintained power in the clan. I understand. It wasn't the first time he'd given me this sort of job. There was more at stake for him, however. I couldn't underestimate that. Do you know what you need to know about him? He asked, removing his hands. I could breathe easier when he wasn't touching me, and easier still when he took a few steps back. Fading sunlight glinted off his thick, wavy golden hair, his proud profile. A shame someone so physically beautiful had to be so repulsive to me. I know about the Bourkes, I said, keeping it simple. I do my homework. Not like I wanted to stick around and be briefed on this matter. Not by him. I'd sooner slurp the blood of dead rats. My stomach churned at the thought. Marcus chuckled. As long as it doesn't interfere with your actual studies. Can't have your instructors knowing what you do for me at night. It's still our little secret, right? Was he really worried I'd tell someone? That I'd risk my sister's well-being just to share the dirty deeds I did for him? I nodded, the bile rising up my throat. I barely managed to say one word. Right. Chapter 2. Anissa. It was a relief to be away from Marcus, out of his suite and back on the way to my own section of the mansion. He'd pulled me out of class to speak with me, a stupid move, really, seeing as how our meetings were supposed to be secret. None of the others would dare question him, though, so it didn't matter. Now, me? Well, not many would bother me with questions either. My list of friends was short. That came from being ostracized. The walk back was long, and I moved more slowly than usual to absorb what he had told me. I have to assassinate the head of the Bourke clan. I had no idea how many of Marcus's enemies had met my blade, but I would never forget the first one. I'd been terrified, full of doubt. I'd hated myself. I'd hated being in a position to act as his personal slayer. I'd almost ruined the entire job, too, making too much noise when I crept up on a werewolf who dared insult him. He had tried to shift into his werewolf form and would have torn me to ribbons if I hadn't been fast enough to slice his throat and pierce his heart with my thin, silver blade. Silver wasn't only effective against werewolves, one part of the myth that was the truth, but it also seared the flesh of a vampire. Except mine. I'd never had a problem with it, but I don't advertise that fact. I'd learned the hard way that sometimes friends can become enemies in the blink of an eye, so why tell them your strengths or weaknesses? Since my first assignment, I'd taken many victims. I guess victims wasn't really a good word. We were not talking about good guys or angels. Yeah, I believed in angels. I know, odd for someone who doesn't believe in God. How can I believe in God when my kind were deities on earth, or as close as it got to deities? It had gotten easier to kill with time, much easier. I did what I had to do. When I was honest with myself, I had to admit to a sense of pride in how good I'd gotten. I was the best, undetectable, unstoppable. When I maintained my concentration on my assignment, which I always had, I had a laser-beamed focus when it came to the side job, because my sister was at stake. I slid in and out of the darkness like a shadow. My targets never saw me coming. When I spent my energies on improving my skills, it made my job easier. I didn't have to think about what I was actually doing when I concentrated on technique.
What was that all about?
I whirled to the left, caught off guard. Ray's, my best friend, fell into step beside me, coming off the corridor to the left. Some focus I had. I wondered how quickly he could have gotten the jump on me.
Well,
he repeated.
What was that about?
I needed to redirect his question and divert his concern. He might be my best friend, but even he didn't know the things I did at Marcus's command. Race thought I had a secret boyfriend outside the clan. It was the theory he had come up with to explain my mysterious comings and goings. I let him believe what he wanted to believe, as long as it didn't get me into trouble. He wanted to talk about Sarah. That was enough to put any questions to rest. Rays knew better than to press me on my sister. Everybody did.
Oh, well, you didn't miss much. Maroney was as boring as ever.
Maroney, our astronomy instructor. Marcus and some of the other elders, those who hadn't died or run off after the fire, had explained, and it made sense, that it was important for young beings like us to have a working knowledge of the stars, the elements, the history of the human world, as well as that of our own ancestors. We used that knowledge to navigate the world when we traveled away from our clans. We also learned current events and made it a point to stay on top of trends in everything from music to fashion. It helped us survive in a world that wasn't always welcoming. Even though the humans lived peaceably alongside us, in every society there were always factions seeking to break down what they didn't understand. The better we blended in, the better for our kind. "What are your plans for the weekend?" I asked as we walked the halls, getting around the topic of my disappearance from class.
No, I don't know. I was going to stay in and read for a while tonight, then go out with the family tomorrow to feed.
My heart, or what there was of it, twisted in a pang of jealousy whenever Rays mentioned his family. His jade-green eyes looked down at the floor when I glanced over, and if his pale skin could have colored with embarrassment, it would have. I knew he understood my feelings about not having a family, except for my sister. A family of one, plus me. "That's great," I said. "So, no parties? You don't want to go out with Isabel?" Izzy to her friends. "And her crew?" He wrinkled his nose.
You know, I don't like that new group she hangs out with. They're all, I don't know.
"Stupid?" I asked with a laugh. He laughed too, probably relieved I had said it out loud.
"I'm sorry, but if I can't carry on a conversation, I'd rather stay home."
"You're a snob," I teased. "You need to lighten up and act your age."
103?
He teased back. "Yes, 103, not 500 or 1,000. You know what I mean." There were times when I thought his emotional development had slowed to a crawl, the way his physical development had. "If you would lighten up, you'd have a lot more friends and probably a ton of girlfriends." I mock-punched him in the arm.
Oh, shut up.
We reached the hall which led to his family's section of the mansion. I glanced at him critically. Taken in his tall, strong frame and thick, spiky black hair, he was cute. He'd be popular if he would just loosen up. Actually, he'd be hot. He had it in the looks department.
"Well, I guess I'll see you when I see you. I mean, you didn't say anything about having plans."
I knew what he was getting at. He wanted to see if we could hang out. I would have to disappoint him. "Sorry, I have somewhere I need to be." I gave a small shrug. He scowled, but just for a second.
"Okay, then maybe I'll see you tomorrow."
"Yeah, sure." I gave him my best carefree smile and wondered if he bought it or if he saw my true emotions about my task at hand. I spun around and headed down a hall away from his quarters. I was happy to be away from him since I hated lying and was never very good at it. I got the feeling he liked me a little, too, which made things awkward. He'd probably be relieved if he knew I didn't have a secret boyfriend or even a crush. There was no way to set his mind at ease, not when he gave me the perfect cover story. And he would never tell, since he wasn't sure if I was breaking one of our canons, the laws of our clans. He'd never tell because he knew the punishment for breaking the canons. My sister suffered punishment every day because she'd broken the law. Night was falling, meaning it would be time to go on the hunt. Once I got to my little room at the end of the east wing, far from the happy little clusters of rooms lived in by families, I changed into black jeans, flat-soled boots, and a black tank, then covered up with a black hoodie. I needed the hood to hide my nearly white hair. It tended to stand out in the darkness, and I needed to blend in. I grimaced at my reflection in the mirror. Sarah's hair was nothing like mine. Hers was a deep, rich chestnut brown like her father's. She hadn't been allowed to cut it, of course. It wasn't allowed to have any visitors within reach of her. I thought about her as I prepared to track Jonah Bourke. I wouldn't take him tonight. I didn't know enough about his habits yet. I'd be screwed if I tried to take him while he had a dozen vampires hanging around. I'm good, but not that good. I'd probably need 2 or 3 nights of observation to finally go in for the kill. 2 or 3 nights of stalking. That's what I wanted to do with my weekend. I wiped the scowl I could feel on my face when I remembered why I did this and why my sister did what she did that got her punished. At least I was free to do what I wanted most nights. My sister was the only thing that kept me doing this whenever I wished I could live a normal life. I should be hanging out with Ray's or going out with Izzy and the gang she'd fallen into after she'd started dating Jeremy Booth. He was best friends with Will Carver, Marcus's son, and that entire group of pals was both the most and least popular of the little factions in our clan. She swore up and down Jeremy was different. I wanted to believe her. I also wanted to stay away from Will. He reminded me of his father, and that made me think of Marcus, and I didn't like thinking of Marcus. I'd always heard the Bourkes like to hang out together at a restaurant in Midtown, a vampire restaurant, one where those of our kind could choose from a wide selection of blood. Sort of like those wine bars I heard humans talking about, the places that had many kinds of wine. Why humans would go to a place to drink wine, and not just wine, but different varieties of it, boggled me. Probably because I was way too young to appreciate wine back when I had been turned. We were all turned between the ages of 13 and 15. That was one of the League's canons. It was better to turn a vampire at a young age, but after puberty. Something to do with aging, their rules, so who was I to question? I decided to take the train because it was best when traveling through the human world at a reasonable time of night. I could have used my speed to run into the city. It had been a long time since I'd gone for a good, leg-stretching run, but there was too much chance of being spotted. Night had just fallen, so there would be plenty of humans on the way home from jobs and or on their way out. I wouldn't be noticed with so many others on the train. I took a seat by the window, settling in for the short ride to the city. I liked taking the train. I got to enjoy watching scenery speed by without using any effort. And the sight of the city lights getting closer the longer I rode was always interesting. There were so many humans there. Their blood scents merged and were overpowering. Not tempting. Not usually. I didn't go out when I hungered. The lust for blood was not to be underestimated. Humans didn't know anything about my world, and I knew little about theirs. How could I remember much about being a human? It had been decades. No matter how hard our instructors worked to teach us about humans and their habits, their thoughts, their rituals, it wasn't enough. I didn't know what it was like to be one of them. A man sat next to me, and I pulled the hood closer around my face. I didn't like being looked at by them, especially not the way the stranger had been watching me. With my slight build, human men thought they could take advantage of me. I'd only lashed out at them once. Only once, when it had felt like an emergency. That man had escaped with a broken arm. He was lucky. I could smell his desire. It hung around him in a thick cloud. I felt sorry for any woman who crossed his path that night. It would be so easy to leave him helpless and bleeding. But we were more civilized. We had to be. Feeding on random humans would break the pact we'd made. Did I miss feeding? Did I miss the feel of a human's heartbeat pulsing their life-giving essence into my body?
I won't lie, there was something so primal and pleasurable about it. But in the interest of the well-being of my kind, I can refrain. Some didn't refrain. I know they didn't, but they hadn't been caught yet. Typically, the leagues find out and they send hunters to find them. The hunters usually discover that those who feed on humans are rogue and clanless vampires. Or maybe they lie and say that to the humans so that we can keep the peace. It was a relief to get off the train and away from the man. His smell hung on my clothes. I wished I could shudder it off. It would be replaced with other human scents soon enough. I dodged and weaved through the crowds, up and down the sidewalk, floating through them like a black cloud. They didn't notice me, too busy enjoying their night. I knew where I'd find the bank, one of Manhattan's hottest underground vampire eateries, and sure enough, I did find it. It was only a few blocks from where I'd gotten off the train, and even though it wasn't very late, the restaurant was already packed. I waited outside, in the dark alley between the restaurant and the apartment building. It wasn't as easy to fool those of my kind as it was to slip past humans, but I was good at fading into the darkness. Another reason I worked so well as Marcus's slayer. Even other vampires tended to look through me when I wanted them to. I waited roughly an hour before I saw them. I had seen Jonah only once, years earlier, back when he had first come into power in his clan. His father had been the head of the Bourke clan for as long as I could remember. Then, one day, and for seemingly no reason, his parents had disappeared. Rumors flew for a long time. Marcus had been for taking control of the clan, naturally. The rest of the league had gone against him and placed Jonah in power. Those were dark days. There. I narrowed my eyes, squinting in his direction. That had to be him. I couldn't get a good look at him just then, but I recognized the auburn hair of the Bourke family right off. Jonah and his siblings. I didn't know much about them, but I knew they traveled in a pack. How would I get through them to get to him? They stayed for over 2 hours and were all happy and glutted when they left. I followed at a safe distance as they visited club after club over a period of hours until they reached the glass apartment building their clan inhabited. Like the Carver mansion, the building was occupied only by members of the Bourke clan. I couldn't get to him in there. The security would be ultra tight. Still, I heard a girl with long, wavy hair, his sister, talking about going back to hear live music at the restaurant the following night. That would have to be my chance. If the rest of the group was busy listening to music, they might not notice me luring their brother away. Chapter 3. Jonah. "What is it about the bank that always draws you in?" I asked, relaxing in the shared living room of the suite my brothers and sister and I shared. We each had our own bedroom and bathroom surrounding the living room, dining room, and kitchen. Not that we needed a kitchen or even a dining room. We almost never ate, fed in. "I like the atmosphere," Philippa said, just like she always did. She shook her head, a wave of hair cascading around her. "It's a fun place." "With a great selection," Scott added with a grin. "Yeah, of blood and chicks." Philippa could always read Scott like a book. Then again, so could I. "True and true," he confirmed with a laugh. "What can I say? I like what I like." "If you had hormones, I would recommend a suppressant," Philippa muttered, shaking her head. I loved listening to them go back and forth like that, even when I had a lot on my mind. Gage could sense I was preoccupied. I could tell from the expression on his face. Something about being my twin, I guessed. "What's up with you tonight?" he asked, frowning. "I can't stop thinking about the league meeting next week." "Uh-oh," Scott said. "He's got a bad feeling about something." I threw a pillow at him, and his hand shot out to grab it. It would take more effort than that to catch him off guard. "Are my gut feelings ever wrong?" I looked around the room. None of them could disagree. "What are you thinking?" Philippa asked, finally serious. She slid into a leather chair, crossing her long, lean legs. I sat across from her, near where Scott and Gage had stretched out when we got in. I don't like knowing the pact with the Carvers is almost up. I don't like having to deal with Marcus Carver. I don't trust him. No, who does? I heard his own clan doesn't. He rules with fear. Scott shrugged. For once, he was serious. What would Dad have done? Philippa asked. He would have just run away. Oh, wait, he already did that. Gage looked disgusted, as he usually did when talking about our father. You know I hate it when you say things like that, Philippa reminded him. They must have had a reason. They waited until you and Jonah were old enough to rule the clan. They wouldn't have left if something hadn't happened to them, Scott murmured. I knew he was as sick of talking about it as any of us. As the youngest, it had bothered him the most when our parents had disappeared. He was never one to wear his sadness on his sleeve, but I could tell it affected him. Dad would have faced Marcus, I decided. He would have let him know how strong the clan is. He would have kept the pack going and rallied for our clan in front of the League. That's right. Hell, didn't we show them that when we burned half of them to a crisp? Scott asked. I winced when I thought about the fire. It had only been 50 human years, and yet the memory was as fresh as if a week had passed. I could still smell the smoke of the burning flesh. I could hear the screams. Some said my parents fled in the aftermath of the fire, unable to deal with what they'd done. Others said that it was because of another faction inside our clan, the faction that had set the blaze, a faction outside my father's rule. They said my parents fled because they knew they couldn't control those who'd set the fire. Some thought they might already be dead, that they might have been dead for years. I didn't know. I couldn't afford to spend much time thinking about it either, not when my clan's future rested on my shoulders. I knew Marcus would again petition for more territory, more rule, as he'd want us to bear the penalty for our predecessors' sins, even though it wasn't even our parents that were involved in it. Gage made a sound of disgust. Running, he scoffed. When we were old enough to take over. He threw Philippa's words back at her because, technically, he didn't rule. And he wanted to. This I knew. No matter how I tried to get Gage to come around, it was a waste of time. He'd never agree that, as the oldest, I was the natural ruler of the Bourke clan. Sure, it might have been only 8 minutes, but I could make those 8 minutes count when I wanted to. Whenever anybody gently reminded him he wasn't oldest, he'd counter by reminding them he'd been changed from human to vampire a few minutes before I had. In his eyes, this made him older and more qualified to rule. I didn't feel like splitting hairs with him. In fact, on a night when I'd spent most of the time concerned about a League meeting instead of having fun, he could have the job if he wanted it. I didn't think he had the slightest clue what it really meant to be the leader of a clan. He only wanted the power, typical younger brother. I studied my siblings, then shook my head. I have no choice but to deal with Marcus, and I will. That's not the point. I just don't trust him. He wants the clan. He wants vengeance. Vengeance for something we didn't have any part in, Philippa muttered, swinging one of her legs back and forth. It doesn't matter. His memory is long. I got up, stretching. It had been good to feed. I felt sharper, more on top of things. I would need to feed just before the League meeting, for certain, just to be sure I had my head together. I stepped out on the balcony, looking over the city. So much busyness, like a heartbeat pulsing, always pulsing, throbbing with life and vitality. I wish sometimes I could go down and feed like my parents had, like prior generations used to. The thrill of the hunt. We missed that in our more civilized days. And at the same time, though, it was a relief not to worry about vampire hunters with stakes and other useless weapons. We didn't have to hide who we were. Still, there was no gain without a loss. Gage will come around, Philippa said, standing beside me. When? He's had almost 50 years. 50 years to become accustomed to my being leader. I looked into the distant sky, the stars that occasionally peeked through. If I had tried hard enough, I could remember my early days as a vampire. The turn of the 20th century. So much hope, so much promise, so much fresh blood. If I took a deep enough breath, I could almost smell it.
And that's like the blink of an eye to us,
Philippa reminded me.
Sometimes I think he's still 15, always wanting to step out of his big brother's shadow.
I'm tired of him making me feel like I should apologize for being older. The elder members of the clan named me as ruler, not him. What could I do?
Nothing, and he'll figure that out one day.
She stood beside me, and a gust of wind whipped our hair back.
Sometimes I miss the hunt. Tonight would have been perfect, you know. Do you ever miss it?
Sometimes, I admitted. Another thing I missed was sleep. I hadn't slept in over 100 years. I could rest, recharge, but I couldn't sleep. There was something about closing my eyes and drifting away that I wished I could feel again. Sometimes it even got boring, being awake all the time. Yet another reason hunting was the perfect pastime. Some vampires from clans closer to the woods hunted animals. One day, I would have to visit friends and join them because it had been way too long. It had been too long since anything exciting happened, I decided. That was the problem. I went through life in a kind of sedated daze. I lived in luxury. I drank blood whenever I felt like it. I had a group of wise, trusted advisors. I had everything. I wanted more. It was still on my mind when we went back to the bank on Saturday night. Philippa was happy to be the life of the party, as always. People saw her auburn hair and knew they were in for a good time. Between her and Scott, they kept our friends roaring with laughter all night. They made a good pair on the dance floor, too, getting up not long after we arrived to jitterbug along with the jazz band playing on stage. I couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. Maybe I smelled it in the air, felt the energy. Either way, I needed to step outside once I'd fed. Fed. I say fed these days, but it has a different meaning than in the old days. These days, when my kind say fed, it's like saying we drank blood from a glass, or a bag if we were in a hurry. It's sort of like humans drank milk from a plastic jug when they were in too much of a hurry or too lazy to get a glass. Basically, fed today doesn't mean the same as fed meant in yesteryears. Anyway, I couldn't lose the sensation something was not quite right. I picked it up in the air, somehow. It might even have been the good rich blood I'd just dined on. I felt sharper than usual. The night air was cool and damp. I sucked in a deep breath, filling my lungs, expanding my chest. Then another. There were still plenty of vampires flocking into the bank, so I stepped aside, closer to the alley, waiting the crowd out. And that was when I heard it. Just the faintest whisper of a sound. Directly behind me, I spun on my heel, ready to attack whatever it was without thinking I might have been outsized or outnumbered. I was plenty strong on my own, one of the strongest in the clan, not to mention my tall, thick frame, and I had the advantage of being just a half step ahead of my attacker. Only I wasn't the one under attack. 3 hulking figures overpowered one small, slender one. I knew it wasn't my business, and I should back away and let issues take care of themselves. But I was never one to turn away from an unfair fight, especially when it looked like a small girl was involved. The person was hooded, so I guess it could have been a boy, but somehow I didn't think so. The person didn't move like a guy. "Hey!" I threw myself into the center of the group, knocking the 3 attackers off balance. One of them took a swing at me, and under the single light shining in the otherwise dark alley, I realized what I was looking at. A werewolf. I scanned all of them. Yep, all of the attackers were werewolves. They had the large build, the shaggy hair, and reddish eyes of werewolves, and I had stepped right into a fight with them. I ducked before the werewolf, bigger but much slower, could make contact with me. He staggered back. Meanwhile, the other 2 werewolves tried to drag their silent prey away, farther down the alley. Stop! What am I doing? I couldn't help it. I hated to see something smaller and weaker being taken advantage of. There was no time to get help. I was her help. Me. One of them raised their hand, and I saw the fingers curve into what looked like claws. He was going to kill his captive. No! I threw myself at him, stopping him just in time. His hold on his captive loosened, and I grabbed for the dark hoodie she wore. I pulled it to me, kicking out at the third werewolf. I looked down, taking in the white hair and golden eyes of the creature I had saved. A girl. Definitely a girl. And one of my kind. I could feel it. Something else I could feel. My arms encircled by what felt like bands of steel. One of the werewolves had taken hold of me. We only wanted her, but I guess we'll take you too, if you want. I looked down at the other vampire, her eyes wide. I hoped her life was worth it because I had just put mine in danger for her sake, but I was up for a fight. No worries on that score.
Chapter 4. Anissa. How did I miss hearing those stinking werewolves sneaking up behind me? Were my senses dulling? No, I'd been too busy zeroing in on my prey, Jonah Bourke, the prey who saved my life. Some slayer I turned out to be. But what did 3 werewolves want with me? I couldn't understand. They dragged Jonah and me through a series of dank, putrid alleyways, far away from prying eyes. I couldn't have called out for help. The last thing I wanted was for the Bourke siblings or their clan to find one of the Carver clan in their midst. So I'd given up, not putting up a fight. It pretty much screwed Jonah Bourke over, and he had the bruises and blood to show it. They'd overpowered him since I didn't help. 3 werewolves took him down. That seemed a bit odd. I'd have thought with what little I had seen of his fighting skills, he'd have fared better. It gave me pause, made me wonder if there was some magic involved, but I pushed that thought aside quickly. I had more important things to worry about now. Like, where were they taking us, and why? Why not just kill us where they'd found us? The farther we got from the restaurant and the rest of civilization, the more certain I was they never intended to let us go. Well, Jonah would die that night after all. Just not by my hand. And Marcus would still get what he wanted. So why did the idea of him dying bother me? I gave a sideways glance to him, broad-shouldered, dark red hair. Not cartoon red, but the red that was close to brown and had bronze glints that caught the moonlight. Auburn, that's what it was. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought he was hot. As it was, all I could afford to think was he needed to not be alive. And now again, that thought saddened me. After a few minutes of being dragged through stinking, vile alleys that seemed to get narrower at every turn, we ended up at a stairway leading down to what looked like the basement of an old warehouse. Just the kind of place 3 filthy werewolves would hole up. Werewolves weren't exactly respected in my world. They were pretty much the lowest of the low, except in rare cases. What they wanted with me, I had no idea. There. The one holding me tossed me to the ground like I was nothing once we got inside. I skidded to a stop, hitting a stack of filthy mattresses. A handful of fat roaches skittered out from beneath them, and I fought to keep myself from screaming. Funny thing, a vampire slayer terrified of roaches in New York, roach capital of the world. The irony of it. Jonah's captor threw him too. Only Jonah managed to stay on his feet. With his muscular body, he wasn't that easy to toss. His power could easily match any one of theirs. Just not 3 of them. Not these 3, for some reason. I was pretty sure, sort of, that I could have taken them if I'd had the advantage of surprise, and if I'd had my weapons out. I scanned the room, seeing with my preternatural eyes, even in the dark. Wooden posts supported a sagging roof of the floor above us. Bundles of rotting fabric, no longer useful. Maybe an old textile factory? It made sense. We were just outside the garment district. It smelled like something had died down here. Maybe something had. Did the werewolves live here? How was it possible? They were disgusting beings, so perhaps they did live here. I could tell from the look on Jonah's handsome face he felt the same way. Jonah brushed a strand of hair back from his broad forehead.
What's this all about? Why did you bring us here? We brought you here because you got in the way, the largest of the werewolves growled. The sound of his voice made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. You weren't part of the plan, pretty vampire boy, he added. Pretty, huh? You got a crush or something? That's not how I roll. To my total horror, Jonah winked, like he was trying to get a rise out of the werewolf standing in front of him. Was he insane? Sure, he could have taken one of them, but 3? Watch yourself. Remember, who's in charge here? The werewolf turned to me. This one was the one we were supposed to take. We only need her. I knew what that meant, but I held my tongue and my wince. I'd gotten good at that. I could tell from the look on Jonah's face he wasn't quite computing. They wanted to kill him. It was obvious they had no idea who they were dealing with. Murdering the head of a clan as powerful as the Bourkes would bring a world of hurt down on their heads, on the heads of all werewolves in the area. I hoped Jonah would keep his mouth shut long enough to give me a chance to get us out of there. Why do you care whether he lives or dies? You're supposed to kill him anyway. My words weighed heavy in my head. Sure, it would make life easier, but he had saved me. He didn't have to save me. And there was something else about him. I watched him from my spot on the floor while he leaned against an old wooden post. Our captors talked amongst themselves. Jonah didn't take his eyes from them, and I didn't take my eyes from him. I couldn't. He was gorgeous, handsomer than any vampire or human I'd ever seen. A fine, strong profile, a chiseled jaw, sapphire eyes with a hint of gold around the outside. I'd noticed them back in the alley. I'd almost drowned in them, even though I was close to certain death at the moment. I didn't want to see them rip him to pieces. It would be such a waste. The werewolves did their best to keep their voices down, but they must not have known it didn't matter. Vampire hearing was like our sight, super sensitive. We learned early how to tune in and out. I knew I would have gone crazy if I'd spent my entire life hearing everything happening for blocks around me. A day at the mansion would have killed me. I tuned in now, needing to hear what they were planning. I couldn't tell from Jonah's blank expression whether he was listening or not. We were only supposed to get her, one of them said, his voice more of a growl. What happens if we show up with 2? Another one asked. No way. This came from the leader. We have to get rid of him. He needs to go. And where do you think we could put him? I know I'm hungry. The leader frowned at them both, poking his cohorts in the chest with the clawed finger of warning. We don't have time. If we could store him here until we get back, though. That's not a bad idea. So they were going to leave Jonah and take me wherever I was supposed to go, then come back and eat him? Again, this would make life easier. Well, maybe not easier. I still had to get away from them. I was beginning to understand the smell down there. They did a lot of feeding, but not a lot of cleaning up after themselves. I decided not to look too far into the darkness for fear of what or who I would see and what state of half-eaten they might be. All right, girl, we have to get you going. There's no time to waste. Where to? I took my time about getting up. My weapons were stored in a pocket inside my boots, safe and secure. I only needed the chance to reach in and grab them. I could take all 3 werewolves out before they had the chance to blink an eye. I felt pretty sure about that. I only had to get in the right position. I hoped Jonah Bourke didn't plan on being a hero. He might make things a lot more dangerous. You'll find out when you get there. He motioned with his hand for me to hurry up. I gave him a fake smile, tossed my hair back. We've already spent so much time here. I was starting to feel at home. Stop with the jokes. The head werewolf scanned Jonah up and down, giving him the once-over. Tie him up, he said, pointing to Jonah. With a what? One of the other 2 asked. How am I supposed to know? Find something. There has to be something around here you can use.
I could tell from his tone of voice he was tired of working with two numbskulls. Who could blame him? I waited until they were well into looking for a length of rope. Did they really think that they would be any use against a vampire? Before turning to the leader. His face was surprisingly unmarked for a werewolf. Most werewolves bore scars from fighting each other or battling other types. He was probably too strong for any of his enemies to have a chance in a fight. His barrel chest, massive arms, and strong legs spoke of intense power, as intense as the stench coming from him. Didn't he know how bad he smelled? It could have been the filthy, ragged clothing or the matted hair all along his chest, arms, and head. I willed myself to put that aside and focus on getting the jump on him. He had never been up against me, and what he possessed in strength, he lacked in speed. I cast a glance to where the other pair attempted to tie Jonah to the wooden post. I nodded just enough for him to notice, and he moved his head just the fraction of an inch to show he understood. We didn't know each other, yet we'd have to rely on each other to get out of here. I took a deep breath, letting it out in a long, slow stream. All of my senses were focused. It was all about the fight now. It happened faster after that. While the lead werewolf was busy watching his two partners clumsily tying Jonah to the post, I reached into the sheath I'd sewn to the inside of my boots, withdrew two blades and slid one across his thick, hairy chest. He shrieked as though I'd burned him, because I had. The silver. I heard skin sizzle, smelled burning hair. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the struggle between Jonah and his two captors while I moved my other arm in a quick right-left motion. My blade hissed through the air, coming close to his throat. He threw up an arm to block me, and again he let out a cry of pain as I sliced through the skin, hair, and muscle of his forearm. I leapt out of the way before a drop of its blood could hit me. It might only have been filthy werewolf blood, but it was blood, and I only had so much power against its pull on me. From Jonah's corner of the room, I heard bone crunch, followed quickly by a groan of pain. "Come on," I bellowed, not caring whether I'd kill the werewolves or not. It was better for Jonah not to know who I was anyway. He was still my target. If he saw how skilled I was with a blade, I'd be done for. I slid the knives into their sheaths as I ran for the door, Jonah on my heels. We burst outside, up the steps, then through the maze of alleys leading back to the busy streets of Midtown. Only when we reached the bank did I take the time to rest for a moment, leaning against a brick wall. Jonah joined me, his back to the cool bricks, his face tilted upward toward the sky. I couldn't help admiring him in the moonlight. He was just that beautiful.
Oh, thanks.
He was only slightly winded. He was grateful to me, though I wasn't sure why. I was the one who got us into trouble by not paying attention to who was tracking me. I could see gratitude and admiration on his face as he looked down at me.
Thanks for the diversion, he said again. Who are you?
It doesn't matter. I got us out of there, didn't I?
Yes, and you got me into a lot of trouble. I'd like to know who you are. The least you can do is tell me who I went to all the trouble for.
I could have killed him right then and there, just like I was originally going to. A quick dip into my boot, a swift thrust, the smell of his flesh burning, his breathing stopping. Damn me. I couldn't. It wouldn't have been hard. He trusted me. We had bonded in a way. We'd been through something together. His defenses were totally down. I wouldn't have to answer any pressing questions. So, why couldn't I do it? Why? I looked into his eyes. There was trust there, and something else, something that stirred me inside, a part of me I didn't know existed. I'd never felt this way, ever. Then another pair of eyes flashed before me. Sarah's. The way she'd pleaded with me. The torture she'd gone through. The way she'd screamed, then whimpered when she no longer had the strength to scream. She'd be deprived of blood if I didn't fulfill my job for Marcus. He might even move her and never tell me where. I'd spend the rest of my sister's sentence not knowing where she was, never being able to see her. What special hell would that be? Still, even when faced with my sister's torment,
I couldn't bring myself to take my blade from my boot. He might not even know I had it. He'd been busy fighting off his own werewolves when I'd slashed mine. It would be so easy. So easy. It's better that you don't know, I whispered, cursing myself. What a time to feel conflicted. But I want to know. I know what but it was a random accident. We were both in the wrong place at the wrong time. Let's just leave it at that. Then, without another word, I turned and fled. He could have followed if he wanted to. I had seen him in action, and he was just as fast as me. It wouldn't be like outrunning a sluggish human. Only he didn't follow. His scent faded the farther away I ran. That was good. It was good he wasn't anywhere around me, since when he was, I couldn't decide if I should kiss him or kill him. Chapter 5. Anissa. I spent 2 days after that near miss avoiding Marcus like it was a full-time job or a calling. I did anything I could to steer clear of his wing of the mansion. It wasn't difficult, really, and it wasn't like he ever deigned to come to my side, the common side. That didn't stop me from wondering when he'd send someone for me. How was your weekend? Poor Ray's, clueless as always. He was waiting for me outside my room on Monday morning to walk me to class. One of the few things in my life I could count on. Pretty boring stuff. Yeah, stalking a target, getting close to killing him, then being kidnapped by a trio of werewolves. Escaping by the skin of my teeth, stalking my target ever since. I hadn't been able to keep from following Jonah around on Sunday night. Maybe because I knew I needed to kill him. Just because I'd failed the first time didn't mean I could give up. Marcus wouldn't accept that. I had lost track of the number of times I'd kicked myself since Saturday night. He'd been right there, for the taking, and I'd let him slip through my fingers. What a fool. It would be even harder to catch him after Saturday, too. He'd been on his guard for a few days, remembering how it had felt to be overpowered by werewolves. I looked for you yesterday, but you weren't in your room. I winced. I had something to take care of. Sometimes I wished he wasn't such a close friend. There was a reason I stuck to my own company for the most part. Right, he sighed. I hope you're being careful, is all. You have no idea. I know what I'm doing, believe me. Sometimes. I don't think you do. His voice was terse, his expression serious. You don't know much about it. I was getting irritated. I had my limits, too, even with best friends. And my nerves were frazzled as the clock was ticking, and I was very much behind on my task for Marcus. Because you won't tell me. Now, he sounded peevish. Maybe there's a reason for that, Raze. And before you get mad at me, think about it. Maybe I'm trying to keep you safe. Safe? He shook his head. You're trying to keep me in the dark. That way nobody can question you, and if they do, you won't have to lie. We were talking about two completely different things, except he didn't know it. He still thought my solitary crime was illicit romance. If only it were that simple. I should be the one protecting you, not the other way around. He crossed his arms over his chest, his brow furrowed. Something in his words struck a chord in me, a chord of guilt. Raze, I know you want to keep me safe. That means a lot to me, but there are certain things I have to do on my own. One day you'll understand. What a joke. He left it there. As much as I wanted to make him understand, I knew there was no way. I had to sit through an astronomy class that morning, feeling the waves of cold disappointment pouring off him. I could almost feel his hurt. I wished I could make it better. Sometimes I just wanted to tell the truth. I wanted somebody to know. Secrets were too heavy to carry alone. Turning my head to the side, I spotted Izzy. She was just as happy as could be, seated in the center of her new clique. In her tight black overalls, Thin white t-shirt and black ankle boots, she was the picture of sophistication. So what if the overall trend had just come back around from over 20 years ago? And so what if she'd been born around the time of the Gibson girls' rise to fame? Funny how time affected us. We were still, at heart, in some ways, as young as we'd been when we'd been turned. She tossed her mane of curly black hair over one shoulder and grinned at me from across the room. Her violet eyes sparkled. I could tell how happy she was, how elated she was to finally feel accepted and popular. I couldn't help but feel glad for her. That gladness didn't last long when I caught Will's eye. He was like a carbon copy of his father, right down to the eyes that bored holes into me. Had Marcus told him about my side jobs? No, impossible. So why did he look at me with such familiarity? It sent a chill throughout my already cold body. I turned back to the front of the room, zipping my sweatshirt and pulling up the hood. I didn't want him to study at me anymore. That night was another stalking night. I would have to move from stalking to assassinating, and fast. The meeting of the League was to take place on Friday, which meant I had 4 nights left in which to fulfill my task. The clock was ticking. There was another aspect of my hunt that reminded me to hurry up and get it over with. I could feel somebody or something watching me as I slid in and out of crowds on the busy streets. No matter what I did, I couldn't shake the weight of eyes on me. Watching, waiting. The same werewolves as before? Maybe. If so, they would be out for blood this time, especially the leader, who I should have killed but was in too big of a hurry to waste time on. And I hadn't wanted Jonah to see me do it either. The less time I spent in the city, exposed, the better. It seemed the Bourkes were a clan who liked routine. Every night, it was the same thing. Go to a restaurant to feed, usually the bank. Then go from one club to another and party for hours. The girl, Jonah's sister, seemed like the one leading them from place to place. I could tell one of the brothers, the one who wasn't Jonah's twin, liked the ladies, and they liked him. I could see why, since he was almost as handsome as Jonah, just not quite. There was nobody like Jonah, not even his twin. What was it about Jonah? He had a certain something I couldn't put my finger on. Something about him reminded me of Marcus in a way. Strength, power, control, but something else too. Magnetism. Marcus didn't have that. He had to force people to do his bidding. I doubted Jonah would ever have to try so hard. They'd been in the 3rd club for a long time. Fang was the name of that one. Another clever name. I waited across the street for them to leave. I wished just once to catch him alone. I needed him outside the protection of his siblings. If he hadn't already seen me, if he wouldn't have given me away, I might have disguised myself as another girl and gone inside. Except he knew me, at least by sight. He might try to introduce me or tell one of his siblings or friends he recognized me. I wasn't much of a club girl anyway. I imagined dancing with Jonah, our bodies moving together. Why did he have to be so hot? It only complicated things when I fantasized about what it would be like to get close to him on the dance floor. I was so deep in my fantasy I didn't hear a footstep behind me until it was too late to react. A hood slid over my head and I saw no more. A blow to the back of my skull dazed me. I closed my eyes and slid into semi-consciousness. Crap. What had I stumbled into this time? When I came to, I was sitting in a chair. I could feel the hard wood under my butt and behind my back where my hands were tied. I wriggled just enough to be clear how tightly I was bound. Pretty darned tight. This hadn't been done by human hands. The werewolves again? I sniffed the air. No. Even under a hood, I was sure I would have been able to smell them. That terrible, pungent smell that seemed to sear the hairs inside my nose. It wasn't werewolves. Who then? She's awake. I sat bolt upright. Yes, I was awake, and I wasn't alone. I focused my hearing, determined to find out as much as I could about where I was. Dripping water. Not a lot, but enough for me to notice. The scurrying of rats. Oh, goody. I didn't hear any noise coming from outside, so they'd taken me far away from the heart of the city. How far? Where was I in relation to my home? The shuffling of feet. How many of them were there? One of them got up close to me and bellowed in my face. "Why did you kidnap Jonah Bourke?" I recoiled, but couldn't move far since I was so tightly tied up. Kidnap? I didn't kidnap him. That made no sense, unless they were talking about when we were both kidnapped. I hadn't had anything to do with that. But the less I said, the better. "Why were you stalking him, then? What business do you have with him?" I wouldn't tell them that either. My head moved back and forth, trailing the voices as they moved around me. There were 2, maybe 3, all of them full of hate and spite. I could feel it coming at me in waves. They wanted to kill me. They wanted to even more when I didn't answer. I wouldn't give them what they wanted. No way. I bit my tongue to keep myself quiet. "Forget it." A female. I tuned my ears to her. "She thinks she's strong. We'll see about that." "What do you want to do with her?" Then a noise. I felt them jump. I jumped too. It was the slamming of a door. "What do you guys think you're doing?" I knew that voice. I'd heard it in my head for days. Everything came together in a single split second as soon as I heard him. Then, footsteps. The hood disappeared, pulled roughly from my head. I blinked a few times to adjust my eyes, though the room was nearly as dark as it had been under the hood. I looked into the eyes of Jonah Bourke. Chapter 6. Jonah. Her? The silver, white-haired girl? She was the last creature I'd expected to see under that hood. How had they found her? I didn't even know who she was or where she lived, but they'd found her. Why? She glared at me, defiant. "What is this? Why did you do this to her?" I glanced from one of them to another. They wore identical expressions of guilt. "How did you find us?" Philippa asked. "I followed you. What do you think? And where did you come up with the idea of using this place?" I studied the abandoned mansion. It had been beautiful once, very beautiful. 20 years of emptiness had ruined it, though. I looked from my sister to my brothers. "No, don't even answer that question. Let's back up. Why did you do this to her?" I glanced down to where she sat tied to a chair. I still didn't know her name or anything else about her. I simply knew I'd been wanting to see her again ever since Saturday night. I hadn't been able to forget her, and not just because of what we'd been through. She seemed just as confused as I felt. I let my gaze roam over her, up and down, to see if they'd hurt her. She had a bump on the back of her head, under her nearly white hair. "Did they hurt you?" "Why are you asking her this? Why do you even care?" Philippa crossed her arms, glaring at me. "Why do you care so much? You don't even know who she is." I was defiant and defensive, and for some reason, I wanted to come to her defense. That part was a mystery to me. "Neither do you, brother." Scott took me by the arm, and the 3 of them walked to the other side of the room with me in the middle. It had been the ballroom at one time, the 3rd floor of the house. One large room with floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides. Only, today, those windows had been boarded up, the glory days of this grandiose building long gone. "She's been following you for days," Scott hissed, once we were away from her. I tilted my head, furrowed my brow. "She has?" Gage nodded, glancing her way. "Since before the werewolves got you, and since then, too." "I noticed her on Friday night," Philippa admitted. "I didn't think anything of it, but when you disappeared on Saturday, I was sure she had something to do with it." "But she saved me that night. I was the one who should have stayed away from her, not the other way around, and they would have killed me if she hadn't gotten us out of it." "Did you ever think she planned the whole thing?" Gage asked, his tone dubious, like maybe he questioned my judgment. There had to be a reason she was tracking you, and why she's still following you around. Philippa sneered as she looked at the girl in the chair. A girl whose name I still didn't know, who I couldn't shake from my memory. So I'll ask her, I shrugged. That seemed easy enough. Though I knew already from our last conversation she wasn't the very forthcoming type. Maybe the fact that she was tied up would sway her into talking. She wouldn't tell us. Why would she tell you? Gage looked less than impressed with my idea. You think she likes you or something? Scott asked. No, I think she knows me a little better than you guys, is all. That sounded as good as anything else I could think of saying. Bull. She doesn't know you at all, and you don't know her. Stop acting like you're in control of everything. You don't have control over this. I couldn't help the way my jaw clenched when I heard Gage's tone. Our old argument. Rather than answering him, I stalked back to where the white-haired girl sat. She rose with nonchalant disdain, but she glanced at me with concern in her eyes. I'm not going to hurt you, I said. I swear, it's okay. Really? She looked around me to where my brothers and sisters stood. What about them? They won't hurt you if I tell them not to. She clearly didn't know who I was. Good to know. Her words were clipped, as if she wasn't going to give me credit for keeping her safe from my siblings. I liked her attitude. She wasn't about to show how scared she was, even though I could smell it on her like the perfume humans always wore. Fear. It hung all over her, but it didn't seem to be fear of me, or even of my siblings. So, what was it that gave her concern? Why did you follow me? I asked. She didn't say anything. You can tell me. I want to know, and so do they. I think it'll go easier for you if you tell me, you know? Easier than what? Are they going to kill me? She'd practically scoffed her answer. They might. I want you to know how serious this is. They might kill you for trailing me the way you did. They might try, she snickered. What's that mean? It means they can try if they want to. She stared at me with those beautiful eyes of hers. You think I don't know who you are, but I do. I know who they are, too, but you don't know me or what I'm capable of. I've seen what you're capable of, I said, remembering the way she had easily taken care of that oversized werewolf. She wasn't kidding around. If she could take one of them, what could she do to one of us? I still wasn't sure exactly what she'd done either. One minute, the leader had been right next to her, towering over her, and the next, he'd been in a heap on the floor. I'd had my own issues to take care of, like the two other werewolves, so I hadn't been able to watch. So you ought to tell them to let me go, she muttered. I grinned. It's not that easy. I crouched in front of her, hoping none of them could hear me, but knowing they could. It was almost impossible to have a secret around them, since we could all hear each other so well. Why did you run away from me the way you did? That's none of your business. She turned her eyes away from me. I only wanted to thank you for what you did. There's nothing to thank me for. Jonah, what are you doing over there? Philippa sounded annoyed, putting it mildly. I ignored her. Just tell them what they want to know. Tell me what I want to know. And it doesn't have to be like this. There's nothing to tell. Why are you lying to me? I couldn't understand it. Stupid me, thinking we'd had a connection or something, like coming close to death, both of us together, had bonded us somehow. I was a little old to be such a romantic. Scratch that. A lot old. Jonah, come on. Scott was by my side in the blink of an eye, pulling me away. She's not going to play nice, so we're going to have to get rough with her. What's that mean? She asked. You'll find out. He pulled me away from her. Philippa and Gage pulled gloves over their hands. I cringed at what I suspected. What are you doing? I asked. I had no choice but to watch as Scott untied the girl's hands, then Gage and Philippa slapped silver cuffs around her wrists. They were bolted to the wall, attached to long silver chains. Silver. No wonder they wore gloves. Except she didn't wince when the metal touched her wrists. She should have, but she didn't. She also didn't say a word, and I didn't smell any burning of flesh. Once they were satisfied she was secure, Philippa and Gage stepped back.
I think a few days with nothing to eat will change her mind,
Philippa muttered, pulling the gloves off her slim white hands.
She'll start talking when she's hungry enough.
Our captive's eyes went wide. I saw fear in them, even more obvious than before. But she still stayed quiet. I had to admire her strength. And I still couldn't understand why the silver didn't hurt her. My brothers and sister didn't seem to notice. They were too busy snarling at the girl chained to the wall. "Come on," Gage said, pulling me by the arm. "Let's go. She'll have plenty of time to think it over." I peeked back at her one more time before leaving. How long would they make her wait? How long would it take for her to break?
Chapter 7. Anissa. I wondered how long they planned to leave me sitting there. Not that it mattered. They couldn't hurt me with silver, and I didn't plan on being there long enough to starve. I wouldn't go through what my sister had suffered, or rather, what she had suffered before I'd gone to Marcus on her behalf. I had warned Sarah not to take chances. Yes, we needed money, but I was the older sister. I was supposed to provide for us after our mother and father died in the fire set by the Bourkes. Yet, she was the one who'd come up with the idea of selling her blood, though we both knew it was a violation of Canon 6. No member of a vampire clan under the jurisdiction of the League of Vampires was permitted to sell their blood for profit, the way other vampires and even humans did. There was a big market for vampire blood. I still remembered when Sarah was first born as a human. I'd been human back then, too, the way we were all originally born. My father had died years before in the Great War, and Mother had remarried. We'd been happy for many years, until the fire. Sarah had been my responsibility. Look where that had gotten her. I couldn't protect her. I couldn't keep her safe. And Marcus had found out what she'd done, just like I'd known he would. It was one thing to go against his laws, but to defy the League was something much worse. He'd sentenced her to a decade in captivity, chained in a dungeon far beneath the mansion, without blood. I flinched at the very idea of it, cringing. Another one of the humans' myths about us. Without food, a human died in time. A lack of blood didn't kill a vampire, however. It would have been easier if that were the case. No, lack of blood turned a vampire into a screaming, pleading, withered shell. It was hell, a hell which, for Sarah, would last 10 years. For 3 months, I'd visited her every day, and every day she'd fallen apart just a little more. She'd tried hard to keep herself together for my sake. She'd even tried to be defiant, since she'd known Marcus would love nothing more than to see her break down. That didn't last long. She had suffered, oh, so much, chained to a wall behind bars, out of reach of anybody who might let her feed. She'd grown thin to the point where I could see the bones through her skin. She'd whimpered, then she'd wailed. She hadn't even been able to hold back for my sake. She had screamed and shrieked and begged me for blood, any blood, just a drop. I hadn't been able to see her after that. It was torment, watching her waste away, and knowing it would last 10 years, that was too much. I couldn't take it anymore. I was sure I could hear her screaming even through the many floors between her cage and my room. She'd haunted me every minute of the day. Eventually, I hadn't had a choice. I'd gone to Marcus and thrown myself at his feet, begging for his mercy. I would have done anything, absolutely anything, to end my sister's suffering. A noise. Even in the depths of my thoughts, I heard a noise. I turned my head to follow it, to isolate what had made the sound.
Just a rat. The room was dark, pitch black, but I didn't need light to see. Just like the rats didn't need light. I'd been alone for long enough to escape without fear of the Bourkes coming back. They had been gone for at least an hour, and I hadn't heard a sound from the rest of the house except for that of the rodents. The cuffs were almost too loose. I guessed Jonah's brother and sister had been in too much of a hurry to get away from the silver to make sure I was fully secure. That, plus the fact they assumed silver touching my bare skin would be enough to weaken me, had left me in the perfect position to escape. I felt certain I could get out of there. Another noise. A louder one. Not a rodent. He was trying to be careful. He was trying to sneak up on me. He should have known better. A human might make that mistake, but he should have known I'd be able to hear him no matter how quiet he was. I could tell who it was from the cadence of his walk. How odd that I'd already picked that up about him. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice reverberating in the ghostly quiet room. The movement stopped, then started again. Not as quiet this time. Why bother if I knew he was there? He reached my floor. I heard him approaching and tensed without meaning to. I didn't know what he wanted. I didn't know how he would deal with me after knowing I'd stalked him. "Why doesn't the silver hurt you?" Not the first question I'd expected him to ask. I considered staying quiet, but didn't see the point. "I don't know," I admitted. "It just doesn't. It never has." "Not ever?" He took a step closer, his sapphire eyes glowing, the golden ring around them iridescent. "No, not ever." "Who was your father?" He reached my side, standing not 3 feet from me. "And your mother?" I stayed perfectly still. "What does it matter?" "It might have something to do with your abilities." "Abilities?" I snorted. "I'm an anomaly is all. Silver doesn't hurt me." "So what? I didn't know my father. He was probably killed by one of your clan." The memory of who Jonah was and who I was reminded me of the war between our clans and the reason why I hated him and all those like him. So what if he was gorgeous? He was a Bourke. He pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his long legs. We were face to face. "What's your name? You said you know who I am, but I don't even know your name." It didn't make a difference, really, so I told him. "Anissa." "All right, Anissa, we're getting somewhere." His eyes gleamed in the darkness. I couldn't let him get to me. I couldn't let his charm get through my armor. My weak armor, growing weaker all the time. "Anissa, why are you following me?" The way he said my name was like a caress. It was like someone holding me in an embrace. I shook my head vehemently. This was one thing I couldn't say. "I can't tell you that." "You owe me." I let out a soft laugh. "I owe you nothing." "You owe me for saving you from those werewolves." "The last time I checked, I saved you." "They would have taken you wherever they were planning to take you if I hadn't come to your rescue in that alley." "They would have killed you if I hadn't saved you. We're even." "No, we're not. You don't know that they would have killed me, but I know for sure they had you outmatched in that alley. You'd be somewhere else right now, somewhere far away and in a lot of trouble if I hadn't rescued you." "In a lot of trouble?" I asked. "The way I am right now?" He finally chuckled, seeing my point. All right, but I didn't have to rescue you in the first place. I think we can agree on that. So, you owe me at least a single answer. Why are you following me around? Just tell me that much, please." I wanted to tell him. That was the crazy part. I liked him. Not just because of the way he looked, but because he had a way of making me feel at ease. He was smart, sharp, interesting. What a change from the way I felt around Marcus. 2 clan leaders with drastically different personalities. The fact was, as long as he was there, I couldn't get away. I had to tell him something, anything that would satisfy him. Otherwise, he could stay there and watch me starve until I broke down and told him the entire story. Just stay away from the League meeting this week. That's all I can tell you. For both our sakes, stay away. He shook his head. No, can't do that. I crumbled inside. He was pushing my hand, upping the stakes, and making things very difficult. Please, you don't know how much is riding on this. You clearly don't know either, if you think my staying away is even a remote possibility. His eyes narrowed, and he sighed deeply once he put it all together. You're supposed to kill me, aren't you, to keep me away from the meeting. That's what this is all about. He sat back, studying me. The wheels in his head were turning. That was evident. I wouldn't confirm it, but I wouldn't deny it either. That was all the answer he needed. I saw the knowing look on his face. Did whoever it was who told you to kill me tell you why? Why they want me to stay away from there? I shrugged. Does it matter? Of course it does. Well, it doesn't work that way. I think it probably does. If you're a member of the Carver clan, and I guess you are, since you accused my clan of killing your father, then you know why I need to be at that meeting. I have a duty to my clan. I'm the leader. They rely on me to take care of them. Don't you see that? That's not my problem. I have much bigger problems, Jonah. You don't understand. So make me understand. Why be so secretive? There's no reason for it. He leaned closer, his eyes burning in the darkness. I have you chained up in an abandoned house, far away from your clan's home. I'm the one with the upper hand. Remember that. Just tell me what I need to know. I saw the truth in his words, and I heard the steely firmness of his tone. I could see why his clan respected him the way they did. There's a lot at stake for me, too. This isn't just about you. What is it? What's at stake for you? Maybe I can help. I laughed mirthlessly. I wasn't born yesterday. You'll say anything you have to, as long as I'll tell you what you want to know. That's not true. Try me. I thought on this for a long time. He remained unmoving, watching, waiting. I had nothing to lose anymore. I'd been wishing I could tell somebody anyway. I told him about Sarah, about the way Marcus chained her up without blood because she'd done what little she could to support us. Nobody helped us. Nobody cared what happened to us. Sarah was only trying to do what she could, but she was never good at lying. Is she still chained? Yes, I agreed to become Marcus's slayer. The word tasted bad when I said it out loud. If he would provide blood to her, he wouldn't set her free, but at least she's not starving like some animal. How many have you killed for him? There was no judgment in his eyes. I don't know anymore. That's the truth. I don't exactly keep count, you know. That makes sense. I wouldn't want to either. I couldn't tell how he felt about what I'd told him. He had a way of keeping his thoughts close. I was normally able to see right through whatever facade a person tried to put up in front of me, but he was a challenge. How would I feel if somebody told me I'd come close to dying? How would I react? It's not my choice, I insisted. If I didn't feel like I had to do it, I wouldn't do it, believe me. I do believe you. And that's the crazy part about all of this. I believe every word you've said. His honesty stunned me. Then he fell silent for what seemed like a long time. His silence disturbed me. What do you plan to do? Plan? His laugh was harsh. I'm supposed to have a plan right now. I hate to disappoint you. All right, sorry. I noticed the way his eyes kept lingering on my wrists. Can you get out of those? I slid my wrists around in them, my unmarked wrists. Sure, they're not tight. So it would be possible for you to escape, even without me being here. I guess so. That was my plan anyway, before you came along. He smiled. Fine. Then you'll escape, and I'll go with you. and we'll set your sister free. Chapter 8. Jonah. Have I lost my mind? Suddenly, I'm volunteering to help the Slayer sent to kill me? Yeah, I've surely lost my mind. And yet, I couldn't take my eyes off her. What? Anissa gasped, stunned. That's impossible. Nothing's impossible. This is. You don't know Marcus. You don't know the mansion. You don't know how difficult it will be. She's far underground. I nodded, expecting that. I wouldn't leave a prisoner somewhere they could easily escape. I could understand why he'd locked her up, too. She'd broken the law, a canon set by the League. We had to follow those canons or else risk breaking our pact with the humans, not to mention risking infighting among ourselves. Nobody wanted to go through war again. We all remembered the last one too clearly. Don't assume I don't know anything about your mansion, I said. I've been there before, many times. She did a double take. Many times? How did you manage that? I could tell she didn't believe me. She had no reason to. There's an unused tunnel leading to our room on the mansion's lower level, I explained. We used it during the war to get intel on your clan. You what? It's less than what some of your clan's members did to us. Don't act so shocked. The tunnel ends at a hidden doorway on the grounds of the estate. I know where the doorway is located. Oh, what if the tunnel is filled in? She asked. It's been decades since the war ended. I'll have to take that chance. I doubt Marcus would have gone through the trouble of filling it, and if he had, you would have heard about it, wouldn't you? I didn't want to tell her I'd been there since the war. Sometimes I like to live on the edge, see if I could get away with slipping into the mansion. You'd be surprised how secretive Marcus can be. You're right, I admitted. He was a slimy, double-dealing monster. He used Anissa as a slayer because she wanted to protect her sister. He was capable of terrible things. I couldn't underestimate him anymore. I scratched my jaw, thinking. Still, I think it's worth a chance. I can sneak in through the tunnel and find my way to the dungeon. How do you plan on doing that? Do you have a map? Disbelief still colored her voice. No, I gave a shrug. Then I'm coming with you. I'm doing this with you. Her tone was resolute. No. Yes. There's no other choice. Either I escape and kill you, or you let me come with you to rescue my sister. Once you fill your end of the bargain, we're even. I'll leave you alone. Kind of you, I sneered. You saw what I did to that werewolf, she replied, her voice cold. What do you think I could do to you if I set my mind to it? She had a point. I was sure she'd honed her skills since she'd become Marcus's personal slayer. Fine, we'll go together. I watched as she thought it over, chewing her bottom lip. Finally, she spoke. If we do this, and that's a big if, I won't be able to go back to my clan ever again. You just said they don't take care of you, I reminded her. They let you and your sister fend for yourselves for years until Sarah did the unthinkable. Is it such a bad thing to be outcast from them? Easy for you to say. You wouldn't be the one who was outcast. You have a clan. You have support, protection. We would be less than nothing. Your sister is less than nothing right now, and so are you as long as you're doing Marcus's dirty work. Are you willing to be his slave for the next 7 years until he releases your sister? I could see the wheels turning in her head. 7 years. Nothing for creatures like us, for whom time didn't mean very much. But if she'd already killed so many, she couldn't keep track. How many more would she kill in almost 3 times that long? I hate him, she whispered. I'm sure you do. You won't have to be his anymore. I've seen the way you handle yourself. You're tough. You can make it. I wish I had your faith, she muttered. Isn't it worth it, knowing your sister will be free? She looked me in the eye. Yes, it's worth it. One question for you before we do this, 2, actually. We crouched beside the old wooden door just barely concealed by overgrowth. It had originally been dug out during the Revolution, back when the mansion was used as a hospital for wounded soldiers. The makeshift administrators had made connections with smugglers who sneaked in precious medical supplies. I had heard rumors of its use during Prohibition, too, when illegal liquor would be transported through the tunnel to the main house. Not long after, I'd wager, the entrance had fallen into disrepair. "Do you think this is the best time for questions?" Anissa's eyes flashed in the moonlight. I nodded. "I need to know before we go through with this." She exhaled, probably in exasperation. "What is it?" "First, why doesn't silver hurt you? Have you always been able to handle it?" "I told you, I don't know. And yes, I've always been this way." She shrugged. "It's not something I talk about. I'm already different enough." She touched her hair, self-consciously. That was hardly the only different thing about her. There was so much, but I decided not to go any further with that train of thought. "Why were the werewolves following you? Did you do something to them?" Her eyes narrowed. I scowled at her. She scowled back, but I could tell she wasn't upset. And then she shook her head. "I don't know why. That's the truth. The one and only time I ever killed a werewolf for Marcus was years ago. My first kill. I doubt they would have waited more than 2 years to get revenge." Good point. Anyway, werewolves don't normally avenge each other like that. They didn't move in tight clans the way vampires did. They tended to drift around on their own, or in small packs like the one we'd encountered over the weekend. There had to be some reason why they'd attacked her, though, and it wasn't to protect me. And I believed her when she said she didn't know why. I had so many questions, but some of them were more of a private nature and personal, and because I wanted to know. But this wasn't the time. Would there ever be a time? I shrugged my questions away. "All right, let's go in. Are you ready?" She nodded. I opened the door, the creaking hinges making me wince. We were far enough from the main part of the house that nobody could hear us, I hoped. The tunnel was pitch black, of course, though that didn't matter to us. I led the way, glad it was virtually a straight line. Otherwise, the carts the smugglers had used decades earlier wouldn't have made it through. It was roughly a mile from the door to the short flight of stairs leading to an unused kitchen of the mansion. There was no use for a kitchen anymore, not since the Carver clan had taken over the property. They didn't need food any more than I did. "I can't believe I've lived here all this time and had no idea this tunnel existed," Anissa said when we got to the far end. "And I'll never get to use it again." "Never say never," I whispered, even though she was right. There was no way she could step foot on the property again after what she was about to do. I led the way through the door to the pantry, which led to the kitchen. An empty, dark, cavernous kitchen, which had originally catered to dozens or even hundreds of house guests at a time. The equipment inside was from the time in which it had last been used, old stone hearths and cast iron kettles, in other words. The Carver clan had taken possession just after the Civil War. "Just beyond here is a stairwell, which leads farther down into the lower levels," I said. "Can you find the dungeon from here?" "I can find my sister," she replied, her voice low. "I could find her anywhere." I let her lead the way then, and she took off like a streak of light, only she was pure darkness, traveling swiftly. It was almost an effort to keep up with her. I admired her bravery and determination. I admired her strength, too. She did what she had to in order to save her sister. I would have done the same thing if it had been Philippa in that cage. Down 4 floors and through miles of hallways, we finally reached the dungeons. I could smell fear and agony. Desperation, too. It made me wrinkle my nose and want to leave, but I didn't have that luxury. Anissa glanced at me from where she stood, pressed against a wall. 2 doors down, she mouthed. I nodded. Then, almost as an afterthought, she dipped low, reached into her boot, and pulled out a long, thin silver blade. She did it so swiftly, I'd have almost missed it if I hadn't been watching her. Even though I knew the metal had no effect on her, it still surprised me to see how easily she handled it, almost carelessly. She nodded back, firmly, her jaw set. Then she dashed to the door as quickly and quietly as the wind. It was almost a pleasure to watch her move. No wonder Marcus had used her. She was made for this. She turned the knob, then pulled the door slowly, silently, just far enough for the two of us to slip through. It was bright inside, very bright, and it almost hurt my eyes. I wondered if that was part of Sarah's punishment, to always have that bright light around her. Never a rest for her vampire eyes, as sensitive as any vampire's. In the center of the far wall was a cage, and a girl chained to the wall. Marcus had been clever. There was no way to reach her from any side, no way to slip her the blood she needed. The guard would have used a small door along the side of the cage to get in and out. Why she still needed to be caged was beyond me. She was allowed to feed. Thus, keeping her away from all physical contact made no sense. Another punishment. "Nah, you're not allowed down here at this time of night." We both spun in reaction to the angry, booming voice of a black-clad guard. I froze in place, while Anissa sprang into action with her blade. In the blink of an eye, the guard was nothing more than a heap on the floor, a gaping hole in his chest where she'd pierced his heart with silver. "Come on," she breathed, running for the cage. Sarah stared at us, seeming dazed, as though she thought she was dreaming, like any of us could dream. "What are you doing?" she whispered. She was smaller than Anissa, which seemed impossible since Anissa was hardly bigger than a waif. Her brown hair was long, unkempt, tangled after years of neglect. Still, she was beautiful and very scared. "We're here to get you out," I said, using the keys I took from the guard's body to unlock first the door, then her cuffs. They weren't made of silver, which was a relief, though Anissa could have easily handled them. I wondered if Sarah had the same immunity to silver as her sister, but there was no time to ask. The three of us took off down the hall, with Sarah lagging behind a little. Anissa threw her sister's arm around her shoulders and pulled her along. Years of not moving, of feeding just enough to keep her from starving, had left her weak. Anissa had killed the guard. Marcus was sure to know who'd done it. No, she could never come back. I realized as we ran how much the thought bothered me, and I wondered why. Chapter 9. Anissa. I could hardly believe it. We were running through the halls, then through the unused kitchen and the tunnel beyond, and I still couldn't fathom that Sarah was finally free again. Not just free, but free thanks to Jonah. If it weren't for that tunnel, how did I not know about it? There would be no way to get out without Marcus knowing. He knew so many things. He probably already knew about Sarah. No, I couldn't wrap my mind around that. I had to keep running to make us safe. Sarah did her best to keep up with me as we ran, though she was understandably weak. I couldn't bear the thought of what she'd suffered through, even with the blood Marcus had provided her. She almost tripped and seemed ready to stop, to catch her breath. "Just a little more," I said, urging her on. "Come on, we have to keep going." "I'm so tired," she gasped, but she struggled along with me. Jonah was just in front of us, leading the way through the narrow tunnel. I saw the scant moonlight through the door which we'd left open. It was getting closer and closer, giving me hope we'd make it out in time. I dared hope. "Hurry," Jonah barked, and I heard in his tone the powerful clan leader he must have been. I owed it all to him. The thought I wouldn't see him again after this was the last thing I needed to consider, but I couldn't help myself. I wouldn't see him again. It was already near dawn when we reached the tunnel entrance. The threads of rose and indigo wove through the sky, heralding the sun's approach and the day's advent. Sarah took a deep breath of the fresh air. "It's been so long." She nearly wept, trembling from head to toe. I wrapped my arms around her. "Too long," I whispered. I hadn't hugged her in so long. 3 years. Strange how creatures to whom time didn't matter could still suffer its effects. I had missed her every day. Jonah closed the door.
You'd better go.
No, I sighed, looking around. We were alone. The sun was nearly touching the horizon, and a chilly mist hung over the ground. It would be a matter of time before Marcus came hunting for us. And then it hit me. We can never go back.
I thought you knew that already,
Jonah pointed out. Sarah glanced at me with wide eyes. Of course I knew that, I said. It just didn't seem real until now. What would we do? No clan, no protection, nothing. It wasn't unheard of for vampires to go rogue. Some did for one reason or another, breaking clan rules, exile after violating league canon. It wasn't exactly a status that vampires aspired to. In fact, rogue vampires were reviled, pitied, hated, and we would be those vampires. He looked me up and down. I couldn't quite read the expression on his face. Regret?
Nor even now,
he said.
You spared my life. I helped you save hers.
I wanted to tell him we weren't even, not at all. I could have taken him then if I'd wanted to. Sarah couldn't stop me, and I didn't think she'd want to in her fragile state. So why couldn't I? I didn't owe him anything, not really. Then again, there would be no point in killing him since I had already killed that guard. It was all too confusing. Come, I said, pulling Sarah to a standing position. She had sunk to the grass the moment I let go of her, just another display of her fatigue. I didn't want to be the one to tell her, but our flight had just started. She wouldn't be able to rest for a long time, and I knew she'd be too weak to course. The way we vampires could travel long distances, though coursing left us unbelievably weak. Where are we going? Her eyes were wild as she looked around in panic. I'm not sure, I admitted, but wherever it is, we need to get there before full daybreak. We'll be missed by then, me especially, and you once the guard shift changes. She glowered at me. You don't have a plan for where we're going? The accusatory tone of her voice rankled me. I wish I had, I said slowly, making sure not to lose my patience. I hated to hear her sounding like she was accusing me, especially since I had put everything on the line to save her. And then again, she had already made a sacrifice for me. Had it not been for her, how would we have survived before she got caught? The fact is, there's nowhere for us to go now. You know that. But you came for me anyway? That was wonder in her tone and gratitude. So, she did see the importance in what had just happened. I shouldn't have doubted her. You're worth it, I said. And then I turned to Jonah. Something inside me clenched when I thought about him. I shouldn't have cared if I ever saw him again, or even about the outcome of the League's meeting, since I was about to start my existence living outside the laws of the ruling group. But I did. I cared very much about his gorgeous auburn hair and the way his eyes seemed to bore into me. I cared about his perfect face, the half-smile he gave me. I cared about the way he made me feel safe, which made no sense whatsoever. He was the one vampire who shouldn't have made me feel that way. He should have made me feel nothing but anger, resentment, rage. Thank you, I mumbled to him.
You're welcome. And don't think you're the only one who's going to suffer for this. You know I'm going to hear it from my brothers and sister for the next century.
I couldn't help giggling, remembering how serious they were when kidnapping me. Not the same, I finally decided, shaking my head. What a time for me to stand there, flirting with somebody, like there weren't much bigger issues at hand.
No, I guess you're right. I better go.
He inclined his head toward the city. Us, too, I concurred. But neither of us wanted to be first, I realized. Did that mean?
Goodbye, and good luck.
He gave me one last, long stare before turning away. Then he sped off, and in the blink of an eye, it was like he'd never been there. I couldn't move with that sort of speed, not right now, not with Sarah in the state she was in. I threw her arm over my shoulder again. Come on, I said, setting my jaw. The woods are our best bet right now. The woods? She asked, but followed my lead. We ran in the direction of the wooded area just beyond the mansion. If we can get there, it'll be easier to hide. We'll need to stay out of sight for a while, at least at first, you know. We need to put together a plan, something. We can at least figure out which way to go after we get to a hiding spot. Every minute we wasted put us 1 minute closer to Marcus finding us. My head swiveled one way then the other, glancing back and forth to be sure nobody was following. It seemed as though we were still alone. "I'm so tired," Sarah whispered. It wasn't a complaint. It was a fact. I knew she had to be wiped. "I know. We'll find a way to get you to feed, and you can rest." I just didn't know where. That was the problem. I didn't know where to take her. Why hadn't I waited and thought it out? Because had I waited, I would have run up against the league meeting, and it would be clear to Marcus I hadn't done his bidding. He might have punished my sister for that. He might have punished me, too. We were almost in the woods. Almost. I could feel Sarah trying to help me move her, trying to help me in some small way that would make it possible for us to escape quickly. She was trying, at least. I had to remember that. "I think there are a few old shacks deeper in," I said, thinking fast. "Do you remember how we used to explore sometimes, years ago?" It was easier to think about those days before our parents died and we were left alone. "Do you remember the old shacks? They were our castles, weren't they?" She laughed softly. "I remember." "We'll hide there for a little while. Nobody will find us." "You sure?" I wasn't sure about anything anymore, but I could fake it as well as the next person, vampire. We made it to the woods, and I could breathe a little easier when I knew we were at least under the cover of trees. We weren't running in the open any longer, where anybody could see us. I looked around again. Which way? I recalled as many memories as I could, glanced over my shoulder to see where we were in relation to the mansion to get a sense of our position. "Up by the stream," Sarah said, pointing. "This way." "Right." She seemed to revive somehow, like being out in the air helped her. At least, she ran on her own, a little slower than me, but she ran. That made it easier for me to find the rundown shack, which was, at one time, a caretaker's cottage. It had last been used around the mid-19th century. The mansion no longer needed the help of caretakers after the Carver clan took over. "There it is," I proclaimed with a triumph I had begun to doubt. There was no door, and the windows were long since broken out, but it was secluded. We could be alone there with a relative degree of safety. Sarah sat with her back to one of the wooden walls, closing her eyes with a sigh. "I can't believe you did that," she said, shaking her head. "What could possibly have made you do it?" "Why do you think?" I stared at her in disbelief. "Because I love you. You're my sister. I couldn't bear the thought of you being there a moment longer." "You risked much for me," she whispered. I turned away. "You have no idea," I murmured. She didn't need to know exactly why Marcus had started treating her better, allowing her to have blood. She must have known something had changed, and must have known it was because of me. What other reason could there be? He hadn't suddenly developed compassion. "We'll rest here," I said, speaking more to myself than to my sister. I needed to convince myself it was a good idea just as much as I needed to convince her. "We'll rest, and we'll think of something. I wish I knew how to get in touch with a few rogue vampires. We could use their help." "There's nobody to help us right now," Sarah whispered. She sounded weak. I hated hearing her sound this weak. "We have to believe there's a way," I insisted. "Otherwise, we'll never see it when it comes our direction. We have to be open to it." "Have you been reading self-help books?" I was glad to hear her feeling sassy, even if I wasn't in the mood for criticism. If she could sass me, she was feeling better. "You know what I mean," I said. "We have to have hope this will work out." "I'm sure it will." I just didn't know how. If I rested for a little while, I would come up with something. Just like I'd come up with a way to take care of my sister, I'd done what needed to be done. Sarah opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, a sound made her turn her head sharply to the left. She stared out the broken window with wide eyes. So did I. I'd heard it too. The snapping of a twig. We looked at each other, and without speaking, we knew we had to leave through the back door. She got up and was just about to take my hand when we heard a noise at the back door too. She started trembling, the now dirty and torn dress she wore shaking as she quivered. Her skin was even whiter than the thin cotton. I put my arms around her, hoping to bolster her with my strength. A large, hulking shape filled the doorway and cast a shadow over the two of us. I didn't have to look at the creature standing there to know who it was. The shadow told me enough. I'd just dealt with a creature of that size, hadn't I? So did the smell. Sure enough, when I turned to face him, the scar across his chest and arm told me what I needed to know. Werewolves healed faster than other creatures. The hair-thin slices I'd delivered had closed. "Hello, little white-haired vampire," he growled. "I've been hoping we would find each other again." Chapter 10. Jonah. Something felt wrong. I didn't like the idea of leaving her alone. She was exposed. Anything could happen to her. Without a clan, a vampire was nothing, even with the general acceptance of the human world on our side. There would be nothing for her. No protection, no guarantee of survival. At least while she lived under the protection of the Carver clan, she'd had a place to live, even if the vampires around her all but ignored her. And her sister was weak, too. It would take time for her to get her strength back. It was clear that while imprisoned, she'd been granted only enough blood to survive without starvation and torture. At least Marcus had held up his end of the bargain while using Anissa as his slayer. She was alone, except for her sister, and had to do the thinking and hunting for the two of them. I hated the thought of it. When I got home, it was obvious my siblings knew Anissa had escaped, and from the look on Philippa's face, she knew how. "What did you do?" she asked, whirling around to face me the moment she heard me enter the penthouse. "What are you talking about?" "You know what she's talking about," Scott muttered. "Don't use stall tactics. We know how you think." "Yes, we know everything about you. We even knew that little white-haired freak was following you when you didn't. Why is it so impossible for you to admit somebody else might know more than you?" Philippa shook with rage. I knew Philippa too, just as she knew me, and I knew she was holding on by a thin thread. "All right." Gage rose from his seat, unfolding his large frame, as large as mine, hands on hips. "Enough." I glanced at him with gratitude. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. I'm no more a fan of yours than either of them," he said. "But I don't see the point in starting a world war over it." That was my twin, always having my back. I decided to take what I could get. "I don't understand what you're all so upset about," I insisted, flopping into a chair by the hearth. "The last time I checked, I'm head of the clan. What I say goes. I wasn't aware the three of you got to tell me how to make decisions." "When it's a decision in your best interest and you're wildly blind to it," Philippa waved her arms in the air, "how can you be so thick-headed?" "Easy," Scott said. "He has a thing for her." I wanted to say Anissa. She has a name, and it is Anissa. But instead, I went with a warning. "Watch your tone," I cautioned. I was willing to keep things casual between them and me, but sometimes they forgot themselves. Scott was always the worst at that. "Come on," Gage said, backing Scott up. "We all sensed it. You feel something for her." "That has nothing to do with this. The fact is, she never harmed me. There was no reason to keep her chained up." Chained up with silver that didn't leave a mark on her. It should have burned excruciatingly and sapped her strength, but it did neither. What was so different about her? Why wasn't she like us? I'd seen the lengthened canines. I knew there was no way she'd be permitted to exist as part of the Carver clan without vampire blood, yet she wasn't like any vampire I'd ever known.
She might not have gotten the chance to harm you, but that doesn't mean she won't stop trying,
Philippa insisted.
Jonah, I'm only worried because I care about you. It's how we all feel.
My brothers nodded in agreement with Philippa. She won't come back after me, Pip, I murmured, staring into the fire, using a nickname for my baby sister that I hadn't used since we were kids. Why we bothered with a fire was beyond me. It wasn't like fire would harm us. It would kill us if left unchecked, but it provided no warmth to those incapable of feeling it.
How do you know that?
Because she's so in love with you? Gage scoffed. Enough of this. I hurled the words at him like a whip, and he jumped as though a whip had cracked against his white skin. His expression changed, hardened. He didn't like the reminder of who was really in charge. Well, he needed to watch his mouth. Maybe if he did, I wouldn't need to remind him. I got up, pacing with hands but clasped behind my back. I don't have a good feeling about her right now.
None of us do,
Gage muttered. I shot him a dirty look. He averted his gaze. But now I was second-guessing. I might have overstepped myself, I admitted. I did what I felt needed to be done. Philippa was the only one of the three who asked,
What do you mean? What did you do?
So I told the story. By the time I'd finished, all three were slack-jawed with surprise. My sister was the first one to speak once she got control of herself.
You mean to say you put yourself in danger for her? Why? Why would you go against so many years of League canon?
You broke the League's canons? You aren't allowed on Carver property, Gage growled. All for her, and now you've put us all in jeopardy, all because you couldn't think straight in the presence of a girl? I stared him down. This time, he didn't look away. It wasn't fair, what that bastard Marcus forced her to do. Killing others like us? How is that in line with League canons? If anything, I could take the information to the League and let them have their way with him.
That would imply you knew about it,
Philippa reasoned. Sometimes she truly had a more level head than mine. I could admit it. True, I said, nodding. What if I report that he tried to have me assassinated? That still implies personal contact with the girl, Scott replied. Otherwise, how would you know she was a slayer? You think the League will be happy you were consorting with her after Marcus made it clear at the last League of Vampire meetings he wanted no Carver clan members to interact with any Bourke members? And the League agreed, remember? I remembered. What if I said I killed her? I asked, glancing around. I needed their help. I needed a way to get Anissa out of danger while taking Marcus down. None of us are safe as long as he sits in power. He wanted me dead. He still does, and if not the girl, then somebody or something else will cross my path in the hopes of killing me. I can't take that chance. Something's got to be done. Philippa turned away, arms wrapped around her slim waist. Though Gage was closer in age and Scott was shrewd, my sister was the nearest thing I had to a personal advisor. She possessed the wisdom of a woman, tempered with caution. She had given me invaluable advice in the past. This time, though, even she was speechless, which was why she averted her gaze. She didn't know what to say. That was answer enough for me. I left the penthouse with my fists clenched, deciding to go back. To find Anissa and Sarah. I wanted to at least make sure they were safe. She didn't need to know I was spying on her. Not too long had passed since I left them, and I sped through streets, alleys, underpasses on the way out to the mansion. Rush hour, when so few humans paid attention to the world around them. All they noticed was the car in front, the ones to the side, the one behind, and the time on the clock. Oh, and cardboard cups of that disgusting dreck that passed for coffee in the 21st century. Nothing like the coffee of my human days, as memory served me. I reached the woods from the edge opposite the mansion. I couldn't cut across their wide swath of emerald green lawn. No way I'd go unnoticed there as I had while racing down Fifth Avenue and Broadway. Once I reached the trees, I stood very still in the hopes of tracking Anissa's scent. She had a very definite scent, just another anomaly, distinctly hers. It wasn't Anissa I smelled. It was... hell no. I took off at a run in the direction the thick, heavy scent of werewolf. They were there, in the woods, and there was only one reason why they would be. They'd been tracking her all along, lying in wait. How had I missed them? I had no idea. It might have been the excitement of the rescue, or my eagerness to get out of there once the mission was complete. The scent picked up, grew stronger the deeper into the woods I went. I caught sight of a wooden shack in the distance, in the middle of what used to be a clearing but had become overgrown and unkempt in the decades since the shack's use. A glimpse of a silver-white head. Anissa. My breath caught. If my heart beat as it had in my human days, it would have raced like a train. And there was Sarah, trembling, near tears. And the 3 werewolves, including the leader who looked as though Anissa had given him something to remember her by. I could smell the hatred coming from him and the glee that he'd captured his prey. I wanted to rush in, take them, kill them, bare my fangs as I took their lives. Maybe even feed off them, though their blood was disgusting. It tasted the way they smelled. But I couldn't do that. Even if Anissa rushed to help, Sarah would be at risk. And Sarah was too weak to fight. That meant Anissa would try to help her and be at risk herself. So, yeah, no fighting. Not yet, but heaven or some other type of entity helped those werewolves once I decided to make my move. I'd destroy them. I followed at a safe distance, hoping the werewolves were too busy rejoicing over their victory to notice me. I was downwind of them, too, which helped. Granted, it didn't help my nose as the wind carried their nauseating stench. They surprised me by not leaving the woods. Instead, I trailed them deeper and deeper into the very darkest grove, one which I could tell the girls were terrified to step foot in. I wasn't familiar with that part of the area, but even I picked up on a strange, uncomfortable energy the farther away from the mansion we went. Where are they taking them? A cabin. I was sure it was larger inside than it looked from here, just like the Carver mansion in my own building. We had maybe 1,000 Bourkes living there, far fewer than the building would appear to allow. I saw 2 werewolves step out from inside to stand guard at the door just before the 3 captors took their captives in. Anissa, I whispered. What were they going to do to her? And what could I do about it? Chapter 11. Anissa. I can't believe it. Of all the stupid things to do. You're not much of a slayer, vampire girl. The lead werewolf squeezed my arm until it took all the strength of my will not to cry out. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Tell that to the wounds I gave you, I spat as he forced me to walk ahead of him. Sarah was behind me, 1 werewolf on either arm. Not that she needed the double guard. If I couldn't get away, she certainly couldn't. I heard soft whimpers coming from her. To think I'd worked so hard to get her out of there, only to bring her to new danger. He was right. Some slayer I was. I wasn't even much of a sister when all was said and done. You'd better watch your tone, missy, he growled. You're lucky she thinks you're so important, or else you would already be dead. Who's she? I asked, hoping I sounded much braver than I felt, which wasn't very. You'll find out. I gulped, then forced my feet to move. I wanted to make things more difficult for him. I wanted to delay arriving wherever we were headed. She? A woman? A vampire like me? Something else entirely? Was she the one responsible for the strange energy emanating from this place? What did she want with me? Why was I important? I tried to glance back at my sister, but it was imperative to focus ahead. It didn't matter to the werewolf holding me that there were bumps and branches and roots in the way. He dragged me over them without a second thought. I had to watch my step. "Don't hurt my sister," I warned.
"Or what? You'll scratch me again?"
Again, with the vice-like grip that made me clench my teeth in agony. I released a laugh after the wave of pain passed. "You sure didn't sound like I merely scratched you. You howled like you were close to death."
"That was the silver, not you," he corrected. "I could have taken you in the blink of an eye."
I blinked my eyes many times, but here I am. I gave him a wink. Bluster and bravado. That's me.
"Because that was the rule," he barked. "To keep you alive and unharmed. And she scares me a whole hell of a lot more than you do, white-haired princess."
I was more terrified than ever. To keep me unharmed? What did that mean? Why was it so important? Was I to be some sort of sacrifice? A cottage stood just ahead of us. I nearly froze in place. Only one type of creature lived in a cottage like that. Another thing lore had gotten right, or maybe the witches had built such cottages to keep up their image. Whatever the reason, I felt a certain sort of terror at the thought of being taken to a witch. My werewolf chuckled.
"I smell your fear, vampire girl," he growled.
"I smell your stench, you filthy beast. Don't you ever bathe?" He chuckled nastily as he dragged me through the door just after two werewolves stepped out. They were even bigger than the werewolf holding my arm. Whoever she was, she had a small army of werewolves, I realized. Her own werewolf army to do her bidding. Just how powerful was she? I soon found out. The cottage was so small and even cozy looking outside, even to the point of little wisps of smoke coming from a stone chimney, like something from a fairy tale. But the witch who lived in the cottage in the woods was never a benevolent witch, not in the fairy tales, and not in real life. She was never the type to hand out cookies to lost children and help them find their way home. Inside was an entirely different story. It reminded me of the sort of palace somebody like Marcus should live in and would probably build if given his druthers. Stone, cold and unyielding, composed the walls and floors. The high vaulted ceilings were wood. I shivered as the werewolves dragged Sarah and me down a long hall full of shadow and the sounds of scurrying creatures. I didn't want to know what sat in those shadows. Whatever it was big. Probably monsters I didn't want to imagine. A large room. Dim light filtered through high, narrow windows caked in dirt. For someone who can afford to live in a place like this, I'd think they'd have a cleaning crew on hand. "Thank you for your advice." The voice was low, deep, rich, yet somehow, at the same time, it was cold, calculating, angry. I turned, one of the werewolf's massive hands still on my arm, to find a tall, thin figure descending a long set of stairs. From a distance, she was beautiful. The closer she came, the shoddier the illusion became until she revealed her full ruin to us. Yes, she had been beautiful once. Maybe gloriously beautiful, maybe radiant. Time had not been kind. She reminded me of that old wooden shack. It had once been a home, and once been warm and inviting at the end of a long day. Now it was just walls and a bare floor, empty, scarred. Cold blue eyes flecked with silver seemed to leap at me in the dim light. The werewolf held out his hand, my blades in his clutch. He handed my blades to the witch woman.
"We took these off her."
"Thank you." She gave them a quick glance, then took them and put them on a shelf. She turned back to me. "So, here you are. I've been waiting a long time for you. My name is Mallory. Welcome." She welcomes me as if I'm an invited guest. She would make a great mate for Marcus. I frowned. "How could you be waiting for me when you don't know me?" "I've known about you, my dear." She lifted one arm, and the sleeve of the deep purple robe she wore fell back to reveal a thin hand with long, skinny fingers and yellowed nails. She stroked my cheek with one of those nails. My stomach turned. "What have you known?" I asked, doing everything I could to sound brave when I wanted nothing more than to scream and shrink away. When did I become a shrinking violet? About the time a squadron of werewolves surrendered me to a wicked witch. I've known you're a special girl. She took a step back, brushing her long, frizzy gray hair over one shoulder. I've known those of your clan have rejected you. Rejected? I don't think I would go that far. I would, she said, her voice still patient, but also still with a cold, calculating note. It felt as though I was a project she was studying in person for the first time. She drank me in with her eyes, checking me out head to toe, up and down, walking in slow circles around me. It was unnerving. She made me feel naked, though I was still fully clothed. I know how they've treated you because I've been aware of you since you were born. I know everything about you. Creepy. Stalker much? Oh, I'm sure you're disappointed, I tossed out. I mean, there's not that much to know about me. Stop underestimating yourself, my dear. She stroked my arm with one hand, and again, I felt ill. What was it about me that made her find me so worthwhile, so fascinating? Her smile was chilling. For one thing, you never knew your father. Isn't that true? My insides went cold, colder than usual, what with being a vampire and all. My instinct was to lie to her, to tell her anything but what she wanted to hear. Yet when she stared into my eyes, as she was doing just then, I had no choice but to tell the truth. Yes, that's true. I didn't know him. He died when I was very small. In the war, isn't that right? Yes. So, you were told, she murmured, shaking her head. I've always believed in telling children the truth. Why lie? Why concoct stories which will serve to pain the child as it grows? It's the same as telling them they couldn't be trusted with the truth. Who wants to hear that from those who claim to love them? I shook my head as she had, trying to clear her out of my thoughts. She was like a hook in my mind, picking at my brain. Was she telling me things she already knew, or was she reading my thoughts? These are things I already knew, she assured me. This statement frightened me more. So she did read what I was thinking. I imagined a brick wall, thick and strong, to keep her out. She narrowed those beautiful eyes of hers, the singular beautiful thing left in her, and her thin lips curved into a smile. So, you think you can block me? That's fine. I'll tell you what else I know about you, then. Something you couldn't possibly have known, and thus I couldn't have read from your thoughts. Are you ready? I wasn't. I was nowhere near ready. I'd never be ready. Ever. But I stiffened my spine anyway and nodded in defiance. You see, this is why you were always shunned, or, at best, barely tolerated. Her eyes flickered over to where Sarah stood. She hadn't looked at Sarah until just now, I realized. Then the witch returned her attention to me. Your sister, too, by association. She smiled, then took a step back, hands clasped in front of her. Did you ever wonder why silver doesn't affect you? I gasped. I couldn't help it. The surprise was too much to hide. Hell, yes, I've wondered for a long, long time. She nodded. And why you seem to have the ability to glean bits of thoughts, or at least feelings, and why you're so naturally inclined toward your night work. She smiled nastily. Did you ever wonder why Marcus chose you for the job you were assigned? That was in exchange for... I trailed off. I didn't want Sarah to find out this way. Mallory nodded. I knew that too, but come now. Weren't there a million other things your leader could have asked you to do? Why that one specific task and not one of the others? I couldn't answer that question. Hadn't I asked myself the same thing so many times? Why be so cruel as to ask me to kill others?
And your last job.
She clicked her tongue in mock sympathy, her gray hair swaying back and forth as she shook her head.
What a tragedy. A vampire of your age should be enjoying existence, not ending the existence of others.
I drew a sharp breath when I heard Sarah's gasp just beside me. So she knew. I couldn't bear to look at her. I didn't want her to think I resented her in any way, and that was just the way she'd taken it, too. I knew her that well.
Anissa,
Mallory, the evil witch said, speaking my name like an enchantment.
Your father was not like your mother. She went, shall we say, outside the clan, and she was never fully forgiven for it.
What do you mean? Not like my mother, not of her clan. A thought snaked its way into my head. Then I gave it a voice. Not a vampire? Horror raced through me. I was a half-breed? That would explain so much.
Not a vampire, she confirmed. Something much more special, more magical.
She leaned in and whispered a single word in my ear.
Faye.
Chapter 12. Anissa. My eyes flew wide open as the world crashed in on me. It wasn't possible. My mother wouldn't do that. How can you tell such lies? I asked, breathless. She stared me in the eye, searching.
You don't think it's a lie? You see the truth in it. That's why you're reacting this way.
No, not in a million years.
Anissa, come now. It never once occurred to you to question why silver has no effect on you? That's why you're so good with that blade,
the scarred werewolf snarled. The witch shot him a nasty, threatening glance. That was all it took to silence him. She turned back to me, rolling her eyes with an almost conspiratorial expression.
As I was saying,
she continued in the same measured tone of voice,
you're special because you carry the blood of both vampire and fae inside you. You possess the same sort of magic they possess.
She reached out, one of those long, withered fingers again, this time to touch my hair.
Have you ever wondered about this? Don't you know hair this shade is a telltale sign of the fae? And your golden eyes, don't you see?
I shook my head, shaking her hand off my hair in the process. She made me ill. I wanted to put as much distance between us as possible. I still don't understand why that concerns you, I said, straining to get my thoughts straight. I couldn't let her shake me the way she had. I couldn't give her that power over me. My life is none of your business. My history is none of your concern.
But it is, she said. You see, I'm of mixed blood, too. It weakens me.
You're a witch, I said.
Yes, but that's like saying you're just a vampire. And we both know that isn't true, don't we?
She smiled. I was almost sure she'd wink, but she stopped short.
As it turns out, I'm also part vampire. I'm as much vampire as you are, in fact. Half.
Stop saying that, I hissed. Half vampire. Even further outcast than a rogue. I would never find a tribe, anyone to whom I belonged. The fae regarded vampires as lesser creatures, and the sentiment went both ways. I would never fit in. Even if Sarah were somehow accepted, I wouldn't be accepted with her. We'd be apart, even though I'd tried so hard to keep us together.
You don't like to hear the truth?
Mallory asked, toying with me. I wished I could strangle her or take my blade and slice her to ribbons with it. From the way her expression darkened, she could see the image in my head.
It doesn't make it any less true, girl. No matter whether you want to hear it or not. You have the blood of the fae, and you can see it as a curse or a blessing.
A blessing? I wasn't so stupid that I didn't see why she'd had me brought to her. Well, I didn't know the specifics, but I knew it had to do with my blood. That was why she kept bringing it up, why she knew so much about me in the first place. It was what brought me to her, so it was no blessing, nothing but a curse. It gives you abilities other vampires don't have. It's always seemed funny to me, the way they prize so-called pure bloods. Mixing the blood with that of other magical creatures, such as witches and the fae, that adds richness and depth to the power possible. I mean, it allows you to touch silver without burning, doesn't it? And that's just the beginning. You have power you never knew, never dreamed of. I saw from the half-mad look in her eye, she thought this was a good thing, and she wanted that power. I would have gladly handed it over if she would let me and my sister leave forever. I didn't want power. I wanted to be normal, accepted, part of a decent and protective clan. I suppose you want to show me how to use that power then? I asked, tilting my head to the side. Is that why you've brought me here? She blinked once, twice, then laughed. It rang throughout the great hall, bouncing off the walls and ceiling, reverberating through the space. I wished I could cover my ears to block it, but couldn't move both hands, and even if I could, I would have felt it in my chest. To show you how to use your power. Is that what you thought? Oh, my dear, you're even more delightful than I ever could have guessed. That was one thing I never picked up on. I waited for her to correct me. When she didn't, I prompted, Well, what is it? I'm getting a little sick of being so close to this wretched beast. I yanked my arm, but his grip remained firm. Yes, I understand you don't care for my soldiers. Don't worry. You won't have to spend much more time with them, not where you're going. She snapped her fingers and turned with a theatrical flourish, then seemed to float across the floor. For all I knew, she was floating. Her long robe hid the movement of her feet. I knew better than to ask where they were taking us. I wouldn't get an answer. Instead, I paid sharp attention to the route we took to get there. Straight ahead, out of the great hall, past 5 doors, then a right at the 4-way intersection of halls, then down 5 doors to a staircase. I repeated it all in my head, again and again, struggling to keep track, so I'd remember how to get back out of here when the time came. Straight, 5, right, 5 stairs. I would do it all in reverse on my escape, turning left instead of right, but otherwise it was the same. I realized with dismay we'd been led to a dungeon. Sarah groaned. I knew what she was thinking, from one dungeon to another. Doors lined the hall, doors with little barred windows. I tried to look into the windows, but they were too high for me to see through. I could only imagine the squalor inside, seeing how filthy and rotten the rest of the place seemed, just like its owner. One of the doors sat open, and Mallory paused before it. I didn't get the chance to pause. Instead, my captor shoved me into the cell. On the walls were 2 sets of shackles. Did she think mere metal could contain a vampire? Don't bother trying to break free of your bonds, she said, probably reading my mind again. It's enchanted iron. There's no breaking it. You could try from now until the end of time, but it would only tire you. Wonderful. Enchanted iron. I would never be able to get through it. I winced as the werewolf closed the shackles over my wrists much tighter than he needed to. There was no missing the look of pleasure on his face. He left the room, and Mallory took his spot. She stood in front of me, looking me up and down as she had before. She didn't say a word. She only stared with the expression of a creature that had finally gotten what it wanted after a very long time. It gave me chills. I waited for them to bring Sarah into me. When they didn't, I started to panic. What are you doing? I asked, straining to free myself. What are you doing with my sister? I don't need her, Mallory said, waving a hand. She glanced over at the werewolves holding my sister between them. Kill her. Sarah burst into tears. I didn't cry. I exploded. What? No, you can't. I struggled, screaming. Why? Why are you doing this, Sarah? I don't need her, Mallory said again. She doesn't have fae blood. You do. Wait, don't do anything yet. I turned to her, glaring coldly. What do you need me for? Why have you chained me up? Mallory sighed as though talking to a very unintelligent, very willful child. You see, as long as I have vampire blood, I'm susceptible to the same things a vampire is susceptible to, the same weaknesses. I could die just as easily as any vampire, though I am a witch. She seemed to tremble with what I could only think of as rage, not even fear, like she couldn't hear the thought of being weak. So you need what from me? I needed to get to the heart of what she wanted. There was no time to mince words. I could sense the werewolves wanted to rip my precious sister to shreds. Your blood. I froze. Horror pulsed through me, sure and steady and true. I should have known, shouldn't I? She wanted my fae blood for her own, since she was weak. Fae were practically immortal, able to live for thousands of years, and my host had clearly already lived a very long time. She was reaching the end of her life. She wanted youth, power, longevity. You want to feed off of me? I asked, just to be clear. Correct. Every day. I can't do it all at once, of course. It needs to be done over a long period of time, so I can build immunity. What a hideous thought. And you don't want my sister because she doesn't have my blood. Fae blood, I mean. That's right. You see how extraneous she is? Had she not been with you at the time my soldiers found you, she wouldn't be here with you right now. I pressed my lips together to suppress a moan. Right. If I hadn't rescued my sister, she wouldn't be with me. I had ruined her life. I had ended her life. Then something occurred to me. No. Excuse me? It felt as though the temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees. It might have, for all I knew. My hostess might be able to control the weather. Some witches could. I said no. You won't kill my sister if you have any wish to feed off me. Mallory laughed again, but it wasn't the laugh I'd heard in the great hall. It didn't reverberate. It was cold, vicious. What makes you think you have any choice? I'll kill myself if you kill her, and then you'll have nothing. She blinked. How would you do that? You can't move. You can't leave. You can't do anything but stay chained to the wall, just where you are. I'll find a way. I'll bite off my tongue if I have to. I'll chew through my limbs, and then all the precious blood will go to waste as I bleed out all over the floor. I tipped my head to the side. You can't use it if it's on the floor, can you? We stared at each other for a long time, daring the other to break. I wouldn't be the first one. I had the upper hand. She needed me. And she must have seen it. All right, you can stay together. I breathed a deep sigh of relief, so grateful that my scrambling had worked. I wasn't sure how we'd get out, but I would think of something soon enough. We'd find a way, as long as I could keep my sister and me alive. Sarah was shackled beside me. All that work, all that running, and for what? So she could be shackled to a wall again? I saw the bitter irony of the situation all too clearly and wondered if my sister would ever forgive me. Once we were both secure, Mallory stepped forward again. This actually works better than I thought it would, she admitted. Now your sister can watch as I feed on you. More creepiness. That's sick. You're the one who wanted her kept alive. You're the one who wants her here with you. I glanced at Sarah for the first time since we'd gotten there, really studied her. She wasn't crying anymore. She jutted out her chin the way she always did when she was being stubborn. She wouldn't let Mallory see her cry any longer. She would withstand it. I was glad she could. I wasn't so sure about myself. "Are you ready?" Mallory asked. I stilled myself, staring straight ahead. I wouldn't let her know it bothered me in any way. When she tipped my head back, I focused at the ceiling, well, what I could see of it. I wondered how far away it was. Her teeth pierced my skin, and I gritted my own teeth against the cries bubbling up in my throat. The throat Mallory was draining my blood from. Chapter 13. Jonah. I burst into my penthouse, out of breath with panic. I'd have coursed here, but that would have left me without any energy. I'd have been no good in a fight. Coursing was not to be taken lightly. It left a vampire drained and needing to refill both energy and blood. We have to help her. I glanced around from one of them to another. Why do I feel as though we've already had this conversation? My sister asked, standing by the fireplace. I could tell from their body language I'd interrupted an uncomfortable conversation. About me, most likely. So be it. It's not like that, I insisted. I followed them, Anissa and her sister. Werewolves took them. Werewolves? Scott seemed slightly more intrigued. Yes, the same ones from Saturday night. I'm sure of it. We have to help them. They took the girls to a cottage in the woods. I know it was a witch's cottage. I could feel it. You're relying a lot on your feelings right now, big brother. The sarcasm in Gage's reply was heavy, evident. He'd never been so angry with me before. What had I done to rattle him so much? It doesn't matter what you feel right now, Philippa advised. This is dangerous, and what happened to them has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? I can't believe you would say that. You can't? She regarded my brothers, brows raised, like she couldn't believe what she heard. Jonah, I love you, but you need to think this through. See it from our point of view. You have no connection to this creature, this Carver. She's nothing to you. She did nothing for you but lead you into trouble time and again. She almost got you killed and then almost killed you herself, and still you think you owe her something? I sighed when I realized she was right. On the surface, I owed Anissa nothing. I had no reason to put myself in danger for her sake. And yet, I can't let it go. I can't. Not when I know she could be in serious trouble. What she did, she had to do. She did this for her sister. Wouldn't one of you do that for me? I would do it for any of you. They looked at each other. Even Gage's face bore a guilty expression. You see, I asked, she can't be held responsible. She had a job to do, and let me remind you, she didn't do it when she could have. She might have killed me when we escaped the werewolves. She might have killed me after we brought her sister out of that dungeon. She could even have said I killed the guard if she wanted to. She didn't. Anissa's not a murderer. She's a sister with nobody else in the world but her only sister. All right, you don't have to overstate yourself, Philippa muttered. I think I do. None of you seem to get it. That girl has everything against her. She needs help. I won't sit here in this penthouse and try to ignore that I know she's in trouble. None of them made a sound. I drew a deep breath, a resigned breath. Fine, then I'll go on my own. What? Philippa flew to me, taking my arms in her hands. You can't be serious. Do you think this is a game? Or some sort of, I don't know, whim? You should know me better than that. I don't work in half measures, and I don't care that way either. She needs help, and I'll give it to her. Understand? But it's not just you, she insisted. The day you took over leadership of our clan, it wasn't about you anymore. It's about all of us, everyone in this room, everyone living in this building, the Bourkes, your clan. What happens to us if something happens to you? Nothing will happen to me. Don't be obtuse, Jonah. She frowned, her eyes full of sorrow. You know what might happen. If the creature the girls were taken to is, in fact, a witch, any number of things could happen. A witch can't be trusted, especially one who has werewolves doing the dirty work for her. I can't leave her there. I stared into my sister's eyes, willing her to understand. I can't, and I won't. What happens if you don't make it to the League on Friday? You just finished telling us only days ago that you know Marcus wants you away from it. And we know how serious he is. Otherwise, why would he send a slayer for you? What happens if you're not there? We lose everything we've worked so hard for, everything you were entrusted with. I couldn't deny the overwhelming conflict building in me at my sister's words. I still wanted to go to Anissa. I still had to. I couldn't ignore her any more than I could ignore my duty to my clan. They weighed equally heavy in my chest, and I couldn't have explained why if I had tried for a year. I didn't know Anissa. She had tried to kill me. But something about her grit, her spunk, her wit made me respect her. The way she had sacrificed again and again for the sister she loved made me like her. Her beauty stirred something in me that hadn't stirred in a long time. Decades, maybe. I'd lost track. And that's why I have to be careful when I do, I explained gently, taking Philippa's hands in mine. But I have to go. I just do. I can't describe what I'm feeling. I wish I could. I want you to understand, Pip, please. She sighed one last time. The nickname probably got to her. I understand. That's the problem. I do understand. She turned away from me to study Scott, then Gage. I'm with you, Scott announced. He pointed at me. Gage's head swiveled in his direction. You're what? I said I'm with him, he replied, sounding resigned but happy. I won't let my brother face something like this alone. Besides, it'll be an adventure. When's the last time any of us had one of those? Philippa raised a brow. My adventure days are past, thanks very much. I've had my fill and then some. He shrugged. Suits yourself. More fun for us. I could hardly believe Scott was coming with me. I'd hoped, but I hadn't dared imagine. Thank you. He grinned. I turned to Gage, whose expression wasn't so relaxed or understanding. Not at all. And will you come? He turned away instead of answering. I wished I could get through to him, but there wasn't time. Scott spoke up, breaking the tension. I think we should first go and get an idea of what we're working with. How many are inside? How big is it? What will we have to do to get them out of there? I nodded. Good idea. Let's go. We don't have much time. I looked at Philippa once more before leaving. Her face was like a mask. I would have read Gage's expression, except he had his back turned to me, staring into the fire. I felt sorry it had to be this way, but didn't have time to worry about it. Chapter 14. Jonah. So, you really like her, huh? Scott shot me a teasing glance. Shh. We made our way through the woods, with me trying to focus on retracing my steps. It had been easy to follow the werewolves, since their scent was so pungent. I could have found them with my eyes closed. But their scent was beginning to fade, so I needed to concentrate on the route I'd taken before. There must be an enchantment on it or something, right? Or else we'd be able to find it easier. I know exactly where it is. I only walked around 5 minutes after finding the shack. It isn't far. If you say so. I rolled my eyes at my brother's inability just to go along with a command. Still, he was the only one who'd come with me. He had never answered my question. Scott was persistent, if nothing else. What question? You like her, don't you? He hopped over a fallen limb with no difficulty. I guess I do, I admitted. Is that such a crime? No crime at all, he said, still grinning. His happy-go-lucky attitude was normally contagious, but not just then. I think it's pretty cool you like her, the girl who tried to kill you and all. She never got close enough to kill me, I reminded him. Had she tried, we might have a bigger problem. But she didn't. Keep it straight, please. Yes, sir. He gave me a mock salute. We moved another 10 steps, then I stopped, raising my arm to stop him. My fingers landed on his chest, halting his progress. There, it is, I said. The clearing. My chest swelled with relief. There had been a moment when I wasn't sure we'd find it. The little cottage sat in the clearing, looking as inviting as something out of an illustration. You know, he whispered, eyes glued, I don't often remember things from our human lives, do you? Not often, no. Why? I cocked my head at his odd choice of a conversation. He nodded toward the cottage. That looks just like what I always imagined the witch from Hansel and Gretel living in. Are you sure you're going to be able to do this with me? I asked, frowning, concerned about his concentration on mundane matters. Yeah, sure. He smiled a little, then we continued to close in on the cottage. We finally stopped at a row of thick-trunked oak trees. All right, what's next? I appreciated the way he always deferred to me, even when he had ideas of his own. There aren't any guards outside right now, I observed. I think we should wait until at least one comes out, then get him alone and ask him the questions we want answers to. I think we could find out what we want if we ask in the right way. We exchanged looks, and I could tell he knew what I meant. We'd learned how to control our bloodlust over the years. We'd both learned to temper our passions. When we let go and gave in to our animal natures, we were fairly fearsome. And it helped that we both hated werewolves. Most vampires did. In fact, all the vampires I knew did. We didn't have to wait long, either. We both picked up the scent almost at the same time as it drifted to us on the breeze. Ah, hell, Scott whispered. Why don't they bathe, at least? It's not their way. Besides, it works in our favor. It's like putting a bell on a cat. You can always tell where they are. Good point. We crouched low when we saw a werewolf, dressed in rags, walking around from behind the cottage. Why they couldn't bother to dress in anything but rags boggled me, too. Maybe because they would shift and ruin their clothing, anyway. And that was the only explanation that made sense. I snapped a few twigs to get his attention. He turned his head in our direction. I cleared my throat, then rustled the leaves. He was too intrigued to find backup, choosing instead to follow his interest in what was making the noise. Scott and I waited to pounce on him, which we did the moment he was within striking distance. Far more quickly than he could react, I threw him to the ground, pinning him by kneeling on his throat. I recognized him as one of the beasts who'd held me hostage along with Anissa. How does it feel when somebody holds you down? How's this working for you? Scott knelt beside me, ready to attack at the slightest provocation. I could feel the tension radiating from my brother. He just wanted the excuse to tear into a werewolf, especially one who had threatened me. The werewolf was gasping for breath, trying to talk. Maybe not his neck, Scott pointed out. I nodded and moved my knee a bit lower, but stayed ready to slide it over his neck again. The werewolf coughed and gasped, seeking air. Finally, when he'd gotten enough, he said, What are you doing here? What's she doing here? Scott asked. The girl, Anissa, and her sister. Why are they here? Why did you take her in the first place? I asked. And for whom? His face, beneath the hairy scruff he called a beard, became pale.
I can't tell you.
Then we'll kill you and wait for the next one of your filthy, pathetic excuses for werewolf friends to come out. He shook his head.
No, don't do that.
So tell us what we want to know. I bared my teeth and let my eyes turn crimson, fighting my vampire nature that wanted to kill and feed. The bloodlust was fierce in me right now. The werewolf shook his head.
I can't. She'll find out, and she'll kill me.
Who will?
Mallory.
Scott and I looked at each other. I'd never heard her name before, and from the look on his face, I could tell he hadn't either. You're going to die either way, I said. Either by her hand later or mine now. Or you can tell us and run. We won't tell her you told, and you will have time to get far away.
Besides,
Scott growled,
something tells me by the time this is all over, more than one of your kind will fall. You could just as easily have been any one of them. You see what I mean?
The werewolf's eyes were cloudy with confusion.
Something tells me he doesn't, I muttered.
Then I clarified. You could always let her think you got killed. Understanding sparked somewhere in there. God, these creatures were dense.
Oh, yes.
Do you think she would believe that? I didn't know, and I didn't care. I nodded firmly, nonetheless.
All right,
he growled.
I'll tell you what you want to know.
Why her? Why did you keep going after her?
Can you get off me?
He asked. I glanced at Scott.
All right,
he spat, but if you make a move. He flexed his fingers where claws had sprung.
Understood? I get it.
I wondered why he hadn't shifted. I knew I would have, if that were a weapon at my disposal. And then it hit me. She'd probably made it so none of his kind could shift while they were near the cottage. Otherwise, they'd be stronger than her. So we let him up, and he sat against a tree, catching his breath. So, why her? Why is she so important to this woman you work for?
She's part fae,
the werewolf said. She's what? Scott and I looked at each other, stunned.
Mallory says so.
Who's this Mallory? I asked.
She is a powerful witch. I've been with her for years. She uses us as her guards, her soldiers. We do things like tracking down the white-haired vampire girl. She wanted the girl because of her blood.
Her fae blood? Scott asked.
Right. Mallory's part vampire, too. I heard her talking to the vampire girl before. She wants her blood so she'll be strong, the way the fae are strong.
She wants immortality, I murmured. Longevity.
Sure.
The werewolf looked from me to my brother.
Can I go now? I've seen her do terrible, awful things.
His voice and his scent carried fear. One thought prevailed in me. Anissa was in there, with the witch that did terrible things. I couldn't stop imagining all the things the witch was putting her through.
She is feeding on her. I left when that started. I didn't want to watch.
He shuddered as though what she did was disgusting. I could sense Scott was tensing up again. Ordinarily, I would have agreed with him, only the creature Mallory had been feeding on was Anissa, and I had a problem with that. We have to go in and get her, I said to Scott.
You and what army?
The werewolf smarted off. It'll take that much? Scott asked.
Yes, it will.
There are that many of you? I couldn't imagine that.
No, less than 20.
Mallory's the one you have to be careful of.
I can get plenty of backup for us,
Scott said.
And just give me the word.
I turned toward my brother. You think you can round up enough?
If the Bourke clan leader wants it, I'll consider it done.
He gave me a smile of support, then was on his feet and gone in a flash. If anybody could convince an army to band together, it was Scott. He had the touch. Meanwhile, the werewolf looked at me. "What do I do?" "You go, unless there's anything else you think I should know that might help." He shrugged. "Not really. The girl's in the dungeon with her sister. The metal has some kind of magic spell on it, so you can't just break it. I don't even think I could." I thought about that. "Who has the key?" "Mallory." "You should go," I said. I didn't have time to tell him twice. He ran like someone had set fire to him. I turned toward the cottage. As I had assumed, there was a dungeon. The cottage had to be enchanted to contain a dungeon. That made me sure that the chains holding Anissa to the wall would have to be enchanted too. The thought of her being chained made my fangs want to descend. Chapter 15. Anissa. It was the strangest feeling I'd ever known. Like she'd drained something out of me, and I'd felt myself getting weaker with every passing second. Was this what it was like for the ones we'd drunk from? Mallory hadn't fed long. It had been such a relief when she'd stopped, too. I could breathe again, and when she stepped back, I gasped. As did Sarah. Where an old, withered woman had stood before us just minutes earlier, now stood a much younger woman. Not young, not like my sister or me, but middle-aged at most. The gray hair was a mix of black and gray instead, and where it had been frizzy, it was suddenly shiny and smooth. Much like her face, which had filled out, the wrinkles lessening. Her eyes were brighter, her lips fuller. Even her body wasn't so thin anymore. "You see," she said with a smile, "all the good your blood has done for me." "Yes, I see." Whose voice was that? The weak, fluttery voice. It couldn't be mine, could it? I was stronger than that, always, and yet it was the best I could do. Mallory's smile never faded. "I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry, you'll both be provided for." She left wearing the same sick, nasty smile as always. I waited until she was gone to slump a little in my chains, which left me just enough room to sit on a cot. "I'm so sorry," Sarah whispered. I couldn't bring myself to answer her. I was too ashamed. "Won't you even speak to me?" she whispered. "Are you that mad at me?" And that shocked me into a response. "Mad at you?" I asked, stunned. "Why would I be mad at you? You didn't do anything wrong." "If I hadn't sold my blood, I wouldn't have been in prison, and you wouldn't have had to save me like this." She went silent for a long time, the only sound the slow drip, drip, drip of water from somewhere nearby. "And you wouldn't have needed to do what you did for Marcus." "I don't want to talk about that," I said, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. "Well, I do. You know what was always worse than being chained up and being away from you?" I heard a tremble in her voice. "What?" "Knowing what you were doing. I knew the entire time." "You did? How?" She shrugged. "How do you think? Marcus told me." My stomach turned. "He didn't." "He wanted me to know. It was torture, and he loved knowing it got to me." "Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry." The tears flowed, tears I could hardly spare, seeing as how I was half drained. "If I had been thinking more clearly, I would have killed Jonah when I had the chance, and none of this would have happened. The werewolves would never have caught me again." She gasped. "No, you can't kill him." A part of me was relieved she felt that way. Okay, more than just a part of me, all of me. "They got you because you came to rescue me. It's my fault. If it weren't for me being so careless 3 years ago, I wouldn't have gotten caught, and I wouldn't have been imprisoned, and I wouldn't have made you do something so awful for me. And if I weren't part fae, Don't, she warned. That's not your fault. You didn't do anything to make that so. And it's not your fault people couldn't accept us because of our mother. We didn't have anything to do with it. I know. We were quite a long time. I understood now why she'd been so weak when I dragged her through the tunnel and the woods. I couldn't have run just then for anything. I wasn't even sure I could walk. How much did she take? Sarah asked. Not enough to hurt, but enough to exhaust me. I sighed, wanting to rub at the sore spot on my throat, but determined to keep my hand away from it. I wanted to forget it was there. And she'll do that every day. Until she thinks she's had enough, and then she'll kill us both, I finished. At least we have a little time. I can put a plan together to get us out of here. Oh, Anissa, what do you suggest? I asked. That we sit here and wait to die? That's not me, and I don't think it's you either. I'm not, she said. I just don't see a way out, not when we can't even get ourselves away from the wall. We can't see it now, but we will. I had to have hope. I just had to. Otherwise, I'd sink into a pit of despair there was no getting out of. And if I despaired, I wouldn't be able to ever get out. I might as well bite at my wrists as I'd already threatened to do. There would be no point in keeping myself alive solely to provide sustenance for Mallory. I wonder how old she is, Sarah mused, sitting cross-legged on her cot. Ancient, I guessed. You know how witches are. Yes, if she looked that old, she must be older than the woods themselves. I guess so, and she knew all about me. How unnerving. You're special, Sarah said. I've always thought so. I knew there had to be something about your father. You're so much more special than me. There's never been anything different about me, not like you. That's not a bad thing. You're not the one the witch is feeding on, I reminded her. No, but you're a leader. You're brave. You have a special power, she snorted. Marcus could never read your thoughts, and it drove him crazy. He told you that too? Oh, he told me a lot of things about the time you two spent together. You're such a puzzle to him. He tried to get me to give him insight into you. Can you imagine? I honestly can't. Even though we were in deep trouble, which I couldn't make heads or tails of, I had to smile at my sister. I've missed being able to talk to you like this, I admitted. I've missed it too. We stretched our arms and could clasp hands. It was comforting, feeling her hand in mine. We could find a way out together. Nothing could stop us. So, what about that Jonah guy? She asked. Oh, what about him? I dropped her hand, on guard. You don't have to act that way, she teased. I can tell you like him. A lot of good that does, I muttered. I'll never see him again. I thought you were trying to be hopeful, she reminded me, still gently teasing. I didn't mean we'll never get out, but I'll never see him when we do. He's a Bourke. We've gone rogue. It can never be. We'll never fit in anywhere, ever again. And that's my fault. We can't keep going around in circles like this, I said. This is just the way things happened, and there's nothing we can do about it. I hate seeing you chained up again so soon after being free, is all. She chuckled. I'm used to it. Chapter 16. Jonah. It only took about an hour for Scott to return, though it might as well have been 3 days. Every minute seemed to drag by as I crouched in the brush, watching the cottage. There hadn't been another guard out there since the one we'd captured. How long would it take for them to realize somebody was missing? When Scott returned, it was like the sun shining through storm clouds. I left all of them maybe a half a mile away, he explained. When I give the signal, they'll come on the charge. How many? 50, and that was because so many of them weren't home when I went around the building. I might have brought twice as many otherwise. 50 is better than I'd hoped for, I admitted. They're all just as ready for a fight as I am, he said with a broad grin. It's been too long. I'm glad somebody feels that way. I sure don't. Then Scott's expression darkened. What is it? I asked. Did you have trouble with any of them? He nodded, then studied the ground. Gage. I sighed. It would have felt so much better if he had been with us. Knowing how much he disapproved was disheartening. What did he say? Well, I didn't exactly get the chance to talk to him, he explained. Don't be mad. What's there to be mad about if you didn't talk to him? He wouldn't look at me, which didn't bode well. As it turns out, he has some allies of his own in the clan. He what? It probably isn't the best time for me to hear about this. I know. It was as much of a surprise to me. Believe me, I had no idea. You didn't know? No, of course not. I would have told you. It took the wind out of me. I leaned against a tree. My own brother. My twin. Do you know how long it's been going on? I didn't have time to find out, but it was like an open secret, open to everybody but us. Philippa? She didn't know either. She stayed behind to find out what she could. She should know more by the time we get back. I nodded, doing my best to keep my temper under control. I could have uprooted the very tree I leaned against. I could have screamed loud enough to scare the birds from the trees. I could have torn any werewolf apart who dared get in my way. My own twin has gone against me. I should have seen it coming. You know how weird he's been lately. Always with something to say, always complaining about this or that. I should have seen it. How could you? You trusted him. I did too. Neither of us wanted to believe he would do something like this. I still don't want to believe it, I said. And what does this say about me as the clan leader? I don't know what's happening in my own immediate family. What else don't I know in the clan? It makes me seem a little ridiculous. I don't think you need to worry about it right now, he said. He wouldn't come. No. Now let's think about what we're going to do once we're in there. Did you find out where Anissa is? He was right. I would deal with Gage later. I struggled to remember what the werewolf had told me. It wasn't easy when I couldn't stop thinking about my brother. It's a dungeon. They're chained up in the same cell. The iron is enchanted, so I don't know how we would break it, though Mallory might have a key. Assuming the werewolf didn't lie. All right, you think we're ready? I took a deep breath. There's one way to find out. Chapter 17. Anissa. If I were capable of sleeping, I would have sworn it was a dream. I heard what sounded like thunder coming from just above my head, followed by shouting, then crashing. Well, what is that? Sarah trembled, and she wasn't alone. I took her hand, and we stood as close as we could to each other as all hell broke loose above us. It sounds like the entire building is coming down. We both flinched, pressing ourselves to the wall when a massive crash brought dust down on our heads. What do you think it could be? I turned to my sister. We were both wild-eyed with fear. Is it her magic? She asked, and we cringed again as another crash brought down yet more dust and debris. I'd seen a herd of wild elephants once at a circus and was convinced something similar was happening. Somebody had set a herd of elephants loose in Mallory's cottage, or castle, or whatever she'd intended it to be. I don't think so, I said. Why would she bring down her home with magic? You don't think somebody came for us, do you? We had to shout over the sound of crashing and banging just to be heard. What? No, impossible. I thought nothing was impossible. Could you please stop throwing that in my face all the time? Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. Somehow, I was more frightened by the silence. "What do you think happened?" Sarah whispered. "Somebody won." "Won what?" "Whatever we just heard up there. Somebody won." I didn't dare hope it was Jonah. There was no way, just as I had said to Sarah, no way anybody knew we were here. He'd already been long gone by the time the werewolves caught up with us. Probably back at his penthouse in his fancy apartment building. "Maybe her werewolves beat her," she whispered. "Or another being." But do we want to meet the creature that could beat her? I wasn't sure I wanted to. There was no telling how much evil it would take to overpower her. We waited with bated breath to see what would happen next. Every silent second was agony. Would they come for us, or would we rot here forever, wailing and pleading for blood long since forgotten? I wasn't sure which scenario terrified me more. Then I heard it. So did Sarah, judging from the way her head snapped up. We both stared at the door, trembling. They were coming. Footsteps. "I'm scared," she whispered. "Me too," I admitted. Why lie? I was near panic, and I couldn't do anything about it thanks to my enchanted shackles. "Anissa." My heart leapt to life when I heard his voice. It couldn't be. How was it possible? "Jonah! In here! We're here!" "Jonah?" Sarah asked, eyes wide. "How?" I didn't know, but it was him, and then I saw him. Sapphire eyes with a gold perimeter. I recognized his eyes peering at us through the little window in the door, and I could almost taste sweet relief in my mouth. Only the thought of my sister beside me kept me from collapsing. I had to stay strong for her. "Just wait a minute. We'll get you out of there." His voice was the most comforting sound I had ever heard. Then came a rattling. After that, the door swung open. Jonah hurried through, catching me as I nearly fell on weak, shaky legs. "You're all right now. You're safe." I closed my eyes, unable to believe it. He came. He actually came for me. I let myself rest against him for just a moment before opening my eyes again and taking in the rest of the scene. Jonah's brother, the one with the quick smile, unlocked Sarah's shackles. I couldn't help noticing the way he stared at her, like she bowled him over. Not surprising, given her beauty. She nodded gratefully, rubbing her wrists. "Here." Scott tossed the keys to Jonah, who used them on my shackles. "Keys? How did you get them?" "They were hers." Jonah didn't look at me as he unlocked me. "We took them from her." "Mallory?" A chill ran through me. No wonder it had sounded like the building was falling around our heads. Once I was free, Jonah took me by the arm. "Come on, we have to get you out of here. I don't think we'll run into any more opposition, but you never know. The sooner we're gone, the better." "I don't understand any of this. How will we get away?" "Like I said, we took care of it." He glanced at his brother, who took Sarah's arm as Jonah had taken mine. "1 second." I slipped out of his hold and staggered toward the shelf, retrieving my blades and slipping them into their sheaths. I couldn't leave these behind. Just couldn't. Ready, though what I was really ready for was to lie down and rest. He took my arm again, then gave me a reassuring grin as they led us out of the dungeon and up a flight of stairs. "Don't delay," he warned. I wouldn't, but there was no way to keep my eyes from shifting back and forth. Blood. I smelled it, thick and still fairly warm, heavy in the air. The bodies of werewolves right and left, broken, still bleeding, or already dead. So many. Crumpled against walls, on floors. Horrible. "What happened here?" I whispered. "You did all this?" He snorted. "Hardly. My clan backed me up, and I advised them to get out of here once we were sure there was no more danger." "Where's the witch?" I expected her to come out at any moment, just around a corner or through a dark doorway. I stepped over a body on the floor and moved onward, Jonah's hand still on my arm. She fled when she saw how outmatched she was. That was all he had said, but it was enough. Part of me wondered if he'd killed her. How else had he gotten the key to the shackles? How else had he been sure there was no more danger to be had here? But I didn't want to know. I didn't need to know anything. I just wanted to get out of here as fast as possible. Chapter 18. Anissa. Jonah's penthouse was nothing like what I'd known my entire life. Marcus's world was cold, impersonal, overly regal. Like he wanted the world, or at least the rest of the clan, to know how important he was. Jonah didn't need that. His clan didn't need that. Somehow, against all odds, I felt more at home there than I ever had at the mansion. Here. The red-headed girl, Philippa, gave me and Sarah pillows and blankets to make us more comfortable. We rested at opposite ends of a large, overstuffed couch. It was so comfortable, I didn't think I'd ever move. And this is how they live? Thank you. I could tell she wasn't exactly a fan of our being there, or of her brother risking himself for us. Still, she did what she could. Jonah was grateful, if the expression on his face told me anything. I knew what gratitude felt like. I owed him everything, his brother and his clan. Speaking of brothers, I glanced around, noticing only the one, Scott. I knew without being told how much he'd enjoyed the fight with the werewolves. I shouldn't have liked him half as much as I did. It was impossible not to like someone who always seemed like they were in a good mood, ready for an adventure. Not simply that, but there was no mistaking the way he studied Sarah, like he wanted to jump in at any moment to make sure she was comfortable, safe, happy. And Sarah's eyes kept drifting to him, too. I liked thinking of her finding happiness somewhere, with somebody. She deserved it after all she'd been through. But then I was getting ahead of myself. They had brought us back to the penthouse with them to make sure we were all right, but it wasn't like we could stay there forever. We weren't like them. Bourkes. We'd been adversaries for longer than I could remember. At the moment, of course, I couldn't come up with any major differences. They seemed like us on the surface. They might even have been half decent. They certainly didn't need to rescue us, but they had. Jonah crouched beside me. How are you? Still a little weak, I admitted. You'll feel better soon, he said, brushing a strand of hair away from my forehead. His touch was caring and electric all at once. I felt it sizzle through me. I already feel much better, I murmured, nearly breathless. When our eyes met, instead of a reflection of the breathless sensation he caused in me, I saw a sadness. What's wrong? His gaze faltered and he glanced down. Nothing. Why are you afraid to tell me? Because it isn't any of your business. Philippa glared at me from across the room. Philippa? Jonah stood, facing her. Don't do this. Her eyes blazed with fury. I'm sorry if I'm the only one who's concerned. Jonah's posture stiffened. You think you're the only one who cares that Gage is gone? Gage, the other brother. I looked around, surprised and confused. If you hadn't put yourself at such huge risk, this wouldn't have happened. I doubted it. Scott managed to pry his eyes from my sister just long enough to join Jonah in facing Philippa. It's been going on for a while, this faction of his. He didn't just get them together today. It doesn't work like that. And from what you heard, you know it's true. She sighed. I know, but I think this pushed him over the edge. Scott scoffed. You can't always defend him like this, Philippa. He made a choice. If not this, something else. He was always seeking a reason. Jonah stayed ominously silent through this interaction. Sarah looked confused, but things were starting to become clear for me. Gage had gathered supporters. Was he thinking about taking over? Wouldn't Marcus love to hear something like that? Marcus. Where was he? What was he thinking? He must have gotten word about what took place at the cottage, being so close to the clan's territory. He must have wondered if it had to do with me. Would he come hunting for me? If he did, that would put Jonah in his crosshairs again, maybe his entire clan. We should go. I sat up, pushing the blanket back. Sarah's eyes flew open wide, but she went along without asking questions. What? Jonah stood in my way when I got up. Where do you think you're going? Somewhere that's not here, I said, glancing around. Intense guilt washed over me. I hate to think we were the cause of this, and it's something you have to work out with your family. We shouldn't be here for it. It's private. His eyes cut left and right to his sister and brother. I could tell there was a silent conversation happening and tried to glean what they were feeling. Then I remembered the way it felt when Mallory did that to me. The intrusiveness. It was disgusting. I couldn't do that to anybody else. Especially not to them, the ones who had saved me and Sarah. When our eyes met again, he was smiling softly. Why don't you stay here? I was speechless. He couldn't offer us this. He would put his clan in danger for sure. When Marcus found out I'd joined forces with the Bourke clan, he'd put a price on my head. And Sarah's. As if there isn't one already, the cynical voice in my head reminded me. Excuse me? Sarah asked Jonah, disbelief in her tone. She knew how huge what he'd just offered was. She touched my hand. Did she want to sway me to agree? Jonah nodded. You heard me correctly. I mean it. Stay here with us. We'll give you refuge. You need it. I glanced about, seeing acceptance, if not exactly joy, on Philippa's face, and something that appeared like hope on Scott's. Sarah had that hope too. I knew she wanted to stay. And so did I. I did want to stay. I wanted to be near Jonah. Sure, the thought of safety was good. The thought of having a place to stay was good. Not having to say goodbye to Jonah was better than good. It was everything I had dared to hope for since I first saw him in the dungeon, even before that. I shook my head lightly, still worried. Are you sure you're taking a risky step? Jonah's jaw was set. I know what's best for my clan. For me. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. It felt so good to give in. One more look at my sister, who nodded. All right, I said. We'll stay. Later that evening, I perched on the balcony outside the living room, overlooking the city. I'd borrowed a black outfit from one of the many closets Jonah had told me to help myself to. A black top, a pair of shorts, and a filmy layer of fabric that made it appear like a dress. I was ready to hit the bank with the Bourke clan, except I wasn't. For the time being, I was stuck here, in hiding. The view was breathtaking, beyond anything I could imagine. The entire city sat at my feet, sparkling and full of life, throbbing with it. Beautiful, huh? The hair on the back of my neck stood on end at the sound of Jonah's voice. I smiled. That's a word for it, I sighed, leaning over the railing to look down, then out over the skyscrapers and beyond to the Hudson River. It's changed a lot. I was just thinking about that not long ago, he chuckled. All of the changes since I was human. It's funny how that seems like a dream sometimes. It does, but I remember most of it. I turned to him, though I never did know who I was. Not then, not ever, until Mallory told me. Part Fae. Jonah nodded, turned away to take in the view. I admired his profile, the way his broad shoulders filled out the button-down shirt he wore. His jaw worked, clenching and unclenching. Does it bother you? I finally got up the courage to ask. He gave me a sideways glance. Does it bother you? Answering a question with a question. He laughed. Why would it bother me? The old ways, the old hang-ups and prejudices, they're all pointless. From the older generation. They don't do any good because look what happened to you and your sister. It makes no sense. punishing people for something that doesn't matter much anyway. And then he turned to me, taking the back of my head in his palm. I held my breath, wondering what he planned to do. I could hope, breathless. "Does it bother you?" he asked. "Who I am? No, it's just part of me." He took that in and then smiled softly. "Good, because I like you the way you are." "Have I thanked you for saving me?" "Not in the last 20 minutes, but it's all right. You don't have to. I didn't have a choice. I needed to make sure you're safe, and you will be." He tugged me just a little closer while leaning down until our mouths met in the sweetest, most soul-searing kiss imaginable. My hands rose, wrapping around his neck. I pulled him in more. Everything was him. He filled my senses until I was sure nothing else existed. Chapter 19. Anissa. When the kiss ended, it felt as though years had passed. Maybe because everything felt different, looked different after it was over. When we stared into each other's eyes, nothing else mattered. I wondered how I had spent so much of my existence without a kiss like that. "Wow," he whispered. His eyes were wide, full of wonder. "I know," I giggled softly. So he had felt it too. "Not much has impressed me in the last several decades," he murmured. "This is something new." "I'm glad I was here for it then." He laughed, throwing his head back. I could have listened to it for 100 years, maybe more, as long as he kept holding me close, the way he was just then. "Where have you been all this time?" he asked. "You know where. You were there not long ago." "Oh, right. I'm so glad you found me." "You sure about that? I might have killed you, you know." "But you didn't, because it wasn't meant to be that way." "So, you believe in fate? That's unusual for those of our kind." "I believe things happen the way they're supposed to happen. You don't live as long as I have and see what I've seen without believing there has to be something else at work. It's not random. You weren't randomly sent my way. I felt it immediately." His eyes changed, narrowing slightly. "Didn't you?" "Honestly? Yes, I did." It was strange to admit, but I couldn't deny the way I felt. There was something between us from the start. Otherwise, why hadn't I killed him when I had the chance? I could have. I probably should have killed him, if I looked at it logically. If I had, I wouldn't have to wonder what would happen when Marcus decided to come for me, if he hadn't already. I didn't want to tell him I was worried. Jonah gave me a smile. Mine was forced. I wished it could match his. He thought things would be all right, thanks to his clan's protection. He thought I was safe. I would never be safe, not from Marcus. Jonah didn't know that because he didn't know the creature who headed my clan. Correction, the clan that used to be mine. The darkening of my thoughts must have shown on my face because Jonah's expression changed again to one of concern. I turned away, facing out toward the skyline. I told myself to think about how beautiful it was, to think of anything else. Anything to avoid letting my thoughts progress in their current direction. "Where are you? Where's your mind right now? Where are your thoughts?" His voice was soft, gentle, caring. It didn't much matter, since he couldn't help me feel better. If anything, he made me feel worse. "I've made a lot of trouble for you," I said, still staring out at the lights. "No, you haven't." "Jonah, please, don't tell me things you think I want to hear just to avoid hurting me. I know what's happening, and I know your clan will pay in one way or another for what you've taken on with me." "That's my business, isn't it? Just like it was my choice to step in and help you. I can't leave you all alone out there, not when Marcus is out there, not when there are werewolves and any number of other creatures who could harm you. I can't let it happen." I shook my head, laughing at myself. I'd tell you I can take care of things on my own, but I think you know better than that by now. I couldn't outkill everything. Plus, I had vulnerabilities. Sarah was my Achilles heel. It seemed now Jonah and his family would be, too, because I cared about them. He chuckled softly. The opposition doesn't exactly play fair, do they? That's so a nice way of putting it. When that's the case, it's completely right for someone else to want to help. You deserve help, and you need it. I just wish it wasn't you. I didn't want him to be at risk. You don't mean that. Not the way it came out, no. I finally turned, taking the chance of peeking at his disappointed face. And he was disappointed. I wish it wasn't you because of the hassle it means for you, that's all. Otherwise, I'm glad it's you by my side. I know it sounds all twisted up, but that's how I feel. Which is understandable. He took my arms in his strong, capable hands. It's my decision to help you. I made my choice as head of my clan. I stand behind that. Thank you. It was the most I could say. Anything else would have felt hollow. Anytime. And I mean that. Hello, you too? We both turned at the sound of Philippa's voice. She sounded amused, if not still a bit put out. I hate to interrupt. I feel like that's not entirely the truth, Jonah murmured with a dry laugh. Anyway, she continued, rolling her eyes, I wanted to talk to you about feeding our guests, especially Sarah. She's quite weak. I realized at that moment I felt a little weak too, and remembered Mallory feeding from me. I'll make arrangements. He glanced at me. I can have members of the clan deliver fresh blood for you both. No worries. Thank you. I watched as he went inside with his sister. I would have joined them, but I still had a little thinking to do. He gave me a backward glance, probably wondering if I would join him. I gave him a slight smile, then turned away, appraising the city again. What would I have given just then to be one of them, one of the humans? My phone vibrated. I pulled it out, curious. An email. My fingers shook a little when I considered opening it. I could imagine who the sender was. I glanced inside the penthouse, making sure nobody was watching. Then I opened it. Oh, no. There was no doubt about what I was viewing. The same auburn hair as his brothers and sister. The very same. Gage. And he was chained to a wall. Even in a low-quality photo such as the one sent to me, the blisters from the silver cuffs were obvious, all over Gage's wrists. I glanced inside again. None of them had any idea what I saw, and they couldn't know. I couldn't tell them their brother hadn't really run away with his faction of the clan. It would ease Jonah's mind on one hand, but it would make life worse for him in other ways. He'd have to search for his brother. He'd put himself in danger. I wanted to tell him. I felt I should. He needed to know. They all needed to know. They had the right to find their brother, even if he had left on his own. He probably had. He might even have done it with the intention of rising up against his brother's leadership. But he'd been intercepted. Someone must have known he would go, or at least anticipated a moment when at least one of Jonah's siblings would be on their own and vulnerable. Who sent the email? The address wasn't familiar to me. Probably a fake account set up expressly for the purpose of emailing me the picture. I pressed the reply button. Who is this? Where are you? I typed in. Then I pressed send. I watched the screen warily, as if it were a snake that would strike me. The email bounced back immediately. Invalid address. What? How could the address be invalid? They'd probably disabled it as soon as the picture went through. It's what I would have done, just to be on the safe side. Then I saw the message that came along with the photo. I hadn't noticed it before, too horrified by what I saw to think about anything else. Go to the Far North League Building's bell tower, midnight, tomorrow night. You owe me. There was only one being I owed anything to, just one. I should have known. He wouldn't let me go, not that easily, and he knew I would try to help whoever he punished because of me. Even if taking Gage was Marcus's payback for what Jonah had done, Jonah had only been helping me and Sarah. It was the same either way. I was at the heart of it all, and I was the one who had to get Gage out of trouble. I looked again at the picture, shivering a little in a wind that suddenly felt much colder than before. They were torturing Gage. I could see the pain in his face, in his eyes. I couldn't imagine what it must feel like to burn the way he was burning, since silver had never hurt me the way it was supposed to. Because I was of the Fae. I couldn't worry about that just then. I had other things to think about. Gage's pain because of me. I had taken Marcus's prize from him, Sarah. I had disobeyed his command to kill Jonah. I'd left him vulnerable in light of the upcoming League meeting. For all these things, Marcus would want an accounting, and he'd found a perfect way to lure me in. What else could I do? Chapter 20, Anissa. It was a long night and an even longer day. We went out at night so we could blend in, but that was about it. I tried not to think too much about the way the minutes crawled by. None of us needed a bedroom, really, since we didn't sleep. Still, it was nice to have somewhere to relax, alone. The penthouse Jonah shared with his siblings featured a room for each of them, as well as 2 guest rooms. I could have had a room of my own, but chose to share one with Sarah. I didn't like the idea of her being alone. I wished I'd chosen my own room that first night after getting the email. I could have used a little privacy, a chance to be alone with my stormy thoughts. I hated waiting to be alone with those thoughts. At least then I wouldn't have driven myself crazy with questions and guesses and wild imaginings. Just what sort of special hell would Marcus cook up for me? It seemed like centuries before the sun rose, casting muted light throughout the spacious bedroom. It was more like an apartment, really, larger than the entire suite of rooms Sarah and I had called our own back at the mansion. The windows stretched from the floor to the high ceiling, adding to the feeling of spaciousness. The tinting was dark, but not so dark that we couldn't see in the daylight. I could see for miles. Thanks to modern technology, my kind had developed a formula for window tint that kept us from being burned. Now, if only they could get a formula for a specific type of sunscreen that would allow us to be out in the middle of the day with 0 repercussions. "This is much nicer than the mansion," Sarah observed, stepping close to me. I'd sensed her approach as she'd entered the room, but I hadn't reacted. I'd hoped she'd walk away and go hang out with Scott, but I should have known better. My sister cared about me, just as I cared about her. In so many ways, I agreed. It was much nicer than the mansion in ambience and hospitality, if not in grandeur. "It's not so dark." She put her arm around me, leaned her head against my shoulder. "Gothic," I added. "Yes, Gothic. Marcus's personality in a nutshell." I turned to her. Truer words were never spoken. Like some sort of old Gothic tale of dark revenge. That was the story he wanted to play out with me. Later in the day, I paced the main room just as I'd paced our bedroom throughout the long night. "What's wrong with you?" Sarah glanced up at me from her spot on the sofa under a pile of blankets. She'd spent a lot of time there since arriving at the penthouse, reading some of the hundreds of books lining an entire wall of the living room when Scott wasn't around. When he was, they'd spent their time huddled together and talking in low voices. I knew it would take some time for her to get her strength back. She seemed a little stronger, at least. She smiled more easily, and when she did, it actually appeared sincere. She wasn't putting on an act for my sake. She'd always been braver than I'd given her credit for. I might have broken in to save her, but she'd been the one to save me all those years ago. She was trying to do the same thing then. She tried to give me peace of mind. Of course, there was no peace of mind for me right now. I couldn't tell her what hung over my head. No way. It was my problem. "How are you?" she asked, sensing the strain. I'm fine, I smiled, sitting beside her. It's been a wild week. I'm just tired. You don't usually get tired, she pointed out. For the younger sister, you have a habit of acting like you're older. She grinned. You've done enough worrying about me. Maybe it's time for me to start worrying about you for a little while. No way. We're even now. Nobody worries about anybody else. Otherwise, we'll never stop. I ran my hand over her head, smoothing her long hair. She was too thin still, and too pale. A little time, a little rest, and proper feeding would take care of that. She would heal well, as long as she stayed with the Bourkes. We have it good here, I said, trying to broach the subject gently. How could I tell her what needed to be said without giving myself away? I couldn't run the risk of worrying her, but I couldn't go without making sure she'd be taken care of while I was gone. It's comfortable and quiet and far away from any danger. It would take a lot for a werewolf or even one of Marcus's henchmen to get all the way up here. They'd have to make it through the heavy security in the lobby, for starters, before punching the special code into the elevator which sent it straight to the top floor. We have it good here. We're lucky. Her eyes glowed a little. I owe it all to you. To Jonah, I reminded her. And it's because of Jonah we're both safe now. I think it would be a good idea to stay here as long as possible, don't you? I mean, for the sake of having protection. You know how dangerous it can be out there. Sure, I know. I think I've already seen enough danger to last me a long time. I nodded. I wanted her to keep that in mind. I needed to know she would remember that and stay out of trouble for as long as she could. There's really no reason to leave, unless they ask us to. Do you think they would ever do that? She asked, concern in her eyes. Oh, no, I can't see that ever happening. Because Jonah likes you so much, she said with a sly smile. No, it's not that. Well, not entirely. She giggled. I thought so. I mean it. It's not because he likes me. It's because it's the right thing to do. He's a natural leader, I guess. He sees people who need help, and he does what it takes to help them, even if it means trouble for him. As I said the words, I felt how true they were. You're the same way, you know. You have a way of taking things on like they're your problems. You shoulder all these burdens. You take care of everyone around you. Just the ones who mean something to me, I reminded her, taking her hand. I remembered it too vividly, chained in a cage in the dungeon. The thought was enough to remind me how helpless I'd felt when I used to visit her. Yes, I would do anything to help her. I would do it again. The front door opened. Philippa and Scott entered. Once again, I noticed the way Sarah straightened a little when Scott came into view. I could almost feel the smile he gave her. It was enough to make me wonder if I should leave the room. More blood from the basement, Philippa said, tossing a box my way. I caught it deftly, wondering if and when she would ever give up being half angry we were there. It was obvious she had little control over what Jonah decided, and I could tell it bothered her. It would have bothered me, too. I opened the box, removing the bag of blood from its protective packing. Sarah's eyes very clearly lit up when she saw it. After years of near starvation, it must have been a dream come true to feed whenever she wanted. I turned my head to give her some semblance of privacy. Philippa slumped into a chair across from where we sat. Still, she managed to do it gracefully. I wondered how she did that. The supply isn't going to last forever, she warned. Scott's face seemed to darken. He wasn't happy with his sister. In fact, I got the feeling they had already discussed this, and he was irritated with her for saying anything. It wasn't hard to pick up their emotions. I was part Fae, after all. Sometimes the reality of my mixed blood came in handy. Judging from the way Scott's eyes stared daggers at the back of his sister's head, there was strong emotion behind what was going on in his head. I'm sure it'll be fine, he covered. We're the leading family in the clan. If Jonah says it's all right, it's all right. There's nothing they can say. Tell that to our other brother and his faction, Philippa grumbled. No one could tell Gage anything at this stage, except Marcus, but I was the only one who knew that. I fought the shudder that ran through me at the mention of Gage. I hated thinking about him being in pain, tortured, while his sister thought he was nothing but a traitor. And I knew too well what Jonah thought. I'd heard him pacing in his room all night and day, mumbling to himself. He didn't sound happy. I understood what he was going through. What kind of clan leader would he appear to be if his own brother didn't stay? Knowing the truth about Gage's whereabouts and circumstances, and being unable to tell the Bourkes, was killing me. Just the strain of keeping it to myself was exhausting. The thought of Jonah reminded me of what I had to do. I'd already done what I could to get Sarah to stay with the Bourkes. I had to do the same, but this time with him. I had to secure my sister's future with Jonah's clan. My knock at his bedroom door was quiet, tentative. I was almost afraid to talk to him, knowing the dark mood he was in over Gage. It had to be done. "Come in." I opened the heavy door slowly, glancing about the room as I did. It was as large as the guest room, with high ceilings and intricately carved wood panels along all walls. It didn't even seem silly for him to have a large 4-poster bed covered in lavish silk bedding. In some ways, the size and grandeur reminded me of the mansion which I'd called home for so long, but unlike that place, especially unlike Marcus's rooms, there was warmth. I didn't feel my skin crawling the moment I stepped inside. His back was to me, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed out the window. Another way in which he reminded me of Marcus, that proud stance. He turned, smiling when he saw me. "Hey there, what's going on?" His eyes traveled over me, making me blush. "Nothing," I lied. I was glad he couldn't read me the way I could read others. He'd declare war on Marcus in the blink of an eye, and it would be all over then. He came closer, still smiling. "To what do I owe the visit, then?" I shrugged, searching for something to say that would sound plausible. "I've been worried about you all day." That wasn't a lie. "I've had a lot on my mind, is all." I nodded. "Me too." "What's on your mind?" He sat on the bed, patting a space beside him. I didn't mean to get into it, but if it would make him open up, it was worthwhile. So I sat, hands clasped in my lap. "Am I running off?" "It happens. It'll pass. Things always do." "You didn't sound like you felt that way earlier." "You could hear me?" "Of course I could. Anybody could." He chuckled. "Great. I don't expect you to be in a good mood, you know. It's all right." "I should be able to handle this better," he admitted. "But Gage, my brother." I know. I wanted to tell him. It would have made him feel so much better in one way, even if it would have driven him half crazy to know Gage was in trouble. If all went as planned, I would ensure his freedom so he could go home. It was the least I could do to thank Jonah for everything. And still, I knew it was coming. It wasn't that much of a surprise. He's always resented my being leader of the clan and not him. He's my twin, and I'm biologically older, but he was changed before me. He thinks that gives him seniority, I guess you could say. Jonah's chuckle was tired, bitter. Yes, they were twins. Their faces were so alike. I thought about Gage's face, contorted in pain. The thought put me back on track. "I need your promise." His eyes searched my face. Promise?" I nodded, thinking fast. "I'm only asking you this because I trust you so much. You're so good to your family, your clan. I know she'll be in good hands." "I don't know what you mean." "It's just that, with Marcus still around, I wonder about the future. My future, especially. And if anything ever happens to me, I'd want to make sure Sarah was taken care of. You know what I mean?" He nodded thoughtfully. "I don't intend to ever let anything happen to you." "But it doesn't really matter what you intend, does it? And I'm not saying I don't think you're capable or anything like that. I've seen what you can do. You saved us from Mallory. I'd still be chained up. She would be feeding from me. But you made it possible for me to be safe, and I know my sister would be in good hands with you. Thank you for your faith. It means a lot. His hand closed over mine. I told myself it wasn't wrong for me to lie to him. I was protecting him from getting into trouble. Maybe very big trouble. So you'll take care of her if she needs it? Promise me? Anything. I would promise you anything. I met his gaze and found myself just a breath away from confessing the entire mess. I was hours away from sneaking out to find Gage. I might never come back. I might never see him again. How could I thank him for everything he'd done? How could I tell him what it meant that he was willing to go so far for me? I couldn't. Instead, I left him alone again. Even if I had been at liberty to tell him the truth, I couldn't have done it. I didn't have the words. It was time to go. I waited in the guest room for the right moment. It wouldn't take me long to get to the League headquarters. I only needed to wait until I wouldn't be missed. Sarah was resting peacefully, listening to music through a pair of those oversized headphones the humans seemed obsessed with. I'd seen young people wearing them on trains so many times, and I always wondered how they managed to hear anything else. I didn't think I would be able to go around outside without the ability to hear anything around me. How they managed to not get run over was beyond me. Her eyes were closed, so it wasn't difficult for me to sneak past. Once she'd fed more regularly and gotten her strength back, her instincts would be sharper. I was actually relieved she couldn't sense me leaving. I slipped out of the room, closing the door with a soft click. There was a fire in the fireplace, all for the sake of aesthetics, seeing as how none of us needed the extra warmth. The dancing flames cast shadows over the cream-colored walls, making it seem as though they came to life. I had an eerie feeling as I crossed the living room on tiptoe, like there was something waiting for me in those shadows. But it was only my conscience. I couldn't leave without saying goodbye. In the desk, along the far wall, a gorgeous antique, I found a notepad and pen. There was so much I wanted to say, but not enough time to say it all. Besides, I didn't want anybody coming after me. I settled for keeping things short and sweet. Jonah, goodbye. Thank you for everything. Please don't forget the promise you made. One more glance around the room, and then I left. I couldn't help feeling like I was making a big mistake, but there was nothing else to do. Chapter 21, Anissa. Once I was out on my own, my instincts took over. I let myself slide back into my old role, the one Marcus had created for me, slipping in and out of shadows, staying away from the light, wishing to avoid notice. One of the many good things about humans was their self-centeredness. They were too busy playing with their phones to notice me. It wasn't them I was worried about, of course. I set my concentration on detecting others of my kind, the non-humans. I couldn't run the risk of discovery. I couldn't be careless the way I was when I first tracked Jonah. Running into a werewolf would be bad enough without the threat of leaving Gage in Marcus's sadistic hands. I reached the outskirts of Manhattan with little trouble, using my speed to my advantage. It was nearly 11:30, early for those out having a good time. It was late for me. I had 30 minutes to make it to my destination. Once I was away from prying eyes, at the base of the Brooklyn Bridge, could I get ready to course my way to the New York-Canada border? I remembered the first time I coursed. It was a trip to Philadelphia, not far, roughly a couple of hours by car. I'd made it in minutes. I'd then collapsed, useless. Coursing took up a lot of energy. I was aware of that, of course. Everybody was, but being aware and actually feeling it were two different things. Practice had helped. The trip wouldn't wipe me out. Still, I wouldn't be able to course again until my energy returned. I hoped I wouldn't have to make a quick escape. When I was sure no one could see me, I set off. I couldn't make out anything but a blur on either side of me, lights and cars and homes and people. I flew over the landscape, through cities and fields, farms and mountains. Only the animals sensed me, their instincts just as sharp as mine. I heard dogs barking, wolves howling, cows mooing. People probably wondered why the animals were making so much noise, but they'd make up some excuse to explain it away. They always did whenever one of us came close to their world. The closer I got to the League of Vampires headquarters, the stronger a pull I felt toward it. There was magic all around it, the enchantments of my kind. I imagined they served as protection against the outside world. If the homes of the Carver and Bourke clans were protected, the League's headquarters would be even more strongly defended. It made sense. So, the number of enchantments placed on the ancient Gothic cathedral was many, and heavy with power. I'd never been there, but I'd heard stories about it for as long as I could remember. It had been used by those of my kind for centuries before the founding of America. To the outside world, it was a decrepit, dangerous, old wreck. In fact, some of the magic surrounding it had to do with making it disappear into the landscape. Humans had a way of seeing past it, through it, not even noticing it. To me and other vampires, however, it was majestic. When I finally drew close enough to stop coursing, I sat cross-legged on the ground to regain strength. I was just a little tired, a far cry from the exhaustion I'd experienced the first time I ever coursed. Stopping for a quick rest gave me the excuse to study the grand, overwhelming structure. It was like something out of a story, large and imposing, standing stark against the night sky. I wondered how many decades, even centuries, it had taken to build something so impressive with the primitive tools available at the time. It had originally been built by humans, but soon after had been taken over by the vampires who had come to the New World. Like their human counterparts, my ancient ancestors fled in order to find tolerance and escape persecution from those who wished to do them harm. They moved far enough inland to ensure their safety, then discovered the cathedral. Even then it had been falling apart, abandoned by villagers who had since moved into Canada. When the League formed, using the cathedral as headquarters made all the sense in the world. It conveyed the importance the League had. I could understand why they'd picked it while I sat there, wide-eyed, taking it all in. Walls which must have stretched hundreds of feet into the air. Spire upon spire, practically touching the stars. One big, round, stained glass window in the center of the front wall in the pattern of a rose. Multicolored beams of light shot out from it, almost hypnotizing me. I'd lived in New York all my life, in the middle of some of the grandest and most impressive skyscrapers in the world, and I'd still never seen anything like it. It was 5 minutes to midnight, so I got up and scouted the area. I hadn't yet seen another living creature around the cathedral, but it was best to be on the safe side. I had to be sure none of the staff was aware of me, and none of the League members. With the meeting only 3 days away, they'd all start gathering soon enough. Security would be tighter than ever. Still, everything looked peaceful enough. I let out a sigh of relief. There was only one thing left to do then. I saw the bell tower stretching into the heavens, high above the ground. I'd never felt so small, or so unsure of what I was about to do. Was it really wise to climb up there on my own? Should I have told somebody where I was going? It was too late for that. I didn't dare miss midnight. So I squared my shoulders and started the long climb up hundreds and hundreds of stairs. How humans were expected to make such a climb, I had no idea. It didn't tire me, of course, but I couldn't imagine how much weaker humans managed it. The closer I got to the top, the more apprehensive I became. Who would be waiting for me? Marcus? Or would he send his bumbling, ham-fisted henchmen for me? The breath caught in my throat as I climbed higher and higher, the air getting thinner as I did. Still, I didn't want the climb to end. It would mean meeting whoever was waiting for me. Nothing could have prepared me for what I found. When I reached the top, it appeared empty except for the 3 huge bells. There wasn't another soul there. Nor was there. I felt a presence, even if I couldn't see it. The hairs at the nape of my neck stood straight up. Every nerve in my body was at attention, almost vibrating. Yes, something or someone was there. I'd felt this way before and realized where when I heard a voice I'd never expected to hear. We meet again. I turned in time to see Mallory emerge from the darkness. Terror swept through me. You? "Who does it look like?" she sneered. Yes, it was her, and her attitude hadn't improved any. If anything, she was nastier than ever. "What are you doing here?" I looked around, still expecting to see Marcus somewhere.
"Waiting for you, you little fool."
She glided toward me, floating above the stone surface of the floor as she had in her lair. I backed away, wondering briefly if it would kill me to jump from the tower. I doubted it. I'd only be injured enough that I couldn't possibly get away, so that wasn't an option. I didn't have much time to think about my other options either, since the witch lunged at me before I could see her coming. Her long, bony fingers hooked around my throat while she used the force of her motion to knock us both to the floor. I struggled, kicking and clawing with all the strength in my body. I couldn't swoop low to get my weapons. It was no use. She had ancient power, not to mention fury. I could see it in her eyes. She wanted my blood, but more than that, she wanted revenge. She was too strong. Despair washed over me there on that cold stone floor as I writhed and fought. I realized she wouldn't stop at just feeding from me. She wouldn't pace herself as she had before. She wanted to kill me. Her hands tightened, enforcing that thought. Yes, she wanted me dead. She was fast. Vampire fast and strong, combined with witch-enhanced power. I was in a hell of a lot of trouble. There was no way I could overpower her, especially not after coursing. Then she removed her hands from my throat to pull my head to the side and expose my throat. She didn't wait. She didn't tell me what she was about to do. She simply sank her teeth into me. My sharp gasp in response to the pain echoed in the night as I arched my back, clawing at her, still desperate to make her stop draining me. I felt my life force leaving my body, felt myself fading. She wouldn't stop this time. She would empty me of my blood and leave nothing but a dry husk in my place. I thought about Sarah. What would she do without me? I thought about Jonah and the feel of his lips on mine, the way it felt to lock gazes. The certainty we were meant to find each other. It was no mistake, and I would never see him again. Would he know what happened to me? Would he ever understand I didn't want to leave him? It was almost over. My struggles were growing weaker. It would only be moments. Mallory would win, and I would die. I didn't have enough time. Then, a bright flash of light. Chapter 22. Anissa. I was dead. And this was the afterlife. I didn't know vampires experienced an afterlife. Then again, how would I have known? I had never died before. Not really. I'd died to human life, of course, the day I'd been changed to a vampire. It wasn't the same as dying for good, forever. If I was in the afterlife, it was very comfortable. It reminded me of what I'd always assumed heaven would be like, if there was such a place. I felt soft cushions beneath me. I felt a heavy blanket on top of me, too. It was warm. Why was I so weak if I were dead? I tried to move, to feel around me, but I couldn't. It was too much to manage. Then, as my consciousness cleared, I noticed a bright light on the other side of my closed eyelids. The white light of heaven? Did vampires go to heaven? Had I been wrong for so long when I'd assumed it didn't exist? Was I a fool for not believing? Feeling was believing. Sensing was too. I dared open my eyes. Then I flinched, half closing them again. The light was so bright enough it hurt my eyes. I knew if I were fully vampire, I wouldn't be able to see at all. Knowing of my fae blood made a lot of things easier to understand. Then I remembered seeing a bright light just before my final moments. I tried to sit up, shocked, horrified, wanting more than anything to get out of here. I needed to. I was in danger, terrible danger, but I could barely move. The exhaustion I felt reminded me of the exhaustion of coursing years earlier for the first time. Rest. It's important for you to rest now. I glanced around. my eyes still fighting to adjust to the bright light. Who's there? Give yourself a moment to see better and rest. It's imperative you rest. The voice was to my right, almost by my hand. I flinched away from it, staring at a figure standing by my side. Moments later, the figure began to come into focus, small, slim, with pale skin. I could make out long hair, then saw that it was white. White? I blinked again, and once I did, I could make out the creature's eyes. They were golden, just like mine, and they studied me with compassion and concern. I soon realized we weren't alone. While she had been the first to speak, there were others, many others all around us, and all of them had the same white hair, the same strangely golden eyes, the same slight bodies. For the first time in my existence, I didn't feel different. I didn't even know how different I'd always felt until I found myself surrounded by others like me. Are you all of the Fae? And why was my voice so weak, barely a whisper? I pulled myself up to a sitting position. No matter. They understood and nodded in almost perfect unison. We are, said the female standing beside me. Her voice was sweet, like honey, almost hypnotic. I don't understand. It's all a blur. I rested against the cushions, the extreme fatigue making it impossible for me to sit up for long. How did you know I would be there? I saw a few exchanged glances, a few furrowed brows. The light was easier to see in by then, and I didn't have to squint anymore. Dozens of them, and they were all like me. The family I had never known, in a sense. The woman with the long, white blonde hair sat beside me. I was reminded of the way I'd sat with Sarah at Jonah's penthouse, except I was the one resting under a pile of blankets this time. I wondered if she was the leader of the Fae. She seemed to speak for them, at any rate. You see, she said, her eyes staring deep into mine. You act as a sort of beacon right now. I do, she nodded. You send out, well, sort of a signal. It isn't difficult to sense your presence. When we sensed you, we knew you needed our help. Her expression shifted slightly. It seems as though we arrived just in time. I was about to die, wasn't I? She nodded again. I'm afraid so. Another few moments, and who knows how this would have turned out. He would be furious with us if he knew we let you go. He? I decided to overlook that for the time being. There were already so many questions to ask. I thought of the next one almost immediately. Where is she? Where's Mallory? I could imagine how fiercely they'd had to fight just to get her away from me. She'd been like a creature possessed. I could still feel her hands around my throat, the way she'd sucked the blood from me like she'd been starving for years. Another exchange of glances from one of them to the other. She won't bother you again. Excuse me? I said, she won't bother you again. The Fae woman's voice was cold, flat. That meant one thing, and one alone. Do you mean she's dead? You killed her? A single shake of her white blonde head. She's as good as dead. You don't need to worry about her anymore. When was the last time I thought that? Yeah, right after Jonah and his clan helped us out, and look how that turned out. I was back under her fangs not soon after. It all seemed too good to be true. I shivered a little when I remembered how close I'd come. Another few moments, as my savior had said. Just another few moments, and I'd be dead. I took in my surroundings once I knew the immediate threat had passed. What is this place? I asked. It couldn't be vastly far from the cathedral, or else the Fae wouldn't have found me. I wasn't sure what they meant by the signal I sent out, but it couldn't be all that strong. I was only, well, me. I wasn't anything special. I didn't have special powers. I didn't even know about my Fae blood until recently. Smiles all around. It's a world just beyond the world you've known the duration of your existence. What's your name? It feels funny not knowing your name. She smiled radiantly. My apologies. I am Felicity. Are you well, it sounded stupid, but I had to ask. Are you the leader? The queen? She laughed softly, shaking her head. Those behind her laughed too, but not unkindly. Would that I were, she replied, still smiling. My blood is not the blood of a ruler. I was asked to greet you and ensure your safety and comfort. Thank you, Felicity. I'm very comfortable. I looked around again at the friendly faces. This is a world beyond my world? What does that mean? Think of this realm as a sort of shadow realm, she said, and I could tell from the slow cadence of her voice she chose her words carefully, probably to make sure I understood. I thought shadow realms were, well, shadowy. I'd heard of them before, of course. We all had. There were countless worlds parallel to ours, all of them a sort of mirror image, all of them somewhat bleak. They missed the brightness of the real world, the vitality that made it real in the first place. At least, that's what I and everybody else in school had been taught. The world I was in appeared to be anything but bleak. It was bright, colorful. There were tapestries hanging from the walls, gold and silver threads woven intricately through the silky fabric. The light came from crystal orbs hanging everywhere, suspended from vines, all different sizes. It was beautiful, enchanted. A popular misconception, Felicity assured me. We are the Fae of the light. No matter where we go, there is light, Shadowland or no. Where are we, exactly? I mean, how did you get to me? There is a portal near the cathedral. We were able to spirit you through without garnering attention. Don't worry, you're perfectly safe. It's not me that I'm concerned with. I tried to get my thoughts together, but I still felt so tired and more than a little foggy. It's just a surprise. I know about the presence of the parallel worlds, shadow worlds, what have you. It's another thing to actually be in one. You would be surprised by how many portals there are, then, and how easy it is to slip from one world to another. She patted my hand. Rest assured, you're in good hands here. Now, it's time for you to get your strength back. Get my strength back, yes. I had things to do. I couldn't forget the reason I'd coursed to the cathedral. Gage, I whispered. I can't stay. I have to find Gage. I tried to stand, but Felicity's hand on my shoulders stopped me. I wasn't sure if she was very strong or if I was just very weak, maybe a little of both. You have no business doing anything but recovering at the moment, she insisted. A quick look over her shoulder, and 3 more of the Fae surrounded me, 2 males and a female, all of them as beautiful as Felicity. Please, don't make us restrain you. I don't understand. Why would you restrain me? Why won't you let me go? I have to find Gage. It's very important. He's being tortured. Gage? Who is this Gage? He's a vampire, I explained. Somebody is holding him, torturing him. That's why I left home. Don't you see? I can't forget him. He needs my help. Gage, a vampire. Felicity exchanged looks with some of the others. Is he red-headed? Insolent? I gasped. You know him? You've seen him. Where? We let him go, she said, with the other vampire. My mouth dropped open as I tried to process this. What other vampire? She shrugged. I wasn't there. I only heard of his release. There were 2 vampires. So he was released. He's free? I'm sorry, Anissa, but he wasn't our concern. You were. I don't know what happened to him after we freed him. She didn't care. How was that possible? Who am I that you care so much about me? Is it just because I'm like you, partly, anyway? It's not fair. That's not entirely it, she assured me with a soft smile. But it does have to do with your fey blood. You're vulnerable, running around the world, attracting attention. Why do you think the witch wanted your blood? Did she ever tell you? Yes, she told me. I shuddered when I remembered how cold her eyes were when she shackled me and Sarah in her dungeon, how she'd seemed to grow younger after first feeding from me. It isn't just witches who want your blood. It's any magical creature, any non-human. Fey blood has immeasurable power, and, like I said, you're a beacon. You attract those who want the power of your blood. She spread her hands to indicate our surroundings. Why do you think we are here in our parallel world? We cannot leave ourselves vulnerable to those who wish us harm. We use enchantments to hide our presence when we venture into other worlds, but enchantments do not last forever. And there are some who have figured out how to bypass our enchantments and find us, which is how Mallory found you. But I've been roaming freely for years, right? This has never been a problem before. Why now? It was surreal, hearing about my life and my supposed power as though I had nothing to do with it. The enchantment is wearing off, she explained, as though it were that simple. What enchantment? I looked around, desperate to understand. What's so special about me? I knew I was babbling, but I couldn't help it. This was a lot to absorb. She sighed lightly, the sigh of someone given a difficult job who felt put upon as a result. I'm sorry, I said, but this is all so new to me. I didn't know I was of the Fae until just a few days ago. It's a lot to take in all at once. I understand, Felicity replied. I realize this must be difficult. I've been instructed to tell you what you want to know, but only up to a point. Why? What are you keeping from me? I am not the one to tell you the entire story of your birth, she explained. All I can say is, after you were born, you were placed under an enchantment. It was clear you had to stay on Earth, the human world. You would coexist there as vampires have done throughout the ages. But your Fae blood would attract the wrong sort to you. However, the enchantment has worn thin. It was predicted this would happen, of course, and once it did, you would be brought home to us for your protection. Brought home to you? I shook my head. This isn't my home. But it will be. A new voice, someone I hadn't heard before. But something about that voice called to my nerve endings, sung in my blood even. All heads turned at the sound of a deep male voice. I heard sharp footsteps approaching, the sound echoing throughout the chamber. The crowd parted, allowing me sight of a white-haired man who stood a head taller than the others, maybe more. Or it could have been the proud bearing, the way his head tilted back, his chin up. The stern expression on his handsome face sent a chill down my spine. The heads of the other Fae bowed as he passed. His leadership was clear in an instant. Good. I had a thing or two to say to him. I needed answers. He stopped in front of me, a tall, looming presence dressed in black robes from head to toe. His pale skin and white hair stood in stark contrast to his clothing. Who are you? I asked. And why am I really here? I'm Gregor, ruler of the Fae. He paused, taking a breath as his eyes traveled over me. I've waited a long time for this. Why? Why should I matter to you? In his eyes, I saw the answer before it left his lips. Because I'm your father, Anissa.
Chapter 23, Anissa. I felt the breath leave my body. It was as though my entire existence passed before me in a flash. I remembered the few stories I'd heard about my father, my brave father who'd sacrificed himself heroically during the Great War, a father I had never known who'd died before memory could form. My father. Was it all made up? The man standing before me. He said he was that man. How could it be? No, I said. That's not possible. My father is dead. Gregor didn't have to say a word for the other Fae to leave us alone. Even Felicity stood and followed the others. I wanted them to stay. I didn't want to be alone with him, not when he lied to me. They could only be lies. My mother wouldn't have told me he was dead if he wasn't. She had always been truthful. And yet, all I had to do was see him to know there was a connection between us, just the way the connection between Jonah and me had been obvious. It wasn't the same sort of connection, of course, but it was just as strong. Still, that didn't mean he was my father. We were both Fae. That had to be it.
I suppose there are many questions you would like answers to, he said.
Yes, for instance, why are you lying to me?
He shook his head. Just as stubborn as your mother.
Don't speak of my mother, I snapped. You didn't know her.
I didn't know her,
he laughed, shaking his handsome head. His hair seemed to glow like platinum, just as his eyes glowed like gold.
I knew her very well for many years. Trust me, you're just like her.
Really? I lifted my chin. Tell me something about her. His mouth curved into a smile.
Where do I begin? Her name was Tabitha, for one. She had chestnut brown hair and green eyes. She had the most beautiful singing voice I'd ever heard. And she wasn't about to let the other members of her clan tell her she shouldn't take up with a member of the Fae. She would do what she wanted, when she wanted.
His face fell.
Even when I warned her of the danger.
His description of my mother made some unknown feeling spread through my chest. I could still hear her voice in my head, singing sweet little songs to cheer me or calm me. She did sing beautifully. She did have thick, lustrous brown hair. How many times had I compared my hair to hers and wondered why mine was so different? Gregor's was just like mine. Then I reminded myself that all of the Fae had hair like mine. It meant nothing. How could you leave then, if you're my father? How could you let me spend my existence thinking you were dead? The anger I felt, not to mention the confusion, gave me strength I hadn't had before meeting Gregor.
Rest, Anissa. You had a close call.
I'm tired of everybody telling me to rest. I stood, a little shaky, but I stayed on my feet. I want the truth. If you're my father, why did you leave? And why reveal yourself now?
Come with me, he said. We'll find you something to feed on.
I don't eat food, I reminded him.
Don't you think I know that? But you need something to help you get your strength back.
He seemed perturbed, like a father irritated with his child's incessant questions. I was suddenly very aware of how much larger he was than me, and of how much larger he was than any of the other Fae creatures he ruled over. Then I realized he had an entire army at his disposal. I couldn't push my luck too far. With that in mind, I followed him to what must have been his chambers. What is this place? I asked. I noticed more of the vines I'd seen in the room I woke up in. From the vines were suspended the same type of crystal globes emitting that same bright white light. I noticed, too, that instead of the halls and chambers having been built from scratch, they seemed to have been carved out of wood. Beautiful, colorful, and lavish tapestries draping alternating walls.
This is just part of our settlement, Gregor explained. We make our homes in the trees, high in the air, to avoid notice from those who might wish to do us harm on the ground. I thought the reason you lived in this realm was to avoid harm from those on Earth. It is. Still, there are predators and enemies everywhere in every realm. We have magic, but there are creatures far more powerful. Besides, we enjoy being close to nature. He turned his head slightly to glance at me. Do you ever find that about yourself? I've always enjoyed botany, I mused, but there isn't much chance to be close to nature in New York. He chuckled. I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. I did used to enjoy visiting Central Park, however. You know, when I visited the human world. I imagined him meeting my mother there. Funny how my mind wanted to make up stories like that. I already wanted to believe they knew each other, even if it meant everything I'd been told up to this point was a lie. By the time we reached his chambers, I felt exhaustion creeping up on me again. He rang a bell, and immediately a trio of who I guessed were his servants were by my side. They helped me rest on a small sofa, and one of them provided a tall crystal glass filled with what my nose immediately told me was blood. Gregor turned his back while I fed, probably unable to understand how I could do it. While his attention was elsewhere, I took in my surroundings. A desk in one corner was chock full of scrolls and books, stacked high and covering the entire surface. There were books stacked everywhere, really, on tables, chairs, even on the bed and floor. Stacks and stacks of them. I wondered what they contained, why he read so much. What could he need to know? Or was it reading for the sake of reading? More crystal globes hung from the ceiling, reflecting light around the room. It was bright, but my eyes had adjusted. The walls and floor were smooth. I wondered what tools had been used in the hollowing out of the tree to leave no marks. It had to be some sort of magical process, an enchantment of some sort. I felt comfortable, not just physically, but mentally. I wondered if my fey blood had something to do with it. There was a sense of security I'd never felt, like I was where I belonged for the first time. I hadn't even felt so comfortable in Jonah's penthouse. Jonah. I couldn't forget the reason I'd left. I had to figure out a way to get to Gage. I'd never forgive myself if I didn't learn what had happened once the Fae released him. How did they find him in the first place? Where was he? Gregor might tell me. He was bent over a thick pile of papers until I cleared my throat to signal I'd finished with the blood. Feel any better? He asked. I nodded. I did feel a little stronger, my thoughts a little clearer. I let myself rest against the pillows Gregor's servants had provided. Good. He crossed the small, cozy room. I noticed how he didn't seem to need the grand space Marcus and even Jonah needed to be comfortable. The room was as big as it needed to be, and through an open door I saw a second room with a bed and a tall chest. That was all. He lived simply, even for all the beauty otherwise surrounding him. He removed a stack of books from a chair and pulled it over to where I sat, then sat facing me. He leaned forward, elbows on his thighs, hands clasped between them. I got the feeling he was sizing me up. Am I what you expected? I asked with a wry smile. Confusion crossed his face, quickly followed by understanding. Do you think this is the first time I've ever seen you? Isn't it? He shook his head. I've watched you throughout your life, whenever I could. It wasn't always safe for me. I'm sure Felicity told you about the high value of Fae blood. Yes, though I've learned that on my own. There was still a sore spot on my throat from where Mallory's fangs had pierced my skin. My hand fluttered toward it self-consciously. Don't worry. I had my most trusted potions master treat your wound when you arrived. It should only bother you for a short while. You won't even see the mark much longer. That's a relief. I don't want to think about what happened. and you shouldn't have to. But you must be careful from now on, as I've been whenever I wandered the human world."
"How have I never seen you, if you've watched me?" He shrugged.
"You are always busy tracking someone or something else."
I stiffened, and he nodded.
"Yes. I knew what you were doing all this time, and I know why you did it. You're my daughter through and through."
I brushed what I supposed was a compliment aside. "If you knew, why didn't you?"
"Help you?"
He shook his head.
"It's not that easy. It's never been that easy. I had to keep my distance or risk causing trouble for both the Fae and the vampires. It's a burden I've carried for a long, long time, not being able to be a part of your life. But I took a vow, one which I had no choice but to heed."
My head spun. I wasn't sure if it was all the new information he threw at me or the lack of blood in my system. I needed time to process what he was saying, regardless.
"Should I tell you the story?"
he asked in a gentle voice. I nodded. Words escaped me. Chapter 24. Anissa.
"I was born 300 human years ago," he began, "before what's now America was heavily colonized. In those times, the woodland areas were larger, lusher, and safer for those of our kind. We coexisted with the vampires, the werewolves, all creatures of magic. We didn't mingle, of course, had occasional scuffles. The natives that were here gave us our space. They respected the magic of what we and other beings were. We knew our boundaries. It was a fool who overstepped the boundaries of their clans or kinds."
He paused for so long, eyes downcast, that I was ready to ask him to continue. Then he glanced back up, as if remembering I was there. He laughed to himself.
"I was a fool."
"Why a fool? How? You explored other territories?" I asked.
"It was something many of us did, those of my age. When I was young, it was a rite of passage. We dared each other to go farther and farther. Most of us grew out of it. I didn't."
He sat back with a sigh.
"The world fascinated me. It still does."
He gestured toward his books.
"This is a small sampling of my books and papers. I want you to know everything. I want to be a part of everything the world has to offer."
He smiled then, staring at something only he could see. His golden eyes sparkled.
"And then everything happened. War among the humans, for one. We could stand at a distance, those of my kind, but just to a point. That was around the same time we built the first portal to this realm, the one we're in now. It was to ensure our safety, to ensure we weren't discovered. The revolution, as they called it. Technology happened. In many ways, technology has been the bane of our existence, of all supernatural beings' existences."
I nodded. I could relate to that.
He continued. "Ah, yes, technology. After that development, so much development. On the one hand, it was a thrill, progress. Many of the Fae don't care for such things. They want nothing to do with human concerns. But it fascinated me. Even when I didn't understand why they cleared the forest our kind had called home for centuries, it still thrilled me to watch them work from the tops of the trees. I would even play tricks on them to amuse myself and my friends. You know, tampering with their tools, moving things when they weren't paying attention. It was all in fun."
His expression darkened almost imperceptibly.
"Then came the Civil War, and things grew worse after that. It became more dangerous to travel from place to place in the human world. Rules were put in place to keep the Fae within their realm. We were expected to follow the rules, of course, for our sake and the same of our kind. It wouldn't do to lead a human into our realm. Greedy humans. That's how we saw them, how we've always seen them. I could agree with him, though I did remember having some human friends that I never thought were greedy. He continued. Only I couldn't stay away. He spread his hands, chuckling in spite of himself. It was too tempting. That was an exciting time. I wish you could have seen the world back then. So much progress, it felt like something was coming alive. The entire world, maybe. I didn't think the Fae cared so much about what happened in the human world, I pointed out. They don't. Not normally. I never quite fit in. Of course, I was marked for leadership from the moment I was born. My father was leader, his father before him. My blood clan has always ruled the Fae of light, and my father, so stern and strict, wanted me to have nothing to do with humans or anyone outside our kind. They meant nothing to us. They bore no importance in our world. I was supposed to learn how to lead. He stood, folding his arms. I watched as he rocked back and forth on his heels and the balls of his feet. I did my best to show my father how sincerely I wanted to rule. He was pleased with me, but something was missing. I did everything I could to stay away from the outside world. It wasn't possible. After a few years, I needed to go back. I couldn't stay away any longer. I wondered what it must have been like for him. I think I told you before how much I've always enjoyed Central Park, he said. There were so few really beautiful places in New York, my favorite city by far. As the years went on, concrete and steel replaced the trees and plant life we Fae thrive around. So I spent more and more time there in the park, among the living things, and that was when I met your mother. Now I was sitting on the edge of my seat. I wanted to hear about my mother. I missed her so much. His eyes took on a faraway, unfocused gaze again. She wasn't supposed to be there any more than I was, and we both knew it at first sight. We were like two children getting away with something. There was magic in that. It brought us together. But I would have been drawn to her no matter what. She was the most beautiful creature I'd ever laid eyes on. We didn't exchange a single word during that first meeting until it was time to part ways, and we agreed to meet there a week later. We did, he continued with a smile. And the week after, and the week after that, on and on. Then it became twice a week, then 3 times a week. It was harder and harder to slip away, especially since my father insisted on handing responsibility to me and began to demand more of my time. But I found a way. Funny how love makes it possible to find a way. He glanced down at me. I hadn't moved a muscle since he started talking about her. I loved her. You have to believe that. I really did love her. And if things had been different, I would have married her. It was all I wanted, but it wasn't meant to be. Why is that? Oh, Anissa, you're not a child. He walked away, keeping his back to me as he searched through his books. You know how the world works, how there's no room for a love like ours. He glanced back at me. I know your clan deserted you because of her relationship with me. You knew all along? She could hide nothing from me. Even when it was forbidden for us to see each other again, we still found a way to write to one another. Her letters are my most treasured possessions. The breath caught in my throat as I wondered if that was what he searched for, my mother's letters. I imagined holding them, touching the pages she'd once touched. And still, you did nothing to help us. Gregor scoffed.
You don't understand.
He came back, holding out a single photograph. My heart sank, as I'd hoped for more, but what I saw in that single picture was enough.
In case you still doubt me,
he murmured, sitting down. I studied the photo, but I didn't glance up at him. I couldn't. Not when I saw her. She was just the way I remembered, with the same thick, wild hair and bright eyes. Her smile was wide, joyful, and she was leaning against Gregor. Both of them were in the human clothes at the time. Those were the days in which men wore suits and women wore dresses, even when having a relaxing time outside, and they sat together in a park at twilight. I wonder who had taken the picture. Maybe a random passerby? I could imagine them asking a stranger to get a picture of them, something to help them remember the day. And I could imagine any stranger being enchanted by the two lovers. They might have wondered what was so special about the couple, why they couldn't take their eyes off the pair in the park. Humans tended to react that way when they came into contact with us.
It wasn't long after that photo was taken that we were discovered. My brother, Alex. He was jealous of our father's attention to me, and he'd noticed the way I tended to sneak away when I thought I'd go unnoticed. So he followed me. I should have sensed him, but I was too busy looking forward to seeing her. By the time I noticed him in the park, standing by a fountain, it was too late. He got back before I did and told my secret to our father and his advisors.
Gregor sighed deeply, hanging his head. He was silent for a long time. I found myself believing him, not just because I saw the picture, but because of his sorrow. It was obvious. I could almost feel it in the air. I almost felt as though I were intruding on a personal moment and should go, then told myself how silly it was to feel that way.
My father gave me a choice. I'll never forget it. We were in his chambers, where he'd called me, and he laid it all out. I was never to see her again, and never to venture into the human world. He told me the vampires had found out about us, too, thanks to communication my brother sent to the Carver clan. I know your mother went through her own trials as a result. They weren't easy on her. If we were to remain on good relations, I had to promise to never, ever see her again. We could never be together. We couldn't even meet briefly. Nothing. If I refused, it could mean all-out war. The vampires were already fighting among themselves. The first stirrings of what would become the Great War, as it turned out, and they wanted no part of a fight with the Fae on top of everything else. Of course, Father wanted no part of a fight either. We might have magic, but the vampire clans are very powerful.
He spread his hands.
What could I do? There was no choice in the matter, not when the fate of my kind was at stake. The vampires could and would gladly wipe us out for daring to unite with one of their own. I had more than myself to think about. Of course, at the time, I didn't know you existed.
His gaze softened.
I wasn't there when you were born, though. I wanted to be. I wanted to very much. I wanted to be there throughout your life, but I had the rest of the Fae to think about, and I couldn't risk them. I was and am their ruler. I must always keep their welfare in mind.
I nodded, understanding. I didn't like it, but I understood. Still, you kept up with me, watched me.
Of course, once I became ruler, I could come and go as I pleased. I still had to take precautions. I couldn't let the humans see me, and especially not the vampires. We had an agreement, you see. It would be dangerous if the pact were broken.
I had no idea.
That's by design, naturally. You were never to know. Then it was clear you were near, and you were in danger.
My advisors felt your presence. It was by chance you were so close to the portal. I sent a group of them through to rescue you. As it turns out, they were only a moment or two from being too late to save you.
I'm glad you didn't deliberate over whether to come for me, I said with a shaky laugh.
So am I.
We looked at each other for a long time. My father. I didn't know how to feel about it. I understood why my mother had lied about him. She didn't have a choice, just like he didn't have a choice but to stay away. The thought that they could have started another war was startling. But wait, I had a question. I was turned. How can that be? I'm half vampire, half fae. He shrugged.
Seems like the vampire part of you was overridden by the fae part. Your mother had to turn you later.
I shook my head in confusion. This was so much to absorb. He put his hand on mine.
Have you been happy? He asked. I mean, with your clan.
You know I wasn't happy, I murmured, shaking my head.
I'm sorry. It was through no fault of your own.
He jumped to his feet, pacing.
The silly old prejudices. Making a child pay for what their parents did, punishing you for the love your mother and I had for each other. Ridiculous. You don't know how many times I wanted to save you from that. The only way to interfere in your life was to protect you from harm, which we did.
I'm glad you could at least do that, I said. I felt like I might be going insane just thinking about what a close call I'd had.
It's all over now. You're safe, and with your own kind. Finally, back where you belong.
He ran a kind, gentle hand over the top of my head, yet I didn't feel reassured. If anything, I felt more uneasy than ever. His words. My own kind. He didn't think I'd stay there forever, did he? Chapter 25. Anissa. It took time for my strength to come back. By the following morning, after feeding several times, I felt considerably better. I wasn't completely myself, but I could think clearly and roam the tree houses which housed my father's kingdom. There were so many of the fae. It was like the Carver mansion, only instead of floor after floor full of clusters of rooms devoted to each subsection of the clan, each subsection was housed in a tree of its own. Each series of carved-out rooms was connected by numerous strung-up bridges made of vines and wooden planks. Some of the fae even swung from tree to tree using vine ropes, though it seemed like only the younger and more vital creatures dared it. It was a long fall to the surface, magic or no. The entire world was like something out of a human fairy tale. Fireflies hung here and there throughout the air, mixing with the stars until it was hard to tell which was which. Crystal globes suspended from branches added more light, creating a sort of glowing cloud. I understood why candlelight wasn't an option. One little accident might have created a catastrophe in a kingdom created of wood. There was only so much fae magic could do. It couldn't supersede all natural law. I could have explored for days, weeks, and never seen it all. Something about going from tree to tree, about being so close to nature, appealed to me. It was where I was meant to be. My father was right about that. My fae blood cried out joyfully at finally being where it belonged. But it wasn't my home. It never would be. Home wasn't just a place. It was where the people you cared for were. Sarah, Jonah. They weren't there. I needed them, missed them. I couldn't make a home somewhere else and never see them again. It wouldn't be life without them. Still, when I felt the expectant gazes of those around me, Gregor's advisors, including Felicity, the servants, the common fae folk who flitted here and there, I knew they looked to me for leadership, to one day take the torch passed on by my father. I'd asked why the light here didn't bother me. It was special light, I was told, not like regular sunlight. I also asked why it was that I had a partial immunity to the sun, not burning like my sister did.
Fey blood, he'd explained. I asked him why he had never married and desired more children to ensure his family's rule.
I never loved again, not after I had to say goodbye to your mother.
He seemed miserable.
Besides, I knew you were out there. I had nothing to worry about.
My stomach turned. Me. He expected me to take over for him when the time came. It was all too much to consider at once. Living among the Fae, ruling them, having them rely on me the way they did him for leadership. I was young. The thought would have overwhelmed me, even if I'd been trained for rule since birth. Considering I'd grown up like any other vampire, it was almost crippling to think of myself as their ruler. I didn't want to be. I just wanted to be normal, like anybody else. I didn't ask to be special.
Nobody asked to be special,
Gregor told me as we stood on the balcony outside his chambers. A fresh breeze stirred the air, moving the wispy clouds through the blue sky. I heard happy laughter from the trees around us, saw small white-headed creatures moving along the bridges. The whole place was alive with activity. It was full of light and life. I did love being here, but my heart was too full of what I knew I needed to do to enjoy it. Don't I get a choice? I asked, looking up at him. He shook his head, jaw clenched. The more time I spent with him, the more similarity I saw between the two of us. We had the same eyes, the same jawline, the same nose. The same stubbornness, for sure.
No, there's no choice. Not when you're born to a certain life.
But this isn't what I was born to do. It's not what I was raised or trained to do. I can't cut myself off from the rest of my life just because of my blood.
That's exactly what you have to do.
He looked down at me, eyes hard and stern.
Your blood dictates who you are. None of us are above it. None of us has a choice when we're born to a certain destiny.
I couldn't believe that. It went against everything I felt. I turned and went back inside, hurrying alone to the makeshift chambers which Felicity had prepared. They were comfortable and beautiful, but they weren't mine. Just because they were called mine didn't mean I had any attachment to them, just like I had no attachment to the shadow world in which the Fae resided. I paced the floor until I was sure I'd leave a groove in the wood. He wanted me to stay. They all did. They thought just because they'd saved me from certain death, it meant I would stay forever. If I didn't know better, I would have thought they were happy I'd almost died. It had meant the chance to bring me home with them. Every minute that passed was another minute in which I didn't know what happened to Gage. I couldn't rest easy without knowing for sure that he was safe. I didn't believe he was, even if the Fae had freed him. After all, there'd been a second vampire with him. Who was it? What had they done to him? And why wouldn't anyone tell me the specifics of where they'd found him? It was clear they were hiding something, probably to keep me from leaving. They didn't understand that not knowing made me want to leave more than ever. They didn't know me at all. I had to get away. Gregor's voice rang in my head.
This is where you belong. You can be among your kind. You were born to rule.
They were only words. It didn't matter what he said or how much he believed it. I didn't believe it. It wasn't my destiny to rule the Fae. I was in control of my destiny, not him, not my blood. My blood. The blood that would always attract those who were greedy enough to do whatever it took to possess magic. Just because Mallory was no longer a threat didn't mean there weren't hundreds just like her, witches and other creatures, desperate to feed on me. With the Fae, in their shadow realm, I had nothing to fear. If I went back to the human world to rejoin Sarah, I'd be in danger at every turn. It was a chance I'd have to take. I couldn't abandon her, and I couldn't live with myself if I didn't know what happened to Gage. Chapter 26. Jonah.
Oh, what do you mean you can't find her? She can't have just disappeared.
I glared at Sledge, one of my most trusted men. At least, he was at one time. I'd always been able to trust him until now, because he'd always come through for me. Not this time. I don't know what to say. There are 8 of us searching for her. We've been all over the city. She vanished into thin air. Impossible. My fangs were burning to erupt. I wanted to break its neck, throw something through the window, anything to vent the frustration coursing through me. I refused to believe it. I'm sorry. He seemed sorry, at least, though I didn't know if that was because he knew how enraged he'd made me, or whether he was really sorry to see Anissa go. After all, to him, she was just a carver. She meant nothing. I dismissed him with a wave of my hand, and he left a little too quickly. He'd been pretty eager to get away from me. I didn't blame him. I was about ready to burst with rage. If it hadn't been for Gage running away, going against me, I wouldn't have doubted Sledge or the rest of my men. My confidence was completely shot, thanks to Gage. I didn't trust them to go out of their way for a carver just because I wanted them to. A knock sounded at my chamber door. I had heard Philippa knock enough times to know it was her. She walked in.
How's it going?
How do you think? I snapped, turning away. I didn't want her to see my face. She'd say she told me so. She knew from the beginning what a bad idea it was for us to get wrapped up with the carvers. Listen. I felt her hand on my shoulder, but didn't turn toward her.
You said it yourself. She told you to take care of her sister. If that's not a clue that she didn't plan on coming back, what is?
I don't believe it. How many times had I said that since she disappeared? Probably 100. I didn't believe she would go away and never come back if she had any choice in the matter. I know her.
You don't. I know you want to believe you do, but you don't.
You don't know how I feel.
You sound like a child right now.
I whirled around to face her. It's none of your business. She didn't back down. I could always trust her not to back down from me, even if I did my best to push her away. The fact was, I didn't appreciate hearing her talk to me that way.
You're risking all of us. Don't you understand that? When you're clan leader, you have to think about the rest of the clan. You can't just think about yourself.
I'm not just thinking about me.
No, you're thinking about someone who's a member of an enemy clan. Someone who you took far too big a risk to help in the first place. And it's 3 days until the League meeting, where you have to meet up with Marcus. How do you think he'll react when he sees you?
He can't do anything, I said, shaking her hand away. Not with the rest of the League around, at the very least.
That's another concern. What will the League think about the way you interfered?
They don't need to know. There's no proof I helped.
Of course they'll know. Somebody's bound to know you're seeking Anissa. They'll find out if they haven't already. A lot can happen in a couple of days.
I gritted my teeth against what I wanted to say. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, that there was nothing to worry about, that she didn't know what she was talking about, that she knew nothing about it. But she did know. She wasn't wrong. Philippa was the wisest of everyone I knew, the one I trusted the most with my thoughts and plans, and she wasn't afraid to stand up to me. At moments like this, I didn't appreciate it very much. It'll be all right. I just need to know where she is and whether she left on her own. If she doesn't want to be here, that's fine. I can't keep her. I turned to Philippa, desperate to make her understand. But if she's in danger, she's part Fae. You know how precious Fae blood is. Mallory couldn't have been the only witch after her.
Right, and look how close you came to sacrificing members of the clan over that. See how you've already torn our family apart?
Enough. My voice echoed throughout the chamber. We glared at each other. Her chin trembled, the closest she would come to showing emotion, I was sure. At least, I hoped that was the farthest she'd go. I couldn't stand it if she cried.
It's bad enough Gage is gone. Do you have to drive the rest of us away, too?
You know as well as I do what happened with Gage didn't have as much to do with Anissa as it seemed. It was coming for a long time. He never wanted me to lead the clan.
Be that as it may, Anissa and her sister pushed him over the edge.
He wanted an excuse to go over the edge. End of story. I don't want to talk about it again. She stood her ground.
I think I have a right to tell you when I think you're making the wrong decision. This affects me too. All of us.
I know. Don't you think I know? But I couldn't pretend I didn't care about Anissa. She meant more to me than she should have, probably more than almost anything else. I remembered our kiss, the way it felt when I held her in my arms. I couldn't forget her, no matter what it meant for the clan. I wanted her to leave, but instead, she sat at my desk with a sigh.
What are you going to do then?
My eyes narrowed as I watched her. You actually want to know? She shrugged.
You're the leader of my clan. You're my brother. Of course I want to know. I want to know if there's a way I can help you.
I felt stronger all of a sudden, like I wasn't so alone. Well, like you pointed out, the meeting is in a couple days. I know Marcus sent Anissa to kill me. He doesn't want me at the meeting.
Because he wants to control the clans.
Exactly.
Do you think he has her?
I shrugged. I can't let go of the idea he has. She meant too much to him. He thinks he possesses her, even without Sarah in captivity. Don't ask me how. I know. I just do.
He's just that twisted.
She agreed, her pretty face screwing up in a grimace. Exactly. I can't put anything past him.
If he kidnapped her, what do you intend to do?
I already knew what I wanted to do, but I knew she wouldn't want to hear it. I'll forgo the meeting.
Like hell you will.
She stood, hands on hips.
I'll take you there myself, trussed up like a pig if I have to.
Philippa?
No, I can't let you do this. I'm on your side. I'm always on your side, but you've lost your mind. That's the only explanation.
All right. Lower your voice. I didn't want Sarah to overhear what we talked about. She was already upset enough that Anissa had vanished.
Jonah, this isn't just about you. It's about all of us, the entire clan, our past and future.
She shook with rage, visibly trembling from head to toe.
Sometimes I wish Gage was in charge after all.
She might as well have slapped me. I reeled back as though she had. Her eyes flew open wide.
Jonah, I'm sorry.
I shook my head. Leave me alone, I muttered. It's better if you leave me alone right now. She didn't argue. Once she was out of the room and I was on my own, I sank into the desk chair and buried my head in my hands. I knew she didn't mean to say it, but it was what she thought. She thought it would have been better if Gage was in charge. I'd gone too far off the rails, to use a human turn of phrase. I'd lost sight of what really mattered. But what difference did it make when she mattered too? I couldn't have them both, it seemed, Anissa and my clan, and I couldn't choose. It was too much to ask. I couldn't shake the feeling Marcus had taken her. He had something to do with it. I knew it. He was just the sort who couldn't let it go that I'd taken her and Sarah away. I had no choice. It meant going to the Carver mansion to find out where she was. It was like déjà vu, standing at the entrance to the secret tunnel. Except I'd been alone, then, without Anissa. If things went well, I'd be with her again by the time I left. The thought she could be in pain, the suffering, was like a knife to my chest. I needed to get her out of there quickly, with as little interference or chance of discovery as possible. That was why I'd come alone. Dangerous as it was, I couldn't risk anyone else in my clan. Philippa was right about that much. I wouldn't ask them to do what I wasn't willing to do on my own. And, unlike Mallory, I knew what I was getting into with Marcus. He couldn't hurt me with magic, and I could overpower him physically without trying too hard. I would have gone straight to the dungeons to free Anissa, but that wouldn't have solved the issue with Marcus. I wanted him to know what I was willing to do to keep her out of danger. If it meant my absence from the meeting, so be it. But I wanted his word. I needed an agreement he'd let her go for good once I stepped out of his way. Chapter 27. Jonah. The Carver mansion was a maze, full of twisting corridors and endlessly long hallways. I knew Marcus was in the east wing, at the opposite end of the building. At least, the halls were empty. I could hear them murmuring behind the walls and doors as I raced past. I could only hope they were busy enough with their own affairs that they wouldn't detect my presence. Marcus would know I was there, of course. I knew he would. He'd be waiting for me. He hadn't sent anybody to catch me, so I assumed he wanted to talk. I knew just what I'd say when I saw him. When I reached the far wing, I climbed what felt like a million stairs to reach the top floor. Of course, he set himself up at the top of the building, though I'd done the same, of course, in mine. As I opened the tall, heavy door, I thought about how easy it had been to get here. He'd made it too easy. He was waiting, for sure. I steeled myself for whatever was coming, warning myself to be on my guard for what he had in store. His twisted mind had probably concocted a punishment he thought suitable for what I had done, for the way I'd ruined his plans. The room was dim, but my vampire eyes didn't need much light to see clearly. There were only a few candles scattered around the large, ornate chair on which Marcus sat. More like a throne, on second thought, perched at the top of a wide set of stairs. He thought he was a king of sorts. "Come in," he practically purred. "I've been waiting for you." "It's obvious," I said. I wondered why it was so easy. "I didn't want anything or anyone to get in your way. I know you're determined to see me. Who am I to stop you?" His sneer nearly burned into me. I wanted to knock the golden head from his shoulders. The lazy, insolent way he sat on that throne of his made me want to scream. It was all a funny game to him. He was sure he'd win. "Where is she?" "Where is who?" "You know who," I spat, walking slowly toward him. The scent of blood was thick in the air. "Oh, you mean Anissa?" He shrugged, lifting a crystal goblet from a small table beside him. There was a deep red liquid in it. So, he dined out of crystal. He really was full of himself. "You took her from me, remember? I should be asking you where she is, not the other way around." "I don't believe you." "That's up to you. It means little to me who you believe or why." He took a long drink, closing his eyes as he did in almost perverse delight. Was it her blood? The thought turned in my stomach. "Where is she? Tell me, and I'll give you what you want." He peered down at me from over the top of the gold-rimmed crystal. "And what do I want?" "We both know you want power. I can give you that power, but only if I get her back. I want her safe before we move forward." He sneered again, his favorite facial expression. "I love the way you think you're in charge. I think you forget we're not at the Bourke high-rise at the moment. We're in my clan's home. My word is what commands loyalty here, not yours. Hand her over. I'm willing to make a deal." I was. I'd trade for her well-being. I'd trade almost anything. Maybe even everything. I became aware of the presence of others in the room, in the shadows. His guards, I was sure. I had expected that. Great. Just great. "You assume I have her," he whispered, "which I don't. I'm sorry to see you come all this way for nothing. However, you've made life much easier for me." He raised one hand no more than a few inches, and everything happened at once. I was surrounded by 6, 7 guards. "I'll have the power I wanted after all. Because you'll be here in the dungeon as my guest. Thank you for doing exactly what I'd hoped you would. Thank you for being so predictable. You don't have her? Tell me the truth, Marcus. I struggled against the hands gripping my forearms, shoulders. He seemed to think it over, then shook his head. No, I don't have her. The dungeon isn't empty, but I'm sorry to say, it isn't her presence inside. I hope it will be, and soon. He nodded, signaling the guards to drag me away. I didn't yell. I didn't kick. It was useless, and I wanted to keep my dignity. What was left of it, anyway. But I'd have retribution. I'd be loose, and my clan would have retribution. It was a long journey to the dungeon from Marcus's chambers, and all I could do along the way was think. I'd walked into his trap. He'd known I would come. But why? For her? That would mean he knew she was missing. But if he didn't have her, how would he know? Who is in the dungeon? I found out immediately. The door opened and I saw who had taken Sarah's place inside the cage. I would have known his auburn hair anywhere. Gage! I lunged for him, but the hands of the guards held me back. You'll join him soon enough, one of them growled as they dragged me to the cage. Gage didn't move, didn't flinch at the sound of my voice. I wondered if he was already dead. When I saw the blisters on his wrists, the blood on his face and head, I almost wished he were. Then he stirred just enough for me to know he was still with me, but I didn't know how much longer that would be the case. Chapter 28, Anissa. I couldn't stay with the Fae anymore, not when I knew Gage needed me. Once my strength was back, and it took around a day for it to come back fully, there was no reason for me to be here anymore. No reason except one, my father. I believed him when he said he'd wanted to be with me. I even believed he'd followed me to be sure I was safe now and again throughout my life. I hated to remove myself from his life so suddenly. And then again, he had simply assumed I'd be a part of his life from then on. That wasn't my fault, and it wasn't my fault I couldn't forget the rest of my life just because I knew about him. I hadn't signed any pact. I hadn't promised to stay away from everyone who meant anything to me. I waited for the right time to escape. The Fae did sleep, unlike vampires. Interesting that my vampire blood overrode the need to sleep. I was learning more about myself all the time. Maybe one day I'd have the chance to sit down and work it all out in my head. By midnight, the settlement had quieted. Crystal orbs still glowed in the night sky, and the light of stars hung around me as I stood on the balcony just off my chambers. It was a beautiful night, the sort of night I never got to see in New York. And then again, the Fae settlement didn't have the skyscrapers and blinking signs I so loved in Manhattan. There wasn't the same feeling of excitement, vitality. The two sides of my personality, the one that craved life and the one that craved nature, would they ever work together? One more glance around before I left. I had learned enough about the portal through which the Fae had transported me to know it sat just outside the entrance to the largest tree, the one in which Gregor and his advisors lived. The one I was in at the moment. I'd already practiced my escape earlier, all under the guise of exploration. It wasn't far to the stairs which led to the entrance. Once I reached them, I headed straight down as fast as I could. I wouldn't waste time second-guessing, for sure. There it was. I could just make out the silvery circle of light, maybe 20 or 30 feet from where I stood in the doorway. It was scary for a moment, the thought of going through without knowing exactly what would greet me on the other side. What if Marcus was waiting for me? Or Mallory, because good as dead wasn't the same as dead, or anybody else who knew I was hiding, anybody who wanted my blood. It was just a chance I would have to take. I couldn't afford to wait another minute, especially when I might be missed up above. I listened hard to make sure there wasn't anybody following me. Only the sound of silence greeted me. They were asleep. I stepped out, closer to the portal and cast one more look up to where I knew Gregor's chamber sat. The lights were out. It was for the best I didn't get the chance to say goodbye. He might never let me leave. This is it, now or never. I had to take the chance. So I drew a deep breath, closed my eyes, and launched myself headfirst into the silvery circle of light. I felt a sort of pulling sensation, like something was sucking me through to the other side. Everything spun around me, but just for a moment. I opened my eyes when my feet touched solid ground. I had made it through. I could even tell from the different smell of the air. The air in the Fae's shadow world was sweeter, fresher, and I'd thought I'd smelled fresh air before. I had no idea how much fresher and more beautiful the world could be. I wondered if everything was like that in the days Gregor had described to me, the days before humans came along and destroyed the world in which magical creatures had lived for eons. There was the League of Vampires Cathedral, just beyond a small grove of trees. It was lit inside, and I could hear the activity in there. The meeting of the League was due to take place in just a few days. Jonah would be there. I couldn't wait for him, of course. I needed to get back to him and let him know I was all right. He must have looked for me since my disappearance. And he needed to know about his brother. I should have done this earlier. My strength was back, so I prepared myself to course to Jonah's penthouse. I had to leave quickly before anybody noticed me. Then I was off, following the same path I took on my way to the cathedral. It was night, just as before, and the animals sensed me again. I hoped nothing else did. Knowing about my mixed blood and the strength of it made me paranoid. I would always wonder if something or someone was after me for it. Just another of life's cruelties, I guessed. I would never be the same as others, when it was all I wanted to be. I just wanted to be normal, a vampire like the ones I'd grown up with. I didn't want to be special. I didn't want anybody to expect anything from me just because I'd been born a certain way. It all seemed so unfair, and there was nothing I could do about it. I thought about this and so much more as I coursed back to Manhattan. Jonah. What must Jonah think? What about Sarah? I hoped she was strong enough to handle my absence. I hoped she'd stayed with the Bourkes like I had asked her to. I hoped neither of them would be too angry with me when I got back. It wasn't my fault, any of it. I'd wanted to help Gage. If only it wasn't too late to do it. I slowed when I reached the George Washington Bridge, then sped the rest of the way to the penthouse. Slower than coursing, but still faster than humans traveled. It helped me get where I needed to be in a hurry without attracting much attention. I could slide in and out of shadows, dart between cars and groups of people without notice. When I got to the high-rise and stepped into the lobby, the guard's jaw dropped. "It's you." "Yes, it's me." "There's been a lot of trouble around here because of you." He wasn't joking either. His expression was stern. It seemed for a moment that he was going to step in my way, maybe block my entrance, but something flickered in his eyes, and he backed off. It's a good thing, too, because I was at the ready. I'd have grabbed my weapon and made short work of him if he blocked me from seeing Jonah and my sister. I hurried past him, jamming my finger against the button to the penthouse. The elevator doors opened immediately, and I jumped inside, needing to be away from the cold glare of the guard. So, something had happened while I was gone. I shuddered to think. When the elevator doors opened again, once I reached the top floor, it surprised me to find the doors to the penthouse open. I heard noise coming from inside, angry voices, mostly tinged with fear. I stepped inside, glancing around, hoping I hadn't just walked into something even worse than what I'd left. Philippa and Scott stood in front of the hearth, arguing. They were the only two there. I wondered where Sarah was. Had she run off, even though I'd told her not to? And what about Jonah? I couldn't stay quiet any longer, not knowing what was happening. I knocked on the open door. They turned to me, and in a flash, Philippa's hands were on my shoulders. She slammed me against the wall. I was too surprised to fight back for a second, then I regained control. I swooped low beneath her, grabbed her from behind, and shoved her face first into the same wall. I ground her body against it, my fangs eager to burst through for the kill. My vampire nature was a beast of its own. Controlling the bloodlust and killing urge was no easy task. I clenched my jaw and fought the need to kill her. "What is this?" I asked, glancing at Scott over my shoulder. His eyes were just as full of fury as his sister's. "You tell us," Philippa snarled, kicking her head backward, flinging herself loose from my grasp, then grabbing me by the collar and bringing her face close to mine. "Where is he? He was searching for you, and now he's gone. Where is he?" "What? I don't understand. I haven't seen Jonah, if that's what you mean." I trembled with anger. Was he missing because of me? Maybe I shouldn't have returned at all, not when my life was in danger as a result. My eyes went from Philippa to Scott, then back again. "What's going on?" "Where were you?" Scott asked. He was barely managing to keep control of his anger, I could tell. "It's a long story," I said. "I don't know that we have time for it if Jonah is gone." "Yes, Jonah is gone," Philippa snarled, pushing me harder into the wall. I could almost feel the plaster crumbling behind my shoulders. I wondered if she would push me right through. "Since when? For how long?" Panic raced through me. "And where's my sister? Is she missing too?" "I'm right here." Sarah's voice was strong, strident. She sounded more like the girl I used to know before Marcus took her prisoner. "And you'd better let go of my sister, Philippa, if you know what's good for you. I've been listening to you and Scott argue all day, and it's no use. Anissa obviously has nothing to do with his disappearance." Sarah's brown eyes glowed crimson. She emanated a power I'd never seen from her before. What had happened to my baby sister? "Like hell, she hasn't," Philippa spat. "Philippa, let her go." Scott took her wrist in one hand, pulling gently. "She wouldn't do anything to hurt him." Philippa roared, slamming me once more into the wall before walking away. Scott followed her without glancing back at me. Sarah, meanwhile, threw her arms around me. "Where were you?" she breathed, squeezing me until I thought she'd crush my ribs. "I was worried to death, Anissa. You can't run off on your own like that." "Why don't you try telling us why you ran away?" Scott asked, standing on the other side of the room. Philippa was in a chair by the fire, her face in her hands. He rubbed her back to comfort her. "Have you heard from Gage?" I asked. "No, he's missing too. Again, thanks to you." I heard the rage in Philippa's voice, even with her hands blocking her face. "I could kill you for what you've done to us." "That's enough," Sarah growled. She had gotten her strength back, no doubt. I could tell from the expression on Scott's face he had no idea what to think. It was clear from the start he was interested in my sister, but his own sister was hurting too. "I got a message about him. I went to exchange myself for him." "You what?" Sarah's eyes narrowed as she stared at me. "How could you do that? And how can we believe you?" Philippa glared at me. I reached into the pockets of my jeans, where the burner phone still sat. I opened the email before tossing the phone to Scott. His eyes widened when he saw the picture. "I'm sorry," I said. "I wanted to keep it from you. I didn't want you to see him like that." Scott handed the phone to Philippa, then turned away with his fists clenched at his sides. "Where was this taken?" Philippa asked when she found her voice again. "I still don't know," I admitted. "I went to the League headquarters, up by the border. Mallory was waiting for me. She attacked me. I was rescued by some of the Fae. Like I said, it's a long story. They told me they found Gage there hours before I arrived and let him go, but I don't know what happened to him after that. I only stayed with them until I had the strength to course back here. I sneaked out just a little while ago." "Fae," Sarah whispered, so low that even my vampire hearing almost didn't pick it up. "You should have told us," Scott said, eyes still averted. "You shouldn't have tried to rescue him alone." "They wanted me. I thought it had to be Marcus. He doesn't want you. Besides, the more of you I brought into it, the more danger you'd be in. Meanwhile, my brother went hunting for you. He sent his best guards, too. We were all in danger, thanks to you." I merely went to help Gage. I'm sorry. I thought I was doing what was right. I glanced at Sarah, who slid an arm around my shoulders. She turned to them, her eyes blazing. Why don't you stop blaming my sister and put yourself in her shoes for a minute? She did what she did because she wanted to help the clan that helped us. And if it is Marcus who has Gage, it's personal. She was letting off an energy that confused me. I'd never seen this from my little sister before. I'd always been the one who was strong and got things done. She continued, Believe me, he's good at holding a grudge and making others pay dearly. If this is all about Anissa and me, he wants to take it out on us. I'm sorry your clan was pulled into it, but that's the way it happened. Take it up with your brother. I was proud of her for standing up for me like that, and grateful. Even Philippa seemed as though she didn't know what to say, and the admiration on Scott's face was evident. What should we do? Philippa asked, clearly at the end of her rope. Do you know where Gage would have run off to in the first place? When he broke off, I mean. If the Fae released him, there's a good chance he's there now, unless somebody or something else picked him up along the way. It's worth checking it out. Scott nodded. I know where they are. You do? Philippa was stunned. Why haven't you said anything? Because I didn't want to see him, and if I didn't know he was in trouble, I still wouldn't. There's an abandoned apartment building in the Bronx where his faction set up camp a while back. I'd simply heard rumors about it up until now, but I guess it's worth it if it means knowing whether he's safe. We studied each other, all four of us. All right, I said, let's go. Do you really think it's best for you to go? Philippa stood, hands on her hips. I mean, no offense or anything, but is it safe to have you around? Oh, no offense. Sarcasm. Seriously, Marcus has it out for you, so it might not be a good idea to travel around out in the open. Who knows who might be waiting to find you? If they want to find me, they want to find you too. I'm sorry, but that's how it is, and I won't leave Sarah in the open either. Felicity's warning about my blood rang in my ears. Would there be anyone tracking me in the hopes of getting it? I had to take the chance, even though it sickened me to consider being hunted. So we left, the four of us, with Scott leading the way. He knew where we were going. I wondered if he had been there before and just didn't want to tell us. Philippa might have exploded if she knew. Chapter 29. Anissa. Philippa, Scott, Sarah, and I didn't course, but we did run. And in vampire terms, that means we ran so fast we appeared like a shadow streaking through the night. It didn't take long to get there, with the four of us speeding through the dark night, and before I knew it, we stood in front of an abandoned high-rise. Unlike the Bourke building with its glass walls, this building was made of brick. The windows on the lower floors were shattered, empty holes that added to the dank desolation of the area. The entire block was empty, which I guessed made it easier for Gage's band of rebels to go unnoticed and unbothered. The darkness and the silence was all-consuming. Even the streetlights had been broken out. Who's out there? The sound of an angry voice brought us up short. We're seeking Gage Carver, Scott said, his voice ringing out in the darkness. Get out of here, if you know what's good for you. Scott's head tilted to the side. Lance, is that you? Get away, I said. But Scott was right, I could tell. He'd guessed correctly from the sound of Lance's voice. The voice coming from one of the broken windows sounded frightened. We're coming in. Scott motioned for us to follow, and the four of us broke into a run again. I heard scuffling up ahead as some of Gage's men tried to block the way, but a furious Scott and Philippa fought their way through before I could catch up and help. I imagined how personal this was for them. These were supposed to be members of their clan, vampires who would be faithful to the Bourke name for their entire lives. I ducked, pulling Sarah down with me as a body flew through the air over our heads. Blood was spewing out of the body, but luckily didn't strike us. I was poised to run when Sarah caught my arm. I gave her a look, like, What? She shook her head. This one is theirs. Their battle. They need it. They've been betrayed. We're outsiders. My sister was right. I had to give her credit. But if it seems like they're losing, I'm in. She nodded. Me too. Philippa took on 2 vampires at once, holding one by the neck as she kicked out at the other with high-heeled boots. That vampire flew through the dark, cavernous lobby, hitting a marble wall with a sickening crack. Meanwhile, she threw herself over the head of the vampire, whose neck she gripped, hurling him over her shoulder once she hit the ground. He slammed into the opposite wall just as his friend had. Deep cracks were left behind. I heard Scott grunting as he picked up one vampire and threw him into another, knocking them both to the floor. He then ran and slid between the legs of a tall, hulking figure, taking him by surprise when he jumped smoothly to his feet behind the attacker. A quick blow to the back of the neck sent the larger vampire to his knees. Soon, it was just the 4 of us again. Scott breathed heavily but appeared unharmed. Sarah examined him from a distance, worried over him. Meanwhile, Philippa surveilled the lobby. I joined her. It had been a beautiful building once, evidenced by the large lobby and its marble floors, walls, and pillars. There were 2 sweeping staircases, cracked and broken, and the ceiling featured broken fixtures which hadn't burned in years. It seemed as though only spiders and rats made their homes there, the webs thick in the corners and between the spindles of the marble rails going up the stairs. Layer after layer of graffiti added to the disrepair. I shuddered involuntarily at the bleakness, made all the more depressing when I thought of how grand it must have been at one time. "This used to be a hotel," Scott explained. "They remodeled it into an apartment building around World War I. It began falling apart as the neighborhood changed, fell on hard times. The Depression didn't help, and it's been abandoned since the 1980s. "I can't believe they haven't torn it down," Philippa grumbled. "I'm sure it used to be beautiful," Sarah murmured, always a romantic at heart. The 4 of us climbed the marble stairs at a quick pace, our footfalls quieted by layers of dust and grime. There were no lights and no sounds other than our breathing. "I know there have to be more of them," Scott murmured. "One of them has to talk to us." After searching 3 floors where there was evidence of recent activity, such as empty blood bags and a few cleaned-up apartments, Philippa lost patience. She stood in the center of a long, wide hallway. "We're not here to hurt anyone," she promised, her voice bellowing through the almost empty space. "We want Gage. We want to know if he is here. That's all. We believe he is in danger." "You're all safe from us," Scott added, standing by her side. "We're not here for revenge or any sort of payback. We just want to be sure Gage is all right." Breathless moments passed. Sarah took my hand in hers and squeezed as we waited. Philippa and Scott looked at each other, speaking silently. Finally, a voice from out of the darkness. "He isn't here." Our heads turned as one in the direction of the sound. "How long has he been gone?" Philippa called out. "He was never here." A figure stepped out from the shadows. His stance was tense, like he was ready for a fight. "We were supposed to meet here when he gave the order for us to leave, but he never showed. We thought he lost his nerve." Another voice, coming from the opposite direction. "We've been waiting for him, wondering if he'd screwed with us." "What do you mean?" Scott asked. "We wondered if he really meant it when he told us we were all leaving as one unit. Like, maybe he tricked us into believing him to see who was faithful to the clan and who wasn't." I almost felt sorry for them. Almost. Traitors didn't deserve much sympathy. Then again, as far as the Carvers were concerned, my sister and I were traitors. It was all a matter of perspective. "We have reason to believe Gage was captured on his way to you," Philippa revealed. "We'll help you find him," the first figure suggested. "No," Scott immediately replied. "We don't want or need your help. As long as we know he was never here, we know he's still in trouble. We'll take care of things on our own. He's still our brother." He and Philippa turned toward Sarah and me. The four of us went back to the stairs, running down to the lobby. Their victims were still lying around, unconscious. I reminded myself never to tangle with a Bourke. "So, what's next?" Sarah asked, breathless with anticipation. "I hate to say it," I murmured once we were outside, "but there's just one place he could be. Jonah, too." "I have a feeling I'm not going to like this very much," Philippa muttered. "I have the feeling I'm going to like it even less than you," I snapped. She had a habit of making everything about her, which drove me close to madness. I chewed my lip. "You're not the one Marcus is after." "Oh, Anissa, do you really think that's where they are?" Sarah asked. "Where else? Marcus probably cut Gage off somehow." What he was doing at the cathedral, I'd never understand, but that was where Marcus had found him, or where the Fae had freed him from Marcus, just to leave him back in Marcus's hands later. It was still all a blur to me, and it didn't help they were all so vague in their explanation. I'm sure Jonah would have gone for Gage, too. Marcus probably thinks he's hit the jackpot. A niggling thought was eating at my subconscious, that Mallory and Marcus had worked together to get me there. That Mallory had perhaps double-crossed Marcus and took me, or I had no clue. I was grasping for threads of ideas dancing in my head. "Yeah, well, he has a surprise coming to him," Scott snarled. "I can't wait to get my hands on him." "No," I said. "We can't go after Marcus. Not yet, anyway." "Who are you to call the shots?" Philippa asked. "I know him. So does Sarah. We know him better than you do. He'll expect us to come for him. He'll expect that you want to make him pay for taking your brothers. Our priority is freeing them first. We can take the higher road in dealing with Marcus later." The thought of the League meeting came to mind. There had to be a way to take care of him once and for all. "So, we're really going back?" Sarah asked. I turned to her, suddenly full of concern. She sounded like a frightened child. "You don't have to come. In fact, it might be better if you don't. I don't like the idea of you walking into that place. And if you're not all in, you'll only hold us back," Philippa added. I wanted to slap her, the know-it-all. Then I remembered she was merely worried about her brothers. "I'll be fine," Sarah said, glaring at her. "But remind me to chain up and torture you for a few years, then ask how you feel about it after the fact." She had a glow about her she hadn't had before. I was with the Fae. Some aura I didn't understand. What had happened to her while I was gone? "Okay, ladies, enough." Scott gave Sarah a glance of sympathy before the four of us sped off in the direction of the Carver mansion. This time, I led the way. Chapter 30. Jonah. "Why did you come?" I turned my head in Gage's direction. His eyes were barely open, out of weakness and pain. I couldn't imagine what Marcus must have already done to him. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean, I don't deserve you to come for me, not after what I did. I wouldn't think you'd risk yourself for me after that." "You don't know me at all," I told him. "I would think you'd know me well enough to know I would come to help you." He snickered. "You didn't come for me. You came for something else. Who? The little white-haired girl? You didn't think I was here at all, did you?" "Don't talk about her that way," I warned from my cage. He chuckled weakly. "I thought so. So what if I didn't come especially for you? If I had known you were here, I would have come right away. So would Philippa and Scott. You know them well enough to know they would. We thought you were in your group." I couldn't help the bitterness that came through my voice when I talked about them. "And I would be if that damned Marcus hadn't headed me off." "What happened?" I whispered. "I don't want to talk about it. I'm too weak." "You have to talk about it," I reminded him. "You have to do something to take your mind off the pain." It was the sole reason I was still talking, to take my mind off the silver burning around my wrists. Marcus had taken perverse pleasure in knowing I was shackled. "I'll never forget his face," he muttered, shaking his head. "I'll never forget how much he liked hurting me, like he had won something. I didn't know what. What could he want with me?" "He wanted to lure me to him," I said. "Except he didn't know I wasn't looking for you. He couldn't have known. I would have come sooner if I had. I swear I would have." "Why?" "Because you're my brother, Gage, no matter what you do. It's one thing for me to hate you or curse you, which I don't, by the way. It's another to let somebody else hurt you. I would never do that. I couldn't live with myself." His shoulders shook. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying. "I wish it would all end," he whispered. "I can't take any more of this. I wish he'd kill me and get it over with, now that he has you. You're who he really wants, you and the little half-breed." "I told you not to talk about her," I warned. "She's the reason this is happening, you know. She's what drove us apart." "That's not true," I said. "You didn't form your own group overnight, Gage. I'm well aware it's been going on for a long time. You had this all planned out and were just waiting for an opportunity. Don't lie to me." He didn't bother lying again. "Why is he keeping me alive?" "I have no clue, but as long as you are, there's hope. You can't give up so easily, brother. If you'd been through what he's put me through, you'd have given up by now." It hurt my ears to hear him sound that way, and my heart. He was still my brother, no matter what he'd done against me. I couldn't hold that massive of a grudge. I wanted to kill Marcus for thinking he could harm a member of my family without consequence. The door opened, and we both glanced up in anticipation. I was already hungry, starving. I hadn't fed in a day. My brother was even weaker, and pain had driven him nearly out of his mind. What did Marcus have up his sleeve to torment us even further? 2 guards preceded him into the chamber. Then he strode in. He smiled at the 2 of us like a normal creature would smile at a thing of beauty, something he loved. What had happened to him to twist him so thoroughly? "I see my 2 favorite guests are getting along with one another. It makes me glad to see it. I would hate it if you 2 got into a fight with nothing else to do but accuse each other of wrongdoing." "You don't have to play games with us," I said, suddenly very tired. "I know you've been listening in." "And had I known your brother had wronged you, I might not have wasted my time trying to lure you here with him. Then again, it wasn't you I was trying to lure." "Oh, well, better luck next time, I guess." "You were trying to lure Anissa back," I said. "Don't speak her name to me," he warned. "Why not? Does it bother you that much that someone you thought was under your thumb managed to turn the tables on you?" "I warned you," Marcus whispered. He reminded me of a snake. "I won't warn you again." I shrugged as though it meant nothing to me, using all the strength and willpower I possessed to keep from wincing and groaning at the pain in my wrists from the silver. I'd never felt such burning, searing agony before. "Suit yourself," I muttered. "Insolent to the end," he said, shaking his head. "Well, we'll see how much longer your strength holds out when you don't have the opportunity to feed. You might be able to handle a single day, but we'll see what happens tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. We'll see how much longer you manage to hold it together before you turn into a shrieking, pathetic wraith who begs for me to end your suffering. It'll be music to my ears." I glared at him, refusing to consider his words. I couldn't imagine days on end without blood. I knew what it would do to me, and I couldn't allow myself to think about it for fear of breaking down. "It's time for us to move." Marcus clapped his hands. "I can't keep you in my dungeon any longer, I'm sorry to say." Gage and I exchanged glances. "Where are you taking us?" he asked. "You'll see when we get there. The fact is, Keeping you here has become far too dangerous. I can't run the risk of you being discovered. As it is, I've already had a few close calls." Then his lips curved into a smile. "I was hoping to keep you here until my guest of honor arrived to rescue you. But what can I do?" "You don't need her," I reminded him. "You've got me. The whole point was to keep me from going to the League meeting. So here I am. Don't bother with my brother. Let him go. And don't bother with Anissa. Let her go, too." "No. Now it's about revenge. I'll have retribution." "What are you saying?" I asked, gritting my teeth to keep from lunging at him. It would bring me more pain if I did. "I'm saying she'll come for you no matter if you're here or not, because she'll believe you're here. I would love to let her see you, to let her see what you'll soon become. If I know her, and I do, that alone would be worse than anything I could do to her. You're her hero, after all. Her knight in shining armor, as the humans like to say." He sneered. "But you won't be here. Who knows? Maybe I'll take her to you. It all depends on how things play out." He frowned slightly. "Truth be told, I'd expected her before now. I hoped she'd stay away. It was her sole hope. She couldn't fight him, not alone. For once, Anissa, don't try to be a hero. I wished she could hear me somehow. At any rate, we need to go." Marcus motioned to his goons, who unlocked our cages and removed the shackles from our wrists. The relief that shot through me was palpable. I could hear Gage's sigh of relief, too. "Don't get too accustomed to being without your new bracelets," Marcus warned. "You'll be back in shackles soon enough." He turned to his men, who led us out of the cages with our hands behind our backs. "Take them to the location we discussed." "You're not coming with us?" Gage asked. "No, I'm needed here. There's a big league meeting in 2 days, in case you've forgotten." He smirked in my direction. "You're both so weak, I'm sure there's no chance of you thinking of escape. Not with these two holding on to you." He wasn't joking. The guards were almost twice as large as Gage and me, and we weren't exactly small. I imagined they'd pull the arms from our shoulders as easily as pulling the wings from a fly. I was sure they'd like to feed on us. He stepped aside so we could move past, chuckling to himself the entire time. I imagined breaking free and tearing his eyes out, ripping out his throat, making him scream as he'd made my brother scream, as he'd made Sarah scream. I couldn't do that. I had no power. It wasn't a feeling I was used to. My guard shoved me roughly through the doorway, propelling me down the hall with him still holding on to me. I nearly stumbled to keep up with his pace, stunned by how weak I felt after 1 day without feeding. Marcus was smart to have weakened me this way. We wound our way through the dungeon halls, taking turn after turn. I wondered when we would finally make it outside. I could have done with a breath of fresh air. "How far are you taking us?" "You'll find out," the guard holding me spat. His grip on my burned wrist tightened. It was agony. I bit my tongue to keep from crying out and losing my dignity further than I already had. Then the pressure ceased. I heard a small, short yip, then I was free. Another yipping sound came from behind me, a little louder, but just as short. Gage cried out, sounding surprised. I turned, shocked, and found the guards on the floor, dead, a red flower blooming over their chests. There was only one creature I knew who could assassinate so silently, so efficiently. Anissa stepped out from her hiding spot near the wall. I was sure I had never felt so happy, and that I never would again. "You're here," I whispered. "We're here." Philippa, Scott, Sarah, all of them gathered around Gage and me. I couldn't believe it. "Come on," Anissa said, taking me by the hand. "We have to get out of here, fast." I didn't think twice, allowing her to lead me out through the same secret tunnel I'd already used twice. I heard the footsteps of my family behind me as we ran. Funny how I'd been exhausted a few minutes earlier. I could have run a marathon now that Anissa had taken care of the guards and led me away. "Where are we going?" Gage asked as we ran. "No questions," Anissa warned. "We're leaving, and that's all that matters." I saw dim light at the end of the long tunnel, the door halfway open. "Come with us," I said to Gage when we were finally outside and away from Marcus's clutches. "You can rest and get your strength back." "No." I couldn't believe my ears. "No, but after everything?" "Nothing's changed," he said, a sudden strength in his voice. "I can heal anywhere. I don't have to be with you to do it. And I don't want any part of this." He looked at Anissa and Sarah. "Even after she saved you?" I asked. Scott and Philippa appeared just as surprised as I felt. "Even now." And he left, running across the rolling green lawn and out of sight. "Come on," Anissa murmured, squeezing my hand. "Let's go home." Chapter 31. Anissa. Not until we were back at the penthouse did any of us take a deep breath. I blinked, tired from the night's escapades. Tired from the last few days' escapades. Really, for a creature that didn't sleep, I sure could have used a serious amount of slumber. I watched Sarah, now that I was in repose, trying to figure out what was different about her and why. "I can't believe you managed that," Jonah said from his place in the chair by the fire, pulling me from my reverie. Sarah had taken it upon herself to make sure he was comfortable, just as he'd done for her. She placed a cushion behind his head, covered him in blankets, and fetched him a tall goblet of blood, which he accepted greedily, almost slurping in his anxiousness to feed. When he'd finished, his color was better than it had before, and the circles beneath his eyes seemed to clear up a bit. The burns on his wrists were not bleeding anymore, at least. "Thank you," he whispered to Sarah, who went to get more blood for him to get his strength back. I sat at his feet, cross-legged on the rug in front of the hearth. What happened down there? My eyes were glued to his face, seeking any sign of what might have gone on in the dungeon. Philippa perched on the arm of the chair, stroking her brother's head. In the light from the fire, his hair seemed like it was on fire. "You don't have to say anything if you're too weak," she reminded him. For someone who could be so strong and confident and occasionally sharp-tongued, she was tender and loving toward her brother at that moment. "No, it's all right, and really, there isn't much to tell." He wanted to keep me locked up in the days leading up to the League meeting. He wanted me to miss it, just like he tried to get Anissa to kill me so I'd miss it. He'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. Scott still looked murderous. "I'll kill him myself," he growled. "Don't go through the trouble," Jonah murmured, accepting another goblet. He didn't suck it down this time. "He needs to pay," Scott insisted. Sarah placed a hand on his arm, shaking her head. She seemed to be all that could calm him when he was like that. I looked at Jonah, who stared into the goblet of blood. "No, there's got to be another way. I won't take the chance of letting any of us suffer or risk ourselves any further. We can't let that happen." "So, what will we do?" Philippa asked. "We'll go to the League meeting, just like normal." His eyes met mine. I nodded slightly. He was right. I could hardly believe he was with us, and I was sitting right in front of him. It hadn't been anything to kill the guards. My Slayer skills had come in handy, for sure. Something I could thank Marcus for. How ironic. I wondered if he would see the irony as I did. Probably not. I wanted to touch Jonah to prove to myself he was there. Then again, I had touched him. I had held his hand the entire return trip to the Bourke building, all the way up to the penthouse. Word had quickly spread he was back, that we'd found Gage alive and he'd gone off to rejoin his faction. I could tell Jonah was devastated his brother had made the choice to be away from his clan not once but twice. It seemed as though his mind was made up for good and nobody could change it. I hoped Gage wouldn't come to regret his decision someday. Filippo went hunting for a salve to put on Jonah's burns. They'd heal soon enough, as Sarah's had, but just seeing them sent a dagger to my heart. It hurt even worse to see them on him than it had to see them on my sister's wrists. I couldn't bear the thought of him hurting, the metal burning his flesh. It broke my heart. I wanted to throw myself into his arms and kiss him and promise I'd never let him come to any harm on my account ever again. Instead, I stayed silent, wondering what the League meeting would entail for us. How would we get the leaders of the clans to see how dangerous Marcus was? Would they believe us? Chapter 32. Anissa. Are you ready for this? I turned to Jonah, who nodded decisively. His profile stood out in contrast to the early morning sunlight. We'd left for the cathedral just after sunset, and the moon had been rising as we arrived. He glanced up at the tall spires that reached into the clouds. I didn't follow his gaze, since looking up there would mean seeing the bell tower again. I'd already told the story of Mallory and how close I'd come to dying in that tower. It's more beautiful than I'd ever imagined, Sarah breathed, standing beside me. I had no idea. Wait until you see the inside, Jonah murmured with a grin. He hadn't grinned much in the days since his rescue. It did me good to see it then. Grinning wasn't the only thing he hadn't done. He'd hardly touched me since then. He hadn't kissed me. In fact, it seemed as though he did his best to make sure we were never alone together. He told me he was too distracted, that he had too much hanging in the balance of the upcoming meeting. I chose to believe him, or to make it seem like I did. I hated worrying I'd done something to ruin what we had. Did he resent his capture when he went searching for me? Did he resent my running off to find Gage without telling him where I was going? How would I know? He sure wouldn't tell me. I told myself not to worry about it as we walked together the rest of the short distance to the cathedral entrance. The ground around the building was littered with weeds, in keeping with the dilapidation everywhere in the area. All of it was a smokescreen to keep prying eyes away. Behind me were Sarah, Philippa, Scott, and, along with them, 3 other trusted Bourke advisors. Jonah had called in his top brass to make sure his voice was heard among the League. I couldn't deny the anxiety I felt as I entered headquarters. I'd never met any of the League leaders. There hadn't been a change in leadership since the governing body's formation so many years earlier. They had to know who I was. After all, they'd probably had a say in keeping my parents apart. They would have known I existed. They knew everything, didn't they? Don't worry, Jonah murmured. They're so busy getting things in order, they won't even care that you're here. I didn't understand what that meant exactly. I could only imagine it was because I wasn't a clan leader or involved in the League. Once we were inside, I was too busy staring in wonder at everything around me to worry about what anybody else thought. I could hardly breathe. It was all so beautiful. Twice as large as it was outside, there were walkways along the walls, stretching up almost to the arched ceilings. Vampires walked along them, hurrying back and forth, making last-minute preparations, I guessed. All of them wore the clothing particular to their clans. I saw a clan from Africa wearing brightly colored robes, while one from Russia wore furs and another from India wore saris. It was like getting a glimpse of the entire world at once and was almost as fascinating as the building we stood in. Try not to gawk, like you're new here or something, Jonah joked. He smiled a little. I guess it's because I am, I whispered back, smoothing down the front of my dress. I'd even worn one in honor of the occasion and a nice pair of flat shoes. I'd had to borrow both from Philippa, who always made it a point to be attired beautifully. I was a little shorter than her, so the hemline came down considerably lower on me than it did on her. But I didn't feel underdressed for the first time in forever. Moonlight streamed in through the tall windows. That glass is beautiful. It reminded me of the stained glass I'd seen in photos of old chapels. The windows are treated with a special protective film for the sunlight, Jonah explained. Even those of us who are the most sensitive to light won't burn after too much exposure. Amazing. They've thought of everything." "You have no idea," he said, and left it at that. I wondered what he could mean. I was sure there was a lot to consider when wrangling hundreds and hundreds of vampires, but he sounded almost ominous. I couldn't imagine why. It seemed like he didn't want to be here. Didn't he want to protect his clan? We stepped farther into the main hall, just beyond the double doors through which we'd entered. I couldn't help looking around, even after Jonah told me to play it cool. I imagined the people who'd built the cathedral, workers who had lived and died before the structure was even complete. Time was a funny thing for vampires. I couldn't imagine working on something I'd ever finish. The massive front doors opened, and a change in the air made me turn in their direction. We all did, Jonah and the rest of the Bourke clan and Sarah. Marcus. A shudder ran through me when I made eye contact with him. It was like the air around us stopped moving for a second that might as well have been an eternity. He knew I'd killed his guards, of course, and freed his captives. He knew I wouldn't leave myself in a position for him to use me ever again. And I knew just how enraged it all made him. He would have killed me then and there if it had been possible. Then a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, a smile that turned my stomach. Like he knew something I didn't. Knowledge was always his favorite weapon, after all. He thought he could hurt me. I wondered just what he had in mind. A sound, like an antique bell, rang, splitting the air with its deep, resonant tones. My stomach dropped. This was it. They were about to start. A tall, thin vampire dressed in gleaming white robes appeared at the head of the long table on a raised stage at the front of the room. "The meeting will come to order," he announced in a deep, sonorous voice. I glanced again at Marcus, still staring at me as other vampires moved around us. He lifted one eyebrow in an almost amused quirk. I held his gaze to show him I wasn't afraid or even impressed. "Come on," Jonah said, taking my hand. "He's not worth wasting time on." I let him lead me to a seat among the rest of the group. The room practically buzzed with activity as all in attendance got themselves ready for the meeting. Marcus, I noticed, sat across from us. His eyes bored holes into me. I made it a point to look away. "When will they talk about the business between the clans?" I murmured to Jonah. "Not until the end of the meeting. It's considered special business." "How long do these meetings usually take?" I asked. "We'll be here for a while," he informed me in a near whisper. Wonderful. I'd spend endless amounts of time pretending not to notice the way Marcus stared daggers at me. Chapter 33. Anissa. As always, the League appreciates your presence at this gathering. 7 vampires sat at the head of the table, representing the 7 global territories which came out of the Great War. Lucian, leader of the North American clans, was also the most ancient of all known vampires. Even he had no clear idea of the year in which he was born. As such, it was clear why he was regarded as the leader of the entire League. I'd merely heard of him prior to now, never seen or met him. His wisdom and fairness were well known, earning him great respect, as was his fierceness and ruthlessness when crossed, earning him great fear. He stood there, towering over the rest of the League and, in fact, everyone at the table. Was I alone in thinking that he was more than a little tiresome? I glanced around, feeling guilty, wondering if anybody there could sense my opinion. I could tell from the expression of adoration all around me that I was the only one. Maybe it was just me. Maybe I'd become jaded on finding out about the way the League had kept my parents apart. Maybe I was the solitary one who had reason to see past the benevolent expression on Lucian's face. Was it you? I speculated, staring at Lucian. Had it been him who pushed my father out of my life? As if he was psychic, his gaze stopped, scanning the room and focused on me, studying me, watching me as a predator watches its prey. I knew I didn't stand a chance against a being this powerful, but still I raised my chin, tipping my head back, letting him know I was not afraid, even though I knew he could decimate my very existence. Lucian turned his eyes from me, dismissing my bravado. He smiled at the room. It is through the cooperation of the clans that our way of life can be sustained. The fact that you are all here, uniting in a common cause, speaks volumes for the strength of our kind. A warm, satisfied murmur seemed to float over the tables as the vampires congratulated themselves. I questioned how I could be the only one who thought all the flowery words were silly. Yes, we were strong, and the League was what ensured our kind stayed in check instead of devolving into another destructive war. But didn't anybody other than me understand how harmful their rigid rules could be? How was I the only one who conjectured if a League put together in the ashes of conflict should change and grow now because the wars have ended and peace essentially established? The first order of business shall be addressed by Genevieve. Lucian sat while Genevieve, the European representative, stood in one graceful, fluid motion. Her beauty was almost blinding, tall, willowy, with jet-black hair and sapphire eyes, as if she had just stepped off a catwalk. Her ruby-red lips parted to speak. The double doors flew open, hitting the stone walls with a loud crash. We all turned as one, stunned at the sudden disturbance. I gasped when I recognized the figure striding into the great hall, his black robes billowing behind him. Gregor! My head snapped back around to where Lucian was standing again. In fact, the entire League had risen to their feet. What is the meaning of this? Lucian didn't sound so benevolent anymore. His voice had taken on a sharp edge. You shouldn't be here, Genevieve added, her eyes wide as she glared down the table at my father. I glanced at Gregor again, horrified. I had a sick certainty why he was here, and I wished more than anything I was able to sleep again, and this was all a nightmare. I wished I could slide under the table, then melt into the floor. Gregor scanned the area and caught me before I could escape. Not that I would try, even though I desperately wanted to. What's he doing here? Jonah hissed. I didn't reply. My eyes cut in Marcus's direction, and the smug smile plastered on his face told me what I needed to know. He was so pleased with the way the meeting had already devolved. As you know, Lucian boomed, his voice echoing through the hall, this is a meeting for vampires only. That's the rule. You have no business being here. I don't, because I'm not a vampire, is that right? Gregor asked, hands clasped behind him. He didn't back down under the weight of Genevieve's glare, or Lucian's growing anger, or the looks of disgust from the rest of the League. I felt strangely proud of him for that. Exactly. I don't think I have to explain any further, do I? Go now. Lucian lifted one thin arm, the sleeve falling back, and extended a long bony finger in the direction of the door. Gregor smiled. If this is a meeting for vampires only. His gaze fell on me. Why is my daughter allowed here? The hall went dead silent for a split second, then erupted in chaos. All eyes turned in my direction, voices overlapping as those around me expressed shock and surprise. How they hadn't noticed me before then was a mystery. I didn't look anything like them, after all, and my fey blood should have given me away immediately if it was a beacon the way Felicity had described. Maybe they'd been too busy bowing to Lucian to notice. What's this? Lucian's voice rose over the others. What are you doing here, half-breed? I doubted his sincerity. He knew damned well what I was. Why was he feigning surprise? Why had he allowed me to walk into the meeting to begin with? Jonah gasped through clenched teeth, but I rose anyway. Sarah's eyes pleaded with me to stay, but I couldn't. There was no way I could risk causing trouble by staying now that Gregor had given me away. I should have known it would end badly. I pointedly avoided Marcus's stare as I pushed my chair back and walked to the end of the table to join my father. I couldn't hold his gaze. I was too embarrassed and angry. We had more than a few things to discuss, such as timing for one, but it would have to wait until we were away from the questioning, judging eyes around us. Wait! A familiar voice stopped me as we stepped over the threshold. Jonah. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing it would all end. I couldn't stand a tearful goodbye with Jonah after everything that had just happened. When he reached me, he took me by the shoulders and spun me around.
"Where are you going?"
he asked, glancing from me to my father and back again. "I have to go with him, Jonah. I don't belong here, and all I do is cause trouble for you. I didn't realize it until just now, when I saw him, and then the League reminded me I don't belong with the vampires." I motioned to Gregor, who waited for me. "The Fae don't act that way. They accept me. They expect me to make a home with them. That's where I need to be. Not somewhere my blood makes me a risk to everyone who knows me." He shook his head.
"I won't let you go."
I had never felt so torn. On the one hand, the thought that he'd left the meeting to stop me meant everything. The strong hands on my shoulders reminded me of the power he possessed and how he still thought I was worth walking away from everything for. It was almost too much to believe. And then again, he had a responsibility to his clan. That was worth more than anything else. "I'm not going to let you risk losing the Bourke territory for me. You have to get back in there, now, before the pact is brought up. You need to. Please, go." It was like I had to rip every word out of my chest. I hurt all over when I thought about never seeing him again. "Let me come with you." My sister stood by my side. She took my hand. "No, Sarah, you can't." I wanted to be gentle with her, but Gregor had other ideas.
"You're not one of us,"
he said, and there was clearly no arguing with him when he sounded the way he did. My heart sank when I saw how his words crushed her. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "but that's how it is. They accept me because I'm half Fae, but you don't have the blood in you. I wish it didn't have to be this way."
"It doesn't."
Jonah pulled me just a little closer.
"You don't have to go. You can choose for yourself."
The pressure burning behind my eyes was almost too much to control, but I had to do it. I couldn't let him see me cry. "This is my choice. I'm walking away to make it easier for you to do what needs to be done." Scott came out.
"Jonah, you need to come back, now."
I locked eyes with him over Jonah's shoulder. "Take care of my sister, please." Scott nodded, glancing at her, but she was staring at me. I gently but firmly removed Jonah's hands from my shoulders and gave him a shove in Scott's direction, then hugged Sarah. "Stay close to them," I whispered. "Please stay safe. They'll take care of you now." "Don't go," she begged. "I have to." I held her at arm's length and tried to give her a brave smile. "I love you." "Please stay." Tears welled in her eyes. Scott took her by the hand and led her back to the meeting while Jonah walked in front of them. He didn't turn back to say goodbye. I was almost glad. I couldn't have refused him one more time. I wasn't strong enough.
"Are you coming?"
Gregor asked. I whirled on him. "How dare you do something like this?" I hissed.
"How dare you sneak off in the middle of the night? Do you know how much time and energy was spent bringing you back, keeping you alive and safe?"
His face was filled with disgust as he eyed the cathedral.
"I should have known you would be here. It's so obvious. You would risk your life for those creatures."
"I'm one of them, just like I'm one of you." He held up a finger to silence me.
"There's a difference, isn't there? We'll accept you. They won't."
I had nothing to counter with because he was right. Lucian hadn't wasted any time making it clear I didn't belong, and that was all I had to look forward to for the rest of my existence, never quite fitting in. At least the Fae wouldn't throw me out, and I didn't stick out like a sore thumb when I was with them. So when Gregor started off for the portal, I followed him. Still, my heart was heavy. I imagined Sarah being scared, feeling lost without me. I hoped the Bourkes would be able to keep her away from Marcus. The thought of not knowing for sure almost killed me. just like the thought of never seeing Jonah again nearly killed me. Chapter 34. Anissa. There was the portal off in the distance. In the nighttime, the silvery light was so ethereal. It sort of blended in with the rest of the landscape. I guess that was the point. Otherwise, anybody could have accessed it. I shuddered at the notion of Marcus being able to get in and out, and then again, he'd be outnumbered in the shadow realm of the Fae. There were far more Fae than there were Carver clan members. When I thought about it that way, I wished he would wander through. The thought of his smug smile was burned into my brain.
"I'm very disappointed in you,"
my father said as we walked. "You don't need to tell me that," I muttered. "I can tell you are."
"How could you put yourself in danger this way when you know how important you are?"
I stopped walking, turning to stare at him instead. "What do you mean?" He rolled his eyes.
"Can we talk about this once we're home?"
I shook my head and took a step away from him. I want to talk about it now. And I resented his use of the word home. It was a little too early to start thinking of the shadow world as my home. He clearly didn't know me and had no idea how little I cared for being told what to do.
"Anissa, please, we have to go. You know it isn't safe for us here."
I waved a dismissive hand. "I know enough to know we are perfectly safe. There are so many layers of enchantment over the area any creature who wished us harm wouldn't dare step foot past the boundaries the League set up." He sighed.
"You don't seem to understand what I tried to tell you when we were together. I'm the ruler of the Fae, Anissa, like my father before me, and on and on. I have no other heirs."
My eyes widened. "I don't want to rule."
"That's not your choice."
"If not mine, then whose is it?"
"I didn't have a choice because it was what I was born to do. The same is true of you."
"Yes, and I see how happy it made you," I shot back. "You had to give up my mother because the demands of your kind were more pressing."
"I would take care with my words if I were you," he warned. "You're my daughter, but that doesn't exclude you from punishment."
"For telling the truth?" I asked. "That doesn't seem fair. And all I've done is sum up what I heard from your lips. You had to choose between duty and love, and you chose duty. I'm not pretending I understand how difficult that decision was."
"You don't understand?"
He nodded his head toward the cathedral.
"Then what did I see back there? What were you doing when you sent the vampire boy back inside?"
I shook my head. "It's not the same."
"Isn't it? You recognized Jonah's duty even if he didn't. You did what was right, even when it wasn't what you wanted. You have it in you to be a strong, wise leader. You can try to deny it all you want, but I see it in you."
I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want responsibility laid at my feet without my asking for it. "I can't sign away my life," I protested. "Not when I only just learned about you."
"That's understandable. I don't ask you to take over for me right now," he chuckled. "You have time, all the time you need to learn what's necessary, just as my father trained me."
Gregor held out his hand.
"Come with me. You can start whenever you feel comfortable. Nothing would make me happier than knowing my daughter will rule in my place. When it comes my time to leave this life, I'll know I've left the Fae in good hands."
I couldn't ignore the tugging in my chest, like something just wasn't right. His words were persuasive. I could see how the Fae were notorious for their ability to charm and connive, but they didn't ring true for me. I struggled for something to say, anything to help my father understand I didn't want his role or his realm. The sound of running footsteps cut me off before I could try to explain. Somebody was heading in our direction. I couldn't have been more surprised to see Jonah. Maybe I shouldn't have been. What are you doing? What happened in there? If he had deliberately tried to make things harder for me, he couldn't have done a better job of it. I couldn't bear sending him away again. Did he think it was some sort of game? He stopped in front of me. Doesn't matter, he said. His hair was tousled from the run. I wanted to touch it. I wanted to feel his lips against mine one last time, but I needed to send him away. I needed to do the right thing, and I needed to do it now. What are you saying? Have you gone crazy? Get back in there. I can't. It's all over. The air left my body as though he'd hit me in the stomach. It felt like the world was spinning out of control around me. Had I imagined what he'd said? I hadn't, obviously, since the expression on his face was a mixture of shock and elation. Like he couldn't believe what he'd done, but was glad he'd done it. What's over? Gregor asked, trying to position himself between us. I stepped around my father. Nothing mattered more than what Jonah was about to say. His eyes never left my face either. I can't let you go like this, he said with a shrug. And I would have done this before, too, when I thought Marcus was holding you captive. I thought about it then, and when you said goodbye, I knew it was the right choice. What was the right choice? I breathed. Renouncing my place at the head of the clan. I gave it all up. I should have told him he was stupid, crazy, out of his mind for doing something like that. I should have wanted what was best for him and the vampires who needed his leadership. I should have told him to go back in there and beg for his position to be reinstated. I should even have let him blame it on me. I wouldn't put it past Lucian and his league to believe I'd placed a spell or something on Jonah to make him act recklessly. I should have done those things, standing there between the cathedral and the portal. It would have been the right thing to do, the responsible thing to do. But I didn't. You did that for me? I whispered, still unable to believe what I'd heard. I searched his face for some sign he was lying, but there was nothing except sincerity and, still, more than a little surprise at himself. I did. Nothing else matters to me the way you do. Wait a minute. Gregor put his hand on my shoulder, pulling me away from Jonah. This is insanity. You can't leave your clan, Jonah. I can't believe your almighty league would allow you to do something so reckless. Jonah glanced at my father the way he would a fly on his arm, like he couldn't have mattered less. I found my voice again. What will happen to the clan? Jonah shrugged, grinning. They'll work it out. You're really doing this with so little planning? Gregor asked, shocked. I have 2 brothers and an extremely wise sister. The clan is in good hands without me. I could practically feel the incredulity coming off my father. It didn't seem real to him. It hardly seemed real to me either. I wasn't anything special. I was just me. Certainly no one worth giving up power for. Yet there Jonah stood. I looked up at Gregor, my mind made up. I can't go with you. His jaw dropped, his face showing his shock. What? I can't. I have to go with Jonah. It was all so sudden. I could hardly wrap my head around it. If he can give up everything for me, I can do the same thing. This is impossible, Gregor sputtered, shaking his head. It can't be. You can't both walk away from your duty this way. I'm sorry. Please believe that I am. I wish there was a way for me to explain myself so you would understand. Don't you know what you're throwing away right now? He asked. It's not something I ever wanted. You didn't really think I would find out I'm your daughter one day, then hand my life to you days later, did you? I don't think you have much of a choice, he replied tersely. That's the problem. I want to have a choice. I know I'm different, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't have a say. Your choice was yours. You did what felt best to you. This is what feels best to me. He studied at the two of us, seeming more frustrated by the minute.
Do you have any idea how vulnerable you'll be out there? Where will you go? Neither of you has a clan now.
He focused on Jonah.
You realize the sort of danger she's in wherever she goes.
Jonah nodded.
I understand she needs my protection. But do you know what that entails? Or are you both so young you think you're invincible?
We glanced at each other, then at Gregor.
There's risk involved in everything,
Jonah replied.
I would rather take a risk with someone worth taking risks for.
I thought my heart might just burst right out of my chest. When he smiled at me, I took his hand. Gregor had had enough, I could tell. He turned away, disgusted.
So be it. Sign your death warrants. I'm disappointed in you both.
He didn't turn back either. He kept walking until he reached the portal, then stepped through.
Where did he go?
Jonah stared at where Gregor had disappeared. I realized he couldn't see the portal. It must only be visible to Faye. This would be why Marcus didn't launch an attack. It's a Faye portal, I told him, trusting he wouldn't tell anyone about the secret. As the heady, thrilling moment of defiance passed and Gregor was gone, uncertainty crept over me. Jonah's hand was still in mine, but reality forced itself between us. I was suddenly afraid for us. What did we just do? I whispered.
We made the right choice,
he assured me in a soft voice. Are you sure? Or did we just make a big mistake? He stepped away, frowning.
Second thoughts already?
No, not about you. Never about you. I would have gone with them if the thought of you hadn't held me back, I admitted. I couldn't leave you forever.
Even though earlier you told me to go back?
I know. It doesn't make any sense.
So, what's bothering you now?
I had to laugh. How can you say that? It's just you and me. Gregor had a point. We are unprotected. It was bad enough when I didn't have a clan to keep me safe. Now you don't either. What will we do?
Do you trust me?
Of course. I didn't even have to think about it. I knew it in my soul. I trusted him more than anyone I'd ever known.
Then, trust I know what's best. We'll find our way together.
I had no choice but to nod and place my trust in him. All right, let's go. Though I had no idea where we were going, or if we even had anywhere to go to, it didn't matter. I'd be with him. This has been Redemption, League of Vampires, Book 1, written by Rye Brewer, narrated by Debbie Salter. Copyright 2016 by Rye Brewer. Production copyright by Rye Brewer.